that. Come over here. Happy day and happy day, everyone. Happy day. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from the west coast of Turtle Island, designated British Columbia under the illegal doctrine of discovery. Coming at you guys from the ancestral lands of the Shuswap peoples of British Columbia, right in the middle of the motherland here. I hope you guys are doing well. I got my feather right here because it's Earth Day, and we are going to spread the love today. Happy Earth Day, everyone. I am joined by the Watchers Talk team, Kathy Mason from Mason Works Marketing, Stone Hobbit. You guys know Stone Hobbit really well. We love Stone Hobbit. And of course, Liane Curtis, our in-house movie star. Of course, you guys know her. Who doesn't know her? And our rest of our team should be coming in as the day progresses. Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe. And yeah, what an incredible Earth Day this is going to be. It's going to be a little bit different than our traditional Earth Day celebrations that we normally do, where the Earth is the focus of all things. And not this year. This year, our focus is going to be the mammal that is called Homo sapien, the human, because it seems the human needs more help than currently the Earth does. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. It's seen far worse than us, and I'm sure it's going to see far, far worse than us in the future. It's going to be here for 4.5 billion years after we're gone. So I think the best thing that we can do is focus on ourselves, self-ponder, self-reflect, and try to carve out a position for ourselves here on this world where we can live in harmony with the Earth rather than being a programmed consumer on a daily basis. The idea for this conference is to take the ways of the ancestors, take today's technology, incorporate that together, and try to live in harmony with one another, and especially all the animals on this world. And my message for this Earth Day is really, focuses on animals, because as you guys know, we just came out of this, the shit show that we just went through over the past few years, and people, zombies, I suppose I could say that they are, because connected to things, and it's really disgusting, because these people, what they've done is that they've gone and adopted animals. They've adopted pets, cats, dogs, snakes, rabbits, birds, what have you. They gone out and they got them because they were lonely. And now that the shit show is over, these people are dropping these animals off at the SPCA shelters and animal shelters by the droves, and dropping them like garbage. Their entertainment was over. So, that really hurts my heart. And when I was thinking about this conference, and that was the, thing that was really running through my head. So I want to bring focus to that, so that we don't, we stop being zombies and respect the animal kingdom and, the earthly kingdom, and live in harmony with it. Why get yourself a dog or a cat for a couple of years? Once it gets, attached to you, you get rid of it, like a used piece of furniture. And that really makes me angry. So, my focus this year is towards that. So that really is my intro, and welcome everyone. Valentina McKinley, Gray Noise, Selena Angles. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate your support. We don't stream to Facebook very often, since Facebook, tried to cancel me a bunch of years back. Turned out I canceled them and stopped streaming to Facebook altogether. I just removed my platform from here. Boom, just like that. It's like, okay, Zucky, You want to play around, fuck around, find out. Is how we roll around here. So welcome Facebookers to another Watchers Talk conference, and a little help from my friends. And yeah, so let's go around the room here, and we'll get some opening statements from everyone, and then we will share our day schedule with you guys, and show you who's coming on to drop us some amazing and beautiful downloads. So share this out with friends and family with whom you'll think will benefit from this, and share this to people who you may feel will get triggered from this as well, because people that get triggered are the ones that we are actually trying to contact, because they're offended, and we want to take that offendedness away from them and let them know that you don't have to spend your entire life offended. So Kathy, go ahead, my star sister.
Well, I want to say hello to all the other projections. Welcome. This is going to be an amazing day, because not only are we going to bring beautiful energy through, we're also going to give you resources to help you, as all of this energy brings up all of our shadows. Because if you're still here, you still got stuff going on. You got stuff to learn. And so I'm just thrilled to be a part of this. I love doing projects with Omar and the team. And I don't get to see Stone Hobbit or Liane very much. So this is really like homecoming for me. But I do hope that the audience gets a chance to, if you can't stay for the whole day, if, instead of watching other YouTubes or Netflix or something, you watch the rest of these, because each one of these people are a genius. I mean, the gifts that they share are quite remarkable. So I'm just excited to be a part of it and get part of the buzz myself. I'm still cooking. I hope you guys are too. So Stone, do you want to go next?
Yes, all right. Hi, everybody, all you fantastic frequency signatures out there. Well, everything's vamped right up and we're on full speed ahead. So this is going to be absolutely fantastic. Once again, we're going to clear some energies, some negative energies out of our systems, and we're going to allow that new flow to come through, and it's going to bring us to that higher peak, and we're going to continue on raising that frequency. So I'm looking forward today. Yes, I haven't managed to catch up with everybody. I've been very busy doing books and land out there, cleaning, dagging, chasing, falling in mud, got to keep boots on the ground, practice every day, practice what we preach every day. Do something, get out there, communicate with what your environment is sharing with you. So with that, jump over to Liane. I'm looking forward to today.
Well, hello from New York City, live from New York. How y'all doing? All right. Well, so as Omar was talking, the words connective tissue came into my head, which makes me feel like the animals, the plants, the humans, we are all connective tissue. We're all connected. What I think affects everybody. And it's so subtle. We don't all feel it in that moment. But let me assure you that it's felt. It's permanent. What you think, what you do, what one thinks, what one does. It's all connected. So for me, walking my talk would equate to, how do I feel? What am I thinking? How am I seeing things and making the choice to incorporate myself into a whole and see what that feels like? Because you can always go back to the other if you want to. But it's nice to have options and not be so stuck. So with that reference back to zombified people, it's okay to give yourselves permission to feel something, wake up and actually look at yourselves. It's really okay. And today would be a real good day to start right now, because right now is right now, and followed by right now. It never never stops, the right now. So be here now. We're here now. We love you. We're so grateful for your presence here. And we are so grateful to hear from everybody who will be speaking today with all of their lit up points of light coming forth in tones and words and spirit. We are connective tissue. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, ladies. And welcome Denise Vertucci, my star sister from Facebook. She's been supporter of Watchers Talk, well, since the birth of Watchers Talk. So a longtime supporter. Thank you, Denise, for your support. Really appreciate it. Ronnie, welcome. Love Ronnie. She's our moderator on YouTube, and so welcome, Ronnie. Thank you very much for being here. Now, just a quick explanation, guys, as to why we are not streaming this to Watchers Talk on YouTube. Is guys, remember what happened back in December when they tried to cancel me on YouTube, and it was a couple of days before our 3-day conference, the Timelines conferences that we did, and Kathy ended up doing the whole thing. But you know, they banned me and they blocked me, as you guys remember, just a couple of days before the conference, so I wouldn't be able to stream that to my channel. Well, guess what? The same thing happened this time around. On Thursday, opened up my email, and I had an email from YouTube telling me that I'm banned for 7 days because that video that I put up, guys, remember the you know, Jason Momoa unleashes his creepiness, where he was feeling up some little kids, and you know, the little kid was fighting back. So YouTube went ahead and said, well, that goes against their you know, their terms of service and their community standards. So they blocked me for 7 days. And, you know, I kind of find that to be a little bit suspicious because, you know, a day before a conference, you know, boom, you're blocked. And then last time, you know, a couple of days before the conference, boom, you're blocked. This video is like all over YouTube, like literally it's all over YouTube. That's where I found it, was on YouTube. But yet they still ban me. But I can go and, you know, Google that video on YouTube, and I will find that video still playing somewhere, and you know, they decide to take it off mine. But again, this is an attack against Watchers Talk, and again, is you know, attempting to cancel us because of the message that that we put forward, message of love and hope and unity and harmony and you know, of oneness. And YouTube does not like that because, as we know, YouTube is run by Satan and demons and such, right? So you know, if we were promoting hate and telling everybody to go out and kick everybody's ass, you know, I bet you we would have 1 million subscribers here on Watchers Talk, because that's how these guys rock and roll. So well, thank goodness to the universe that you know, I have some good friends who have offered to stream this on their channels, and so I decided I'm going to put this on my backup channel just to you know, bring some attention to that channel. As you guys are watching right now, Watchers Talk Network, subscribe to that, please. It's a very small channel, so I'd like to increase the numbers on that. So maybe throughout the day, if you can share that out, that would be wonderful. So Kathy, let's bring up the schedule here. I'll bring it up, and then maybe you want to, you know, walk us through the morning, and then I'll walk us through the afternoon, and then yeah, we'll just do it like that. And guys, I've got a special coming on, and the design needs a little bit, you know, touch-ups and such, but you know, this T-shirt is coming, and you know, I'm going to print it out and I'm going to put it up as merch. So here it is. If you guys can figure out to what this is, let me know in the comments what this is, and if you want one, let me know, and I'll put your name down, and we will connect a little bit later. And as well, this conference here, the Earth Day 2023 SOS, is being brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallis from the Eden series. And the latest installment of the Eden series, the Eden Conspiracy, is out today. In fact, the rollout began yesterday all across the world, so it's available for order on paperback and Kindle. So if you haven't gotten yours, get yours now. Go to paulanthonywallace.com or go to amazon.com or Goodreads, or you know, go to your local chapters and things like that, and place your order of the Eden Conspiracy. And let me know how the book goes. I've already read it. I got a copy. Thank you to Paul Wallis. And what a wonderful book. I am in that book. I'm referenced and spoken about in it a number of times. So get your copy of The Eden Conspiracy. And this is brought to you by Paul Wallis. Amazing guy, and he will be with us later on today. So here is the schedule, guys, for today. So Kathy, go ahead, please.
Well, the first one up is Kiara Windrider, who is a amazing author, teacher, spiritual guide, and you'll love him if you haven't met him before. He's a brilliant speaker, but very deep spiritual teacher. I mean, amazing. Next one up is David Maria, and David Maria is one of my teachers. I should be taking a class with him today, and I'm not. I'm skipping class to do this, but he's going to be on, and he does a process in the class called the freedom from the known, and that's what we're doing is we're freeing all of our programming. Hi, Stone's over there. Okay, and then Patricia Grabow is another author. She's a near-death experiencer, and during her near-death experience, she experienced love to the millionth power, and is going to talk about that and her connection to the earth. And then Aage LaRue is another one of my dearest friends. She is a priestess, a reverend, a Reiki master, intuitive healer, Christologist, and she's going to be talking about organite and how she makes organite so that you can get a feeling for how you can protect your environment in these changing times. Suzanna Kennedy is another one of my dear friends. She's for past 25 years, she's been teaching reality crafting and paradise codes. She lives in Hawaii, and she is quite amazing. She is a referred provider on Bruce Lipton's website. So she is amazing. Do you want to keep going now, Omar? Because Eleanor Bain, I don't know her.
Okay, I'll pick it up from here.
Okay, thank you.
And here, let me bring myself up. So we got Eleanor Bain. She is a quantum consciousness, guys. We've had Eleanor on Watchers Talk a number of times. She's an amazing lady. Very soft-spoken. You probably remember, I've done a few talks with her. She's participated in a number of our conferences over the years. And she's got a wonderful download that she's been working on to give to us. So looking forward to that. And then of course Michael Feeley. Michael fucking Feeley. That guy's amazing. Michael fucking Feeley. I just love that guy. He's a brother from another mother. There's no introductions needed there. I've been working with Mike for I don't know, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, something like that. A very long time. And he's a brother from another mother, a brilliant author, a brilliant speaker, and the information that he has is by far next to none. And then after that, we've got our brother Aage Nost. Do you guys know who Aage Nost is? We just did 21 sessions with Aage on spiritual science, and that continues next Friday once the ban is lifted. And then we were supposed to have Jon Ramer, but Jon Ramer did not respond. So in that spot, Kathy Mason will be interviewing Omar Paul. And that's going to be a good one. And then after that, we got our buddy John Shaughnessy from Boston, our John Shaughnessy. And he's going to be talking about his new book, which he published about 2 or 3 months ago. That is about the ocean, freshwater ocean that is below the mantle of the earth. And I've been shooting John some links. And guys, there is a leak at the bottom of the ocean where the water from below the mantle is leaking into the saltwater ocean. And they've discovered that it's actually fresh water underneath the mantle. So he's going to be talking about that. And then, of course, we got Paul Anthony Wallis, and he's from the Fifth Kind, and of course, we just talked about his Eden series. He's a sponsor of this event as well, so he's going to give us a nice ancestral download and try to connect the two hemispheres of our ancestors' way of living and our current living with technology and kind of what have you, because we're kind of abusing technology right now. Like our, smartphones and such, because we can't even remember our own telephone numbers anymore, right? So that's one of the, consequences of this smart technology, that we're not using our brain anymore. And that's kind of what they want, right? So Paul Wallis is going to be giving us a download on something to that. And then, our sister from another mother, our star sister, Stone fucking Hobbit. She's going to be giving us an incredible download. She's our shaman, my personal shaman, my sister from another mother. I always love hearing her, and the orbs that she catches. Oh my God. And if you guys haven't seen that, go back into our archives. Check out the interviews that we've done with Stone Hobbit. Go and check out her website, stonehobbit.com. She's got some wonderful, wonderful stuff on there. And of course, she is our co-host MC on this event as well. And then we will close the day off with our brothers Stephen and Evan Strong, who are working with the Aboriginals of Australia, the first people, and learning the ways of, the way they've lived their life. 60,000 years on one continent, that's, you can't argue with that way of life, because it's obviously worked. And so they're working with the Aborigines, so they're going to be coming on and giving us an incredible download. And of course, least but not last, we got our sister Liane Curtis. And as you guys remember from Humanity Unplugged, she gave us some stretches and some relief throughout the day, which was greatly appreciated. And I know you guys loved it, because I was hearing about it on Telegram for like weeks after. So, that was really amazing. And Liane's also going to be performing a song for us as well that she's written. So, oh no, she says, no, she says, fuck you, no song. So that's how it is, guys. And let me remove this off of here now. And then again, guys, place your order for the Eden series, the Scars of Eden, Echoes of Eden, Escaping from Eden, and the newest addition to the Eden family, the Eden Conspiracy, what the Bible was like before it was the Bible. So very interesting book. Let me bring myself up here. So that is the schedule for today. So essentially right now we're just waiting for our brother Kiara Windrider should be with us here pretty quick. So ladies, maybe if you want to just take over for a couple of minutes, I'll shoot Kiara a message and let him know that he's coming up here in a couple of minutes.
Well, I before Kiara gets on, I'd love to tell you that he came here and stayed at my house. And he taught a class. He has this process called Alahinur, which is a Turkish word. And it's a process of bringing energy. It's almost like a completion after you've done whatever prayer work or meditation work, but you want to seal the energy in. And they were using it at the Oneness University in India and at their Dikshas to finish the Dikshas. So I don't think he's going to go over that today, but it's quite beautiful and it's palpable. It's really, you feel this energy coming down through all the way and grounding into the earth. And then you feel like you've closed the door. So anyway, so he's such a great resource. So, Stone, you guys both are muted.
Sorry about that. Love listening to your beautiful voice, darling.
Oh,
My wildlife is very wild right now.
They're excited. It's Earth Day.
They are. They know it's Earth Day.
Yeah. So what do you feel like is the biggest thing you're hoping to get out of today?
Liane?
Okay, so because I'm still human, I still have an ego. No, seriously, everything from like feeling validated in what I've been experiencing through other people's verbalizations and perceptions of what's up. It always makes me feel better, safer, like I'm not out of my fucking mind, since we're F-bombing today. And so just more self-realizing tools so that I can bring it back inside and, like, inner standing. Like, really,
Yes.
it's
Yeah, I know.
like I get the word understanding, and it has its place. It really does. So, but to be able to differentiate between understanding and inner standing and incorporating a whole around the two, who, like, it's frequencies that do that, but
Yeah.
we're all doing this. So it's kind of like what Omar said, like being able to integrate everything and make it one harmonious thing without becoming a drone in a singularity. That's not what we're talking about. We are a singularity, whether we're aware of it or not, but just being able to function and navigate 3D and the subtle energies at the same time, and just getting a better grasp and working knowledge and ability to do that, so that I can model this for other humans.
Perfect. Wow, that's fantastic.
Oh, I loved it.
Wow,
I
great
loved it.
articulation. Great.
Yes.
Okay, Stone, now you got a hard act to follow here.
No, I don't. She basically said it all, darling. It was absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that inner standing is real and people are getting it. All I ever wanted was to share 5 minutes through my eyes with the rest of my frequency signatures. And when I go around and I'm like, inner standing, it starts with yourself. You get to know who you are. You get to forgive yourself. You get so many rewards, and you instantly go into a self-healing. And it just is magic after magic after magic from there on. So I appreciate today, and I'm expecting to levitate by the end of today. That's my goal. That's my goal.
My body started vibrating, and the outer vibrational skin all over my whole vessel just went cuckoo while you were talking. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful.
Love you.
Toning. We're all toning into it together. It's perfect.
When is it that we don't levitate by the end of the conference? Man, we were flying after Humanity Unplugged. Holy shit, that was amazing. If you guys haven't seen that, go back into our video archives on Watchers Talk, on Mason Marketing Networks or Mason Works, and check it out, because we streamed 11 days of 12 hours of just incredible people. Grandmother circles, we had panels, it was an amazing conference that we all put together. And in fact, it was the biggest conference the earth had ever seen online, 122 speakers. So that was the record, and no one's beaten that yet. A few people have come close, but not close enough.
Well,
and you guys are so right.
Yeah,
you guys are so right. It's all about inner standing of the self, inner reflection, inner pondering, and and the love vibration. Love is the only vibration. Everything else is just an illusion. And once we begin to love ourselves, and once we give gratitude to ourselves, then it just becomes easier to love everyone else and everything else. Because if you can't love yourself, if you can't give yourself gratitude, then no one else is going to give you gratitude, and no one else is going to give you, because it's the law of attraction. Everything is the law of attraction. When you're in love, then everybody is in love. When you're in hate, everyone is in hate. And that's kind of something that we want to avoid altogether, right? Love is the only thing, and it's the only way to go. And that's why, I was saying earlier, the animals, and Kiara and I had this conversation before, animals are unconditional love, absolute unconditional love. And then when we treat them the way people have treated them over the past, few years, by adopting them and then getting rid of them when there was no need for them anymore, and they just dropped them like garbage. And that really pains me and that hurts my heart, because I look at my cats and I could never imagine just dumping my cats. I'm done with you, Lord Gilbert, little Miss Daisy, you're out of here.
No.
Right? No. That doesn't jive with me. And my message for this Earth Day is to reflect within. Look at your animals and see the value that they're giving you. Value just doesn't come in monetary value. It comes with love and friendship and companionship, and that's something that we are forgetting. While I was writing the description of this conference, I was thinking to myself, that we need to raise an army, the biggest army, from the likes of the world that's never seen, so that we can, combat and go to war to retrieve the human soul, because it just seems like the human soul is just getting further and further and further away from us, the more we're engaged in this negative behavior. So, maybe today's conference will allow us to self-reflect and, begin to love one another and each other and ourselves, because that is the most important thing. The first step towards love is to love yourself. Like Dr. Emoto said, right? The late Dr. Emoto, he taught us that you can program water. Now, if we know that information, if we understand that information, then not to use that information would be just foolish. And we're not foolish. We understand the power of, thought and love. So say, I love you right now. When you're sitting there, say, I love you. And it's easy as that. So speaking of love and I love you, let's bring on our brother, Kiara Windrider, our dolphin whisperer. I love Kiara. Kiara, welcome, brother. Thank you very much for, giving me your time here today. And especially, being 9 o'clock at night in India. You've had a long day, so I appreciate you coming on and raising our awareness and
anytime,
right on, brother. Thank you.
To see all of you.
Yes. Long time no see, Kiara.
Yeah.
You look like you're simply glowing.
Oh, it's the heat.
I heard you say that before you said it. Seriously, the glow is very bright.
It is, isn't it? All right, Kiara, I'm going to give you the stage, my brother, and in about 30 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute heads up, and then we'll take questions for about 10-15 minutes. So, guys, if you got any questions for Kiara, toss them into the comments, and if you can cap locks them, that would be wonderful, because then they're easier to stand out for us. And then we can address those questions to our brother Kiara. So I will see you guys in a half an hour. And Kiara, it's all yours, brother. And if you need anything, just shout out, and one of us will be right here. So here we go, homie.
Oh, great. So it's Earth Day. Happy birthday to Mother Earth. And it's really the time for all of us to wake up to who we truly are, which we haven't really paid much attention to lately. And I think the programming that drives us, the matrix that we're immersed in, has basically trapped us in this idea of the self, this idea of who we are as human individuals, which is really a disservice. And my hope, my dream, my prayer is that this is a time for all of us to truly break out of that matrix, to unplug from this matrix, to remember who we are, to activate the potentials within our bodies, within our DNA, within our hearts, our minds, our spirits. Because this is what Mother Earth is needing at this time to make this transition. And I think it's going to be right around the corner. And I've been doing a lot of research on magnetic fields, and the shift in magnetic reversal has taken place. And it's affecting us in ways that we can't comprehend yet. And how many of us are feeling like we're losing our minds, can't think, can't remember, we're getting sick for no reason at all, emotional stuff is coming up like crazy. It's not just something that is harmful and hurtful. It's also part of this transition, this dark night that we need to go through in order to remember, in order to break free, in order to let go of the conditioning from the matrix. So this is a good time, as we get ready for this Earth Day. What is it that keeps us conditioned? What is it that keeps us trapped? What's the belief systems and the ideas about who we are that limit us? And the truth is, we are totally, absolutely unlimited creatures. We are creators living inside of creation. We can access ourselves and experience ourselves from both sides of this veil. We can experience ourselves as creators within creation, extraordinary creators, if we can remember, if we can let go of the limiting factors. And maybe that's one thing we can focus on. What are the limiting factors that have held us in this trance that we pretend to be human? We are so far from what we could become. And many mystics and even scientists have been speaking about this journey that we're on. We are moving out of the matrix. We are moving from one root race to another root race, one genetic species to another genetic species. Every time we go through this magnetic reversal, we actually go through a mutation. And this is not just humans. We are preparing for a planetary mutation because it's a planetary event. And within the next decade or two at most, we will be experiencing what's called a magnetic excursion or reversal, where the entire magnetic field shifts to a different polarity, including our own bodies, because our 5 bodies, our emotional, mental, physical, etheric, and soul bodies, are all linked through the magnetic field of the Earth. And we're getting ready for this excursion or reversal, which means a complete reorientation of what we are. So the question is, can we reprogram ourselves in such a way that the soul consciousness can enter all the way through into ourselves? This is what I call embodiment or descension. So this journey is really not just about ascension, about lifting out. Once we've lifted out, once we've contacted that presence that we call the soul or the Atman, then we embody that Atman, embody that soul deep into the cells. And this is an experiment that we are embarking on that hasn't been done before, and it requires us to step forward in ways that we can't imagine yet. So maybe during the questions, we could focus on what are the ways we can do this. Integral yoga for me, this is the path that Sri Aurobindo and the mother and Pondicherry have been bringing forth. It's about the supramental level of the mind, the supramental consciousness becoming manifested. And so maybe I'll say a little bit about this because, when we talk about the mind, we basically talk about the matrix mind. This is the logical, rational, discursive mind that we use for navigating our way through linear time. And it's important, it's essential. But there are ways that we can access other levels of the mind, the higher mind, the illumined mind, the intuitive mind, the overmind, the supermind. These are levels of the mind far, far beyond the rational mind, which we can begin to access through certain techniques and primarily through just simply allowing ourselves to surrender to something much bigger than ourselves and letting it come through. It's like, some of you may be adepts with the instruments like the didgeridoo or the flute, or, where you just simply become the tube. And then something pours through that tube, creating this magnificent sound, this wave of creation that then comes through effortlessly. And it's like that. Once we can surrender ourselves, our personality structures, everything that we've built up, and this is a paradox. We've built up an ego over developmental cycles from the time we were children to adulthood. We've built up the strong ego, which is essential to allow us to navigate our way through life. Now we let go of that ego. We let go of that structure because that structure is something that's restricted to the rational mind, to ideas of the personality, mental and emotional bodies. And now as we connect with the causal body, the soul body, and the structures that we can inhabit in those realms and bring those through different levels of the mind, then there's no stopping us. That's when we become divine humans. So I'll say a little bit about these levels of mind. The higher mind is that eagle mind. So it's the ability to see in the big picture, see the full perspective, the entire jigsaw puzzle, not just one tiny piece. So it's the ability to stretch ourselves it's a different vibrational frequency that we begin to attune to, where we can surrender the personality structure, surrender the ideas of human self. Then we open to the illumined mind, which is now where the senses become alive. So we're talking about the five senses expanding. We're not just talking about the normal bounds, the normal limits of our vision or audition or sensory perceptions. We're actually going into those realms that we call clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, and so on. And these then begin to impact upon the rational mind and open up a space where we can connect with something beyond. Beyond that, there's the intuitive mind. And this is where it becomes even more special. It's like I'm talking with someone and I become that person. Or I'm watching a tree and I become that tree. I'm sitting by the banks of a river and I feel myself as the ripple of water flowing downstream. I become the wind. I become the eagle. I can experience myself through the eyes of that eagle and watch myself as a human Kiara looking back at itself. So this is where the idea of self and other begin to break apart. Beyond that, again, there's other levels of mind where we haven't even begun to dream. It's the overmind, this archetypal consciousness, where we experience ourselves as gods and goddesses at play in this field of third dimensional reality, where we can connect with archetypes that we've forgotten. Look at some of the archetypes lately, the X-Men, Harry Potter, what are some of the movies, the Avatar movies, the Na'vi. These are beings that are experiencing aspects of themselves that humans have dreamed, that we have neglected or forgotten. These archetypal realms are now coming back in. And through these heroic characters, through the gods and the goddesses, we actually embody that. We open ourselves. It's like open this window to experience these archetypal realms, these aspects of the higher self, anchor them in. And then beyond that is the supermind. And once we connect with the supermind, this is what Sri Aurobindo referred to as the supramental consciousness, outside of time, outside of space, outside of creation, outside the veils of Maya, the Big Bang, where we experience the primordial aspect of us, create a link, and then bring that primordial self into human expression. And this is a huge event. It's not something we can do by ourselves on a personal level. It's something that is happening, though, on a collective level. And this is part of this magnetic excursion reversal process that we're talking about. There's a galactic wave coming through from the center of the galaxy, carrying levels of information, carrying potentials and possibilities that are highly intelligent. Let's access that. Let's embody that. Let's bring that deep into the cells in ways that we can then express fully into the collective humanity. So, this is what we're here for. 8 billion people and other species as well. And there's other species that I consider even more advanced than humans that are also holding the window open. And we can work with them, the whales, dolphins, dragons, species that on a physical level have become extinct or have become fourth dimensional. I would also include the Sasquatch, the Yowies, the elves as part of this. So we can begin to interact with them, cooperate with them, work in conjunction with them to open up to higher dimensional realities. So the first step is just simply acknowledging that this is possible. Then we team up with others in all the three worlds, the middle world, which is the world of visible creation, and then the upper worlds, the worlds of spirit, the worlds of high dimensional realities, and the lower worlds, which are the elemental realms, which are the earth spirits, the beings that are supporting us and assisting us and working with us in support of Mother Earth. So, yeah, so that's I guess a little bit of what I would say, to start with, and as we remember Earth Day, and what does it mean to be a part of Mother Earth, to be a voice for Mother Earth, to connect with the soul of Mother Earth, or Gaia. So I don't know how many minutes I have, but let's take some questions. Okay, so let's see. I'm looking at the chat room here.
Sorry, Kiara, I was muted as usual. Right? Go figure, right? It's always muted. Guys, got any questions for our brother Kiara out there in the YouTube world and Facebook world? Please post them, and we will ask Kiara. But Kiara, I'm interested in understanding about the dolphins, right? I know that you're a dolphin whisperer, right? That's what we'll call you, the dolphin whisperer, because you're talking to dolphins, my man. We understand that their intelligence is, probably far greater than our own intelligence. Well, in the 2020s, anyways, right? What is the difference in between the dolphin consciousness and the human consciousness. What is it that separates them, in a league of their own, so to say? What's so special about them? Are they even from Earth, for that matter? Because I keep hearing that dolphins aren't even from Earth, and that they may possibly be from the Pleiades somewhere. So maybe you can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So I wouldn't say that their intelligence is more or less. It's just different. It's like, we have right and left brain hemispheres as part of our own human structure, and they're different from each other. One is not better than the other. So my sense is that whales, dolphins, cetaceans, turtles, they represent the right brain of Mother Earth, and humans represent the left brain of Mother Earth. So it's trying to work together. It's not like, we try to do it all by ourselves or they do it all by themselves. We need each other. And a beautiful movie that I watched recently, which I'm sure you've all seen, is Avatar 2. And the relationship that the Navis, the ocean people have with the Tukuns, which are like, representations of the cetaceans. And, recognizing that these beings are incredibly vast, conscious magicians. And that there's a way that we can learn to work with each other. If we're not in this state of consciousness where we see ourselves as superior, which we generally tend to do. And that superiority comes from feeling like we're struggling to belong to something beyond ourselves. It's only when we feel less than that we need to feel superior. But the truth is, nature doesn't work that way. Nature is like symbiotic. And that's where our relationship with dolphins, with whales, with other species, every species on this earth has this function as a gift to offer to the whole. And so, part of the Inca path for me has been about opening myself to experiencing other species by entering into their consciousness. So whether it's a whale, whether it's a dog, whether it's a bumblebee or a butterfly, or a human, what does it mean to enter into that consciousness and experience myself through their eyes? This is the intuitive mind that I referred to earlier. And we can do this. It's not just a few people. We put people up on certain pedestals and call them, whisperers or special or channelers or whatever. But this is something that each of us carry within our genes. And for many of us, it's not even about discovering something new, but remembering what's already there. It's like a process of unlearning what we've been taught and forced to condition through childhood, through school years, through, just ways that we're taught to relate to each other, to the world. It's a top-down hierarchical structure. And we're breaking out of that. And I think that's why we're being challenged so much right now. Because the way we're going, there's no way that we're going to survive as a species, as individuals, as societies, as countries, as economic entities, because it's forcing us to break out of that illusion that we can make it on our own. So, and dolphins know that. There's nothing they love more than be in celebratory play. By the way, I take people out to swim with dolphins in Egypt. There's a special bay where they live. And so if any of you listening or watching wish to join me, I'll be going in September, mid-September for a week. So, but yeah, this is something that, once we begin to remember, it's so much joy. We get bored. We think we've been there, done that. We get addicted to these stupid devices that we carry around with us and think that's the do-all, end-all of all things. And, it's like our knowledge doesn't come from any of that. Our knowledge comes from tuning in to this multidimensional universe on higher levels of the mind, or subtler levels of the mind, and letting go of this illusion that the linear mind is the only way that we can access truth or reality. Sometimes even our spiritual journeys, we have an idea of what it means to be spiritual. We have an idea of what it means to be enlightened. We have an idea of what it means to let go. But it's still an idea. It's still trying to do it from a certain level of mind. And so how we actually move from the rational mind to the higher levels of mind, it's an initiatory process. It's a process of surrender. It's a process of opening up to something bigger than ourselves. So that bigger than ourselves is every species on this planet, everything we encounter in every moment of every day, wherever we are. We're walking down the path, we talk with the stones under our feet. Let them speak to us. Feel the contours, the connection. Take time, slow down, be barefoot. And even when we're going through the dark night, celebrate that. It's like there is no such thing as darkness and fear. It's only an illusion based on the linear aspects of the mind, which needs to divide things up into good and bad, and right and wrong, and positive and negative. That's the illusion. Once you break out of that illusion, you're out of the matrix. Then we're into the higher mind, the illumined mind, the intuitive mind, overmind, supermind, where there is no duality, where we become creative consciousness, where we allow that fullness to move through. And I think that you asked, this is a huge, it's a long-winded answer to your very simple question. But I think dolphins are a reminder to us in their simplicity, their joy, their beauty, their joy, to just slow down and remember.
That's what we love about you, Kiara, is the long-winded answers, because they're detailed, and you're crossing the I's, and crossing the T's and dotting the I's is what I mean. I love you, and guys, if you want to go and swim with the dolphins, the amazing creature, connect with Kiara on his website at kiarawindrider.net, and go and swim with the dolphins. That would be amazing. I would love to do that. Kathy, please go ahead.
The other thing I wanted to compliment Kiara on, and if you get to spend time with him and take classes with him, is that he creates an experience, because this isn't really all there. We've been relying on this, and we really need to rely on this. And Kiara has a way as a teacher and a guide to bring those two things together, so you viscerally feel and experience the expansiveness of yourself. And so I want to make sure that when you were explaining even your answer, it was experiential. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Kathy. I'm actually thinking of coming to the US at some point later this year.
Trouble again. Oh, good. Okay, well, we'll talk then, because that would be a blast.
Maybe I'll have to fly down to the States for that occasion. Man.
Absolutely. Let's connect again.
We got a couple of questions coming in for you, Kiara. One we got off of YouTube, and another one coming off of Facebook. And guys on YouTube, please smash that like button and subscribe to my Watchers Talk Network. Help me build that channel so that we can have a backup. And people on Facebook, smash that like button and share it out to groups and such, so that other people can experience our conference today as well. So the first question, Kiara, is from
Liane,
Valentina McNeely. And
Say something really
Valentina says, sorry, go ahead, Liane. Yeah, I'll bring the
I just wanted to riff
after.
on what Kathy said, because if Kiara's class gives you that full experiential experiencing yourself fully like that, that's the definition of feeling alive. It's not the next thrill that's in physicality. That's not it. That's where they tricked you. Like, it's what they're talking about. That's the feeling alive, the feeling incorporated, the feeling that you're the connective tissue that I was talking about before. Like, so there's that. And then there's no long-winded answer from Kiara. There's only a long Windrider answer from Kiara. Thank you. Sorry, Valentina. I'm so sorry. I just had to get it out before I forgot.
Yeah, I love that one. That was a good pun there. I loved it. Selena Angles asks, where do we go to find Kiara's classes? And Selena, you can go to kiarawindrider.net. I just put the links in the comments, and I will add those as we go forward throughout the day as well. Now,
yeah, that's say to that I haven't actually been teaching anything much in the last few years because of lockdowns and travel restrictions, but it's time to do that. And so wherever I'm invited, I'm happy to come. And I'm also getting a whole series of books out end of this month. So look for that as well. And then there was a question earlier from Valentina. Did we get that?
Yeah, let me get that up here, Kiara. I'll bring that up. We got two questions, actually. One from Valentina and another one from Denise Vertucci. We'll hit this one from Valentina. She says, how do we find out who we are really, our true selves?
Wow, that is the big question. And again, do you want a long-winded answer to that?
Yeah. Hit us up, brother. Give us a long Windrider answer. I love that one. Thanks, Liane.
Long tail feathers as we fly. Yeah, so this is really not about finding out who we are, because it's more of an unpeeling process. The mask is what we think we are. The mask is what we're conditioned to believe that we are. And as we remove that mask, what's left behind is who we are already. So it's not like looking for something outside of us, beyond us, that's something separate and to be discovered. It's really about this painstaking process of going inside and facing the shadows. When I say shadows, I'm not just talking about dark shadows. I'm also talking about the light shadows. As Marianne Williamson says, it's our own light that frightens us more than anything else. What does that mean? So if we were told that we are these incredible beings of light, primordial consciousness, informed, capable of anything that we can imagine, and it's only a conditioning, a trance that prohibits us from actually experiencing that. How do we wake up from that trance? How do we dehypnotize ourselves? And I think that's what this is about. It's like dehypnotizing ourselves from this illusion that we are less than everything. And so what we are is everything. Who we are is primordial consciousness. When people talk about enlightenment, that's what they're referring to. But it's not just enlightenment in the sense of, letting go of our physical existence, moving on to non-physical or spiritual realities, but bringing that spiritual reality into form, into the body, into the cells. And this is where the hard part comes in, into our emotional states, which isn't easy, into our physical bodies, which is difficult. It requires a great deal of awareness and maybe some cleansing, clearing on cellular levels, and whatever that means. People today are talking about gut health. This is like the internal landscape where disease or dis-ease forms. It's all the microbiome. So there's so much we can examine. It's a combination of physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual clearing. And there are tools and practices to do that, ways that we can actually open to these very quickly. So some of the inter practices that we've been doing is really about connecting with the flow of the universe, connecting with the flow of nature itself. So nature is flow. When you look at the way that the river carves itself through a valley, it's a flow. It moves through its in its own way, um, without pushing and without resisting. It just happens, and that's the way we create a flow, following the path of the heart. I mean, these are I'm talking about a lot of things, but once we start to actually practice it and experience it, which we all are either knowingly or unknowingly in the process of anyway. We cannot be on this planet right now without, on some level, going through this process of transformation. Either we transform or we die, and death is also a form of transformation. So it's all okay. But it's like we cannot be on this earth right now and take a back seat. We're being moved, we're being pushed, we're being supported. Um, so support each other. I think that's a big part of it too. It's very, very difficult to do this on our own, and that's where this community, the networks, the family is so important.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful answer, Kiara. This final question before we bring our next guest on. And this is from Denise Bertucci on Facebook. And is it popping up? Yeah, she says, are dolphins higher than the third dimension?
Okay, so that's a great question. So I'm going to clear up a little bit of confusion that people sometimes have about dimensions. There's something called dimensions, there's something called density. And I want to talk about the difference. Density has to do with vibrational density. It's something that has to do with the body and with matter. So we live in what's called third dimensional density. There's been civilizations prior to us. So every 12,000 years we go through an evolutionary transition point. And the civilization that existed before us, Atlantis, we were at a different density. The civilization before that, which we call Lemuria, some people do, also was a different density. And so each time we go through a transition, we go through a different density, and we might actually find ourselves in fourth density as we go through this next transformation. Now that's different from dimension. We can be in third density as we are, and explore multitude of dimensions by simply moving our consciousness into different states. So dolphins are in third density, and they can explore multitude of dimensions simultaneously. So when you're swimming with them, they entrain you into subtler dimensional frequencies. They also are maybe fourth density beings. Now, I don't know for sure. I won't say that every species of dolphins is fourth density, but there are certainly some that are. And this has to do with not just dolphins, but other species that we call interdimensional. Um, the Yeti, the Sasquatch, um, elves, dragons. There are some species that may show up physically in front of you, like an ascended master might, and then they simply dissolve, fade away, and move on to a different density. Humans will, at some point in the future, become interdimensional or interdensity in the same way. As we shift to the next species through the next root race, we will actually become fourth density beings that are capable of traveling through multiple dimensions and multiple densities at the same time. So when you're with dolphins, and especially for me when I'm with whales, it becomes so clear. It's like they just embrace the entire planet within their being, and you become the planet. You experience the planet as an entity um, that's not separate from you. I am the planet. I am all of that. And so um, becoming a planetary being is the first step towards this initiatory journey where we are passing out of third density into fourth density. We become planetary, we become solar, we become galactic, we become universal beings where our consciousness can expand to embrace that, where we experience ourselves as the earth, as the sky, as a galaxy. And it's not just a mental idea, it's a natural physical experience, an energetic experience. This is what shamans are good at. Aboriginal people and indigenous people from around the world. They've been doing this for generations. And so when we talk about the relationship that the Australian Aborigines have with whales, or which the Dogon people have with dolphins, this is real. So when the Dogons talk about dolphins arriving from Sirius, this to them is a real fact of existence. They can go back in time, they can remember, they experience their own memory of what it was like to arrive from the stars. So this is part of being multidimensional. Even though we are in third density, we can still be multidimensional. We can still remember the past. We can still go back into a racial memory, into a collective memory, into the Akashic memory of the earth. This is what the whales hold. When I found that when I'm in the presence of whales, the ocean is like the Akashic memory field. The entire ocean becomes an Akashic record, which can be accessed. And this is memories of the past, memories of the future, because you're not in linear time. You're not in a one-dimensional arrow of time. So yeah, so these are all things that we can explore together, we can have fun with, and support each other to become. It's like the earth is ready for us. Are we ready for her?
Come on. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Kiara. I am ready for the earth. I made a post there, what was that, about a week ago. And I guess I had an understanding in one of my Zen modes. And I realized that, we're not here to have a human experience. We're actually here to have an earth experience, because the earth is part or the human is part of the earth. So to say that I'm here to have that human experience, I would say, we need to change that perception, because we're really here to experience the earth, the physicality of the earth, the elements of the earth, right? The wind of the earth, so we're here to have that earthly experience. And that's why it's good to be nice to the earth, right? It's and everything that exists on it, be nice and say I love you to it, And because when you do, you'll notice that the earth will begin to speak back to you. Like Kiara was saying, listen to the stones that are beneath your feet, become that tree and put yourself into that tree's position and be that tree, become that owl or that eagle or that dog or the giraffe, whatever it is, a dolphin for that matter, you can be it, you can experience this consciousness, through your own vessel. So, have an earthly experience, my beautiful projections, and, don't worry about the small things in life. Don't be a magnet, right? Don't let shit stick to you. Just allow it to just slip off of you, and down it goes into nowhere. So thank you,
share
Kiara.
a quick story. Oh, maybe we don't have time. Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
We got a couple minutes.
share a quick story, but I was doing a shamanic journey where I connected with the soul of the earth, and we were having a great time. Looking at, okay, what do we want to create? Where are we evolving towards? And as the hours went by, I was thinking, okay, let's get rid of, let's see which species we may not want to be in partnership with in the new earth. How about we get rid of the mosquitoes? And so, oh my God, I tell you, that night when I went back to my cabin, there was an invasion of mosquitoes. There were like 50 mosquitoes in my room, buzzing around, biting and needling me. And it's like, it took me an hour to get rid of them. And then 10 minutes, another 50 mosquitoes came in. And it's like, my God, this is, and I very quickly realized that, they were they were having their revenge for being explored. Who am I to tell them? Who am I to tell them that, that a certain species is to be excluded? We're trying so hard to exclude every other species, and Mother Earth still hasn't excluded us. I mean, that's a huge learning point. So I learned from that, and then I've learned to live in harmony with mosquitoes as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't been wiped out yet, especially since we've dropped, like, what is it now, 2057 nuclear day on this planet. I'm surprised that we're still here. But here is an interesting fact, guys. The mosquito. The mosquito is the world's second most dangerous animal. It is responsible of killing over 10 million people a year. So here's a little bit of a fun fact as... Kiara was talking about the mosquitoes, that kind of useless data just came running through my head. And I thought I'd share that with you guys because I'm not a big mosquito fan, but, I can learn to live with them. Thank you, Kiara, my brother. I love you and I appreciate you. And, we've developed into a wonderful relationship and a friendship. And I so appreciate you, your wisdom, your knowledge. I just have nothing but good things to say about you. So, thank you very much for being here. And guys, visit Kiara's website, kiarawindrider.net. And the links are in the comments here on YouTube, and they're on Facebook. So go and visit. And also, Kiara's got a number of books that are published and some coming out. So before I let you go, Kiara, just give us a quick download on your books and where they can get them and things like that. And then we'll bring David Marie on.
Okay. Gaia Luminous is about the journey of high-dimensional experience on this earth. Homo Luminous is about developing faculties that have been forgotten or neglected. And then I'm writing a trilogy on the life of Jesus, or Isa, as he's known in India. And I just finished the second book in the trilogy, which is about his Kashmiri wife, Iran. And it's an extraordinary story. There's very little information available, but I've been gathering some of this together and writing it as a historical fiction. Some looking forward to having that out, and then seeing, it's like, what is truth? Is it historical or is it mythical? Maybe it's got elements of both. Maybe it's an archetypal experience. So that's what these books are about. So they should be on Amazon this month. I'm hoping to get 4 of them out to be republished. So look for them.
I'll be getting all of those. I'm a big fan, big fanatic. I guess that's what it is. I'm a Kiara Windrider fanatic, guys. And there we go. Let me bring.
Those are 2 old ones. These are 2 old ones. So, and I think I have more of them in my house.
Okay, here's a couple.
Oh, there's okay. So show Kiara now.
Now let's bring.
Oh
Kiara
yeah, see,
on.
I don't have the new ones. Right?
Oh, I want those. Kiara, can I order those directly from you so that they can be signed by you with like a little message, or do you just do Amazon?
Well, why don't I bring them when I come?
Okay, all right, cool. Maybe I'll PayPal you and then we'll work something out, because I'd love to have them with a message from the author, and that's how I have all of my books, actually, the ones that I've been getting.
I'll bring a few with me when I come to the US.
Cool, brother. Cool. Thank you very much, my brother. And everybody was resonating with you, and everyone is saying giving gratitudes and love to you. So thank you. Really appreciate it. And have a happy Earth Day to you. I know it's towards the end of the night for you, but still, have a happy Earth Day. Be in love, and I love you. And that's it. Thank you, my brother.
Talk soon.
Bye, brother. Guys, go and visit KiaraWindrider.net. Again, that's KiaraWindrider.net to connect with him. If you guys want to go dolphin swimming, or take some of Kiara's classes, or anything like that, just go to his website, shoot him a message, and I'm sure he will get back to you. So with that being said, we are a couple of minutes ahead. We'll give David the time that we promised him. And then, we got David coming up, guys. But before we do that, let's go to our sponsor very, very quickly here. And new Eden series that is available starting today. It's the launch yesterday and today, right across the world. The Eden series, Paul Wallis, and the new one is out, The Eden Conspiracy, and that's available at Amazon or any of your local bookstores. Go to AnthonyWallis.com to place your order for a Kindle or paperback. And let me know how it goes for you, because I've got all the books, and I'm ordering mine as well. So, let's bring our next guest on. I'll remove myself. And Kathy, it's all yours. I'm just going to sit back and listen to David Maria, because the guy is amazing. And I understand you've taken his classes 17 times. So I think...
No, I'm on my 7th. But I've never taken a class 7 times before. It's that amazing. Okay, make fun of me.
I can.
I failed
bet,
the first
7
10,
times.
so no.
Guys, I'm going to remove everyone off the screen and bring David on. And then, Kathy, it's all yours. I'm just going to sit back in the background and share David's links and such. And while you guys have an amazing conversation. So here we go. All right, brother Kiara, I'll talk to you soon, homie.
Bye, Kiara.
Here we go. And then let's remove our sister Liane. Let's remove our sister Stone Hobbit. And let's remove that guy Omar Paw. Here we go. It's all yours.
Okie dokie.
Welcome, David. Nice to see you again, sir. and looking forward to a download from you.
Hi, Omar. How are you today? It's lovely to be here. And Kathy knows if she needs anybody to tease her and laugh with her, that I'm all there.
I think most of my friends tease me on my forehead, and they're more than happy to accommodate. But so everyone, this is a perfect segue after Kiara's presentation to introduce you to David Maria, who is, I'm calling him my teacher because I take classes from him, but he's more than that. He is taking the class right alongside us. So it's a very different experience of taking the freedom from the known, which is freedom from programming and the constructs that this experience has given you that may not serve you anymore, right?
And don't serve you anymore.
No. So
and I've taken the class more than 17 times.
I 7 times. He said 7 times. Like that sounds like, well, you guys, the thing that's amazing about this is every class you basically are sharing the past classes experience, and then there's a meditation, and the meditation, because it's on a Zoom call, is recorded, and you get to listen to it, and you can listen to it as much as you need to release whatever is the falsehood, basically, of reality, or keeping you from the higher states of reality. Let's put it that way. You can listen to it over and over and over again. So, David, why don't we explain how? Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, everyone. I would love for people that don't know you, because there's probably a lot of people that haven't met you yet that are going to be watching this today and maybe in the future. Could you explain a little bit about this journey that you embarked upon to awaken and access this field of consciousness that you share with us in those classes?
Wow, that's actually a very big question, Kathy.
That's why I asked it.
and to be perfectly honest, today is not about me. Today is this is about the earth.
Well, it is. This is still about the earth.
So, in just a really short synoptic version, in 2018, I started dreaming of Africa, and eventually came to know that I had a major dream that 3 African kings came to me and invited me to go out into the bush with them. And I knew that that was an invitation to Africa. Over a series of just, the only way I can phrase it is miraculous events. This was in December, and Africa is a destination over Christmas break for families to take their kids on whatever type of safari they might be going on, whatever it might be. And the closer you get to Christmas, the more expensive plane tickets get. I didn't have the money at that point. And without saying anything, David Hall and his wife called me and told me that they had gotten a clear message that I had to be in Africa. They wanted to buy my plane ticket. And more miracles happened, and more miracles happened. And even though there were, quote unquote, some hiccups along the way, as in we ended up being 2.5 hours away from where we were supposed to be, because what we eventually figured out is that there is an annual event that is a prayer vigil that circumambulates around Mount Kenya. And we were on the northwest side of the mountain, and it turns out it starts on the southeast. So this is the day after Christmas, and we're driving there. We're driving as quickly as we can. We've been told the event is going to start at 9. And everybody actually left early, and they were all there and ready to go at 8 o'clock. And they're calling us, wanting us to know, where are you? And I think I made a comment of something like, look, this is an all-day event. Just start without us and we'll catch up. And they're going, no, you don't understand. You have to be here. So unbeknownst to me, they've already told all of the gathered people that I'm coming. I have no idea that this was, I didn't discover this until later, but it definitely was news to me. And this was before COVID. And so when we arrived there was a substantial amount of people, maybe 800 or 900 people there, all African, and myself and one other person, Teresa Lutniger. We were the only white people there. And to the best of my knowledge, we're the only white people that had ever come to this event. So we're walking across the road to join the crowd in the back, and just to be there. And now they come and get us, and they drag us up front, and they turn us around and introduce us to the crowd. And it was both, for me, extremely embarrassing and a great honor all at the same time. And then we were introduced to all of the officials. And one of those was the last person that I met. He's an obvious priest or something. I didn't know. Turns out his name is Samuel Kamitha. And I look at him, and he's the man from my dream. And he looks at me and smiles and kind of laughs and says, David, I dreamt of you. And I said, Samuel, I dreamt of you too. So obviously there's a large gathering of people here waiting for an invocation and to be able to start this journey around Mount Kenya, which, by the way, takes over 7 hours to do. And so he says, let me do the invocation, and then afterwards I'll give you and your friends a blessing. And which he did. And when it came time for me, he heard that still voice that we all know what it is inside of him say, no, give him everything. And it was like being struck by lightning 5 or 6 times in just a few seconds. And my body pretty much couldn't handle, came real close to overramping it. I was as we drove around the mountain, I was like a bobblehead in the back of the car, just kind of bouncing along. To make it short, returning home, I was living on the Oregon coast at that time. I spent 3 months just sitting in my living room looking out the window. And that was it. I was just integrating this energy. And it has only continued to expand. It has only continued to grow. The connection has deepened and deepened and deepened, as is happening for everybody in their own level. Wherever they are on their path, whatever it is, it's deepening for everybody. And mine was no exception. Meditation after meditation after meditation began pouring in. I was being downloaded constantly, still am, but most people are. And so in a very short story, or to make this story shorter, if that's it has led to what it is now in terms of forming, having offerings to be able to be of assistance to people, including classes. I'm currently sharing 3 of the Freedom from the Known classes at the same time. One is here in the States, one is in Australia, and another one is being offered 1 class a month through the course of the year. It is a big course. It's 11 weeks. So not everybody has the ability to make an 11-week commitment. And I'm getting ready to start another one. The one in Australia is just finishing, and I'm getting ready to offer another one in that time zone. So that's the really short story of how I arrived here. It's Kathy knows I don't really like to talk about it because that's not how I came here. Is not the point. The point is what is the consciousness that has come forward through me since that happened. That's an event. That's a destiny event. Most definitely. And it's, even to me, it's still pretty amazing and cool. And I was there, and I lived it, but still.
Well, I just am so excited that I have gotten to spend the past year, almost every Saturday of the past year and something, doing this work with you. What I wanted to make sure that people understood is the connection that this has with Earth. That's why we wanted, I had invited David to be a part of this beautiful opportunity, because we are, as Omar had said, the Earth will be just fine. It's us. It's the human psyche and the programming that is out of alignment with truth and love.
As Native people have said on multiple occasions, you can take any species on the planet and take them off, and humans won't survive. If you remove any of what we consider to be the food sources from the planet, we won't survive. Take us off the planet, the Earth thrives.
Yep.
And yet we're not even on the cusp right now. We're fully in it. We're fully in this major quantum shift in energy, that new energies are available. So just to digress just a little bit, historically, when somebody self-realized and they remembered who they were, they remembered that they are the creator. The most common thing that would happen is that they would drop their body and go back into the spirit world as an ascended master. That's not what we're doing now. Now the prevalent energy, which has never happened before, this is the first time in this universe it has ever happened, is that we are embodying our souls in our physical body. What that means is that we are living on the earth as divine beings. Even the opportunity to do this has never happened before. And is it easy? Is it simple? What's the expression? If it was easy, everybody would do it. But even though it may not be easy, the energy to do this, to be able to fulfill this grand dream, it's here, and it's very, very possible for anybody that wants to move in that direction, that makes the decision that you can do this. It's not an exclusive club that's only available to a few. There's a wonderful African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. And it takes all of us to do this work, even though the inner work that we do, that's just for us. We can still do it in the presence of a group. We can still receive support from a group energy, from a group of people focusing in a certain way together, in a synergy. But bottom line is, it always comes down to each one of us. And do we do that? Do we allow ourselves to transform ourselves? My expression, and I'm sure it's others too, is that if you remember, one of the books that was just showed through your sponsors was Homo Luminous, and we are making a shift as great as the shift from Cro-Magnon into Homo sapiens, and we are transforming into luminous beings. I think personally, I feel it's the transfiguration. which is what Yeshua underwent when he went out into the desert for 40 days and 40 nights and came back to Christ. And that energy, that transfiguration that transforms every single cell in the body and releases every programming that's going on, every trauma, every distortion, whatever it is, that's available. And not only available, but supported, amply supported, enthusiastically supported by the entirety of creation. It is supporting our effort to be able to do this. And part of that is also our relationship to the earth. Most of the people on the planet right now live on the earth. And what I mean by that is that the earth is available to use however they choose, because it's just another resource. And they don't live with the earth. And there's a big difference in terms of how we bring our consciousness to that. So, and there is, in terms of globally, you look at the patterns of what it is that we have adjusted to, what have we normalized for the vast populations of people on the planet in terms of materialism, in terms of wanting more and more and more and more and more, of which there's nothing wrong with that. It's another form of consciousness. But when the wanting that you want has deleterious effects upon the overall planet, which is our home, and we need, just like spring cleaning our houses, we need a healthy home. And remembering she is a living being. She is a conscious being, just like we are. It has a different form, yes. That's never been an issue. But we all have different forms. And consciousness is unlimited in the number of forms that it's possible for us to be able to experience in one way or another. So years ago, Matt Kahn made a statement that if everybody on the earth, just for 1 second, loved themselves, instantly all of the pollution, if I remember this correctly, all of the pollution in the oceans would disappear. That's how powerful we are. That's how phenomenal we are as beings, and we're not even close yet. We're not even close as a collective to be able to embody that energy. And fortunately, it doesn't have to be every single person on the planet. There's already been enough people on here now that have made the shift inside themselves. They've made the turn, and they're now either embodying their own higher frequencies, or they're well on their way, that it has made a shift in the collective trajectory. So just look at the things that we have normalized when you look out at the world and cultures. We've normalized war. I mean, war has been constant on this planet, and people are making huge amounts of money through that. We've normalized all kinds of destructive patterns and processes that, for any sane person, we would look at that and go, that's not right. It's not right to do that. So it is definitely time. This is the time for a shift. And lots of people speak of New Earth. New Earth is definitely here, because Gaia, as a spiritual being, she's already ascended. Now for us, if we want to continue to live here and call this our home, we have to match the frequency that she has become. And it's not just a single we're going to live here or we're going to live on New Earth. There are multiple versions of what we call New Earth, and they're all frequency based. So your energy field is what creates them. And not just your individual energy field, but all of us. And they're all available simultaneously. For me, it's one version of multidimensional travel. It's one version of everything, everywhere, all at once, all the time, where we start experiencing multidimensionality on an almost constant and regular basis. And we're able to travel to the other realms. We're able to travel interdimensionally. We're actually able to travel interuniversally out into the multiverse, because there are trillions of universes that are available to be able to visit, if that's what each individual wishes. So what I'd really like to do is to share a very short meditation, if that's okay, Kathy. You're muted.
Sure. I'll just, we have about 15 minutes. Okay.
This will do it. See, it's not even really a meditation as much as it is a form of creation. So wherever you are, I'll ask you to make yourself comfortable, whether it's sitting or laying down. If you're laying down, try not to fall asleep. And of course, if always going with what is, if you're falling asleep, that's okay. Or if you fall asleep, that's okay. So just come into your body. Just begin to kind of concentrate the energy that's in your auric field around you, and concentrate the energy in your body, and condense it, and bring it to your root. Remembering that men and women ground at their root in different places in the body. And if you haven't done this before, it's not that difficult. Just really come into the body to where you're completely and totally grounded. And when you've done that, then send a beam of light from your root down into the center of the earth and connect it to the crystal core that's there. And then bring another beam of light back up from that crystal core and connect it to your root, so that you are firmly grounded in your body and connected to the earth. And then, however you imagine what it might be like to be on this earth and know that it is reflective of divine consciousness, that it is a divine being just like you are. Envision, if you will, or imagine, if you will, what that earth is like. No pollution of any kind. Clean air, clean water, clean earth. Animals living freely and in balance and harmony, to where we're not interrupting their systems. They have their own consciousness. And all of life on the earth is thriving, including humans. We have discovered what it is to live in harmony on this incredibly beautiful, beautiful jewel that we call Gaia, that we call Earth. And we know that we are a part of it. We are intimately connected with her. And our presence is necessary. Our presence in holding this phenomenal vision of a world that is actually free. No one exerting control over anybody else. No one forcing anybody to do anything against their will. Actually living in freedom both inside and outside. Just really hold that vision, and not just hold it mentally with your mind, but feel it in your body. Feel what that would be like. And the deeper the feeling that you have, that is what brings it into being. It doesn't have to be forced. In fact, it can't be forced. And then to really ground and anchor that, find yourself standing somewhere on the earth that is a sacred spot for you. Doesn't matter where it is. It could be in the middle of Manhattan in New York, if that's a sacred spot for you. And then let your feet sink under the earth a little bit. Your bare feet. And then open the eyes in the bottoms of your feet. And when you do, you will begin to feel, even if you're not seeing, you'll begin to know, whether it's through feeling or sensing or knowing or seeing, it doesn't matter. They're just different ways of modalities of perception. You can begin to see the mycelium, the thread network of the mushrooms underground that connect everything, connect all the trees together. You'll begin to be able to have awareness of the elementals, whether they be gnomes or fairies or sprites or whatever they happen to be. But you'll have an awareness of the Fae, and that they're here and they love to be with us. They want to be with us. They want to work with us. Feel how you can now have a deeper understanding of the elements of the earth. And they're not just elements, they're living forces, they're alive. And they all interact with each other. And they're meant to interact with each other in harmony and balance. And then to really, really ground and anchor this energy, this vision that you're holding. Let yourself sink into the earth up to your waist, up to your hips. And let your legs extend and grow in length until they reach the very center of the core of Earth. And you're standing on the very core of the crystalline center of the Earth. And simultaneously, you're standing on the molten core of Earth. And that fire, that energy is coming up through you. And just in the same way that you have a spine and that there is an energy flow, sometimes called Kundalini, sometimes it's your life force that flows through your spine, the earth has a spine too, and it has an energy flow just like you do. And much like encountering an absolutely incredible, amazing being in the form of a tree and wanting to hug it, but instead of hug it, we back up to it and we put our back to the tree and we can align with that tree. We can feel its roots going down into the earth. In the same way, we are now, each one of you are now rooted to the core of the earth. And you are anchored there. And then the part of you that is not in the earth, that is above the earth, it has also grown larger. And you are literally able to be with your head in the stars, with your consciousness being able to access everything in the universe, and your feet in the earth. If you're just having access to traveling the universe, then you're like a kite without a string. You're just, you have nothing to ground yourself. And this is a way to embody your spirit, your soul, your high self, your I am presence in the body and anchor it in the earth. As we do this work, as we transform ourselves, everything around us begins to transform. And holding that feeling of envisioning what the earth is possible, this is something we're all going to create and co-create with each other. That's why if you want to go far, go with the others. And when you're ready, you can come back to your normal body and waking consciousness.
It's always hard to talk after going out like that.
Right? I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, oh man, how do we proceed forward now? I kept David's advice in mind. Don't fall asleep now.
Well, he doesn't want to, so you're off camera when you're doing the class. So I get a good snooze in usually, and the all the processes work without me getting in the way.
They always do.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Selena said that was so beautiful. So David, you said, there we go. You said about us being a kite without a string, and I'd love. We're really at a point now where the energies, the people that are sensitive, or the people that are starting to become sensitive, are starting to have experiences, whether it's empathic experiences or out-of-body experiences or a quantum awareness experience. Could you talk just a little bit about grounding or ways that people can embody this work without fear?
living without fear is phenomenal.
It sure is, because I can attest to that. I live my life with zero fear, and it is a phenomenal way of living. It really is. Nothing can stop you. Absolutely nothing.
And the awareness that there is nothing to be afraid of, including death. There is no death. It's one of the greatest lies that has ever been fostered on humanity. That somehow we die. Personally, this is me personally, I feel we have it backwards. That taking birth is a form of death, because we're these unlimited spirits, and now we come into this contraction, into this density, and we forget who we are. We disconnect from all of our abilities and be able to connect multidimensionally and have awarenesses. And yet when we do die, we go back into the phenomenal expansiveness of spirit. So that's probably one of the biggest fears that people have is the fear of death. And it's also the fear that we're separate somehow. We think we're individuals, but we have no awareness of feeling how we are all intimately connected with each other. And it goes so deep when you realize that this is not an intellectual exercise, that you are one with everything. And you are, paradoxically, at the same time, we're still our individual selves. I get to be, the quirky personality that I am, and with a sometimes unbelievably strange sense of humor. And at the same time, we are these phenomenal divine beings that nothing is able to contain us.
Perfect.
And it is a process. It is a process of you may have experiences to where you connect into that oneness, into the phenomenal presence of all, and you know that that's who you are. And then at the same time, there's this desk that's in front of me. There's this room that's around me in this house, and they coexist at the same time.
Yes.
And there's no separation in that, none whatsoever. But that comes about through you embodying the energy in your physical body, and that changes everything. It changes everything.
Yes. Perfect.
That is so profound, David. It just blew my mind when you were talking about the death happening when we are born, right? The opposite you were talking about. I never really thought about it from that perception, but it is a profoundly moving statement, because like you said, when you think about it, we're coming from the infinite, right, and down to this very limited, right, vessel that we can do a lot with, but still very limited. And I really, really like that, and I think I'm going to steal it from you, and I'll credit you for it, David.
You don't have to steal it. You're welcome to it.
I always thought
just 1 second. Just 1 second. In many First Nation cultures, when one partner in a couple crossed over, the person that was left was considered to be holy immediately. They were considered to be more divine because their partner is now in the spirit world, and they're still connected to each other. And so it was acknowledged by the tribe, wherever it was, this is the case, that this is true, that they are now in the presence of a holy person. Even if it's not an energy that they can continue to hold permanently, for that transition period, which was usually around 3 months, they were allowed by the tribe, by the village, to be able to continue to live in such a way that they honor that tradition. But then usually after 3 months, and we're talking cultures that are not like have unlimited resources available to them, they were needed, and so that usually it was 3 months, and then they were asked to come back and start fully participating in whatever work that they were involved with the village.
Mhm.
But that's really important to remember, is that when somebody crosses you that you're close to, you now have a spirit guide on the other side, working with you intimately.
Perfect.
And yes, it's difficult for people to lose people, or for people to cross over, and all the loved ones that are left behind. As Esther Hicks of the Abrahams, if you listen to any of her stuff, she's really disrespectful towards death. She calls it croaking.
Yep.
Because there is no death. There is no death.
That's right.
Nobody dies. And one thing I would
say, how can there be death?
There's one other
Sorry,
thing
Dave.
that I'd like just very quickly, as a comment to how we have normalized dysfunction and distortion on the planet. There are so many things going on the planet that are just horrific, and we all know what they are. I don't need to go into them. Everybody has an awareness of them. And my question for everybody is on the necessity of forgiveness. And can you, inside yourself, can you forgive the unforgivable? Can you forgive the most horrific thing that you can imagine? We're all eternal beings, and we're on a journey traveling through the universe into creation, and we take incarnation many times. And as the Buddhists say, the person sitting next to me may have at one point been your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your aunt and uncle, your enemy, your friend, your lover, your wife, your child, whatever it is. And over the course of the eternity of those incarnations, at one point or another, we've all done unimaginable things to others and had unimaginable things done to us. There are no others. There are no others. There isn't anybody that you can say, that you can look at, that ultimately is not a part of you as you. And so when you forgive, you're really forgiving yourself. You're letting your own energy forgive itself, and let all of that just fall away and drop, so that you do have the unlimited ability to love yourself, to just be present. Thanks, Omar. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I really didn't, but it was really pressing.
No, that was my bad, brother. That was bad hosting manners. I just jumped in and just cut off my speaker.
No worries.
I'm not a professional, right? I'm a drywaller that moonlights as a podcaster every once in a while.
You play a podcaster
in my free time. Yeah. David, I was going to say, I heard David Icke say once, talking about death, and he said all it is the point of attention has been lifted from this point to that point. You still exist. You were before, you will be after, and all that's happened is the point of attention is just shifted from you to somewhere else. And I really resonated with that explanation of death, because death really doesn't exist. It's like you said, the biggest con that's ever been pulled on humanity, and it's more for a fear factor to keep us in that perpetual state of fear, and and cause our energy to become really, really, really dense.
As Kathy is aware, because I've mentioned this in class, most of the time, most days, it may be really common that I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. And something new is that oftentimes I don't know when I am.
Oh no, another part of it. Oh my gosh.
It's really interesting to watch how we awaken to who we are.
Wow. Wow.
And by the way, just as a complete segue, I really, really, really want to meet Kiara.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be glad to introduce you. So, okay. So I'm afraid we are at the end of our session. I know. Well, we'll do this again and again and again and again, because you guys, the thing is the opportunity for us to live a life of joy, be courageous in our sharing of our gifts is right around the corner. And
it's not even around the corner. It's here.
Excuse me. Okay. So for us mere mortals,
it's here.
Okay. Well, anyway, you can see we have fun. We're not taking life too seriously, and we're co-creating the new world and a new way of looking at humanity as co-creators at a very high level with spirit. So I invite everyone to go to the EdenTemplate.com and see David's site. The course that I've been taking is called Freedom from the Known. And again, it's been over a year and something that I've been taking it almost every Saturday. So I recommend his work highly. I'm a big fan, and I'm not the same person I was before I took the class. And I've done a lot of wonderful things before. So I highly recommend that you check it out.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody that's joined us today. Thank you, everybody that's listening. And whatever it is that you want to create or co-create, whatever it is, the energy here is here to be able to, for you to be able to do that.
That's right.
It's here, and the energy is yours. It's yours to use as you with. So dream big.
That's
dream bigger.
Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you, dear.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you, David. Really appreciate it, brother. And I'm hoping to have you on Watchers Talk once my, ban is lifted once again, and maybe we can engage in a one-on-one conversation. I've been talking to Kathy actually in the background for the last several weeks to get you on, but my work schedule is just killer, right? Working from pretty much 5 o'clock in the morning to like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So one of these days, I'm going to reach out to you and see if we can get ourselves into a deep conversation.
Thank you, my friend. Many blessings.
Be prepared to put your seatbelt on. That's all I can say.
I'm going right now.
What's the expression? Keep your arms and hands inside the
rug. Thank you, dear. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you, David.
Bye-bye.
And guys, go and visit David's website. Thank you very much to Valentina for posting the link. Go and visit the EdenTemplate.com and connect with David, take his classes, learn from him, and raise your awareness. And maybe in the comments later on, let us know how that went for you so that others can follow and reap the same benefit as everyone else is. Because as we know, we're in that time now where timelines are shifting. And this is a new timeline, the new reality that we are creating for ourselves. So visit the EdenTemplate.com And thank you very much to David and Kiara before him. And guys, once again, this is brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallis. The new book in the Eden series is released today and yesterday. The Eden Conspiracy: What Was the Bible Like Before All of These Stories Were Put Together. So that is available at Amazon and any other bookstores that you go to. So order your copy and let me know how that goes for you. So it's time for us to bring on our next speaker, or should we bring Stone and Liane on really quickly and just get their thoughts about David, and then we'll bring
whatever you think, because you know how the schedule is to be.
Yeah, we are. We're running about 15 minutes behind, so just 3 minutes, ladies. Just quick thoughts on your reaction to David, and then we will bring Patricia on. So go ahead, Stone.
You're muted. Oh.
Okay, yep. No, I love David's material. That's absolutely where we're headed. It's and it is. Wherever you have put your work and your energy into it, there are so many others that were doing this beforehand, have gone through the real dark, horrible stuff so that others don't have to. But we're still sharing that frequency so people can jump on to that, enhance their own frequency, and carry on the pattern. It's universal. I really enjoyed him going internal into Earth, because it's a living organism. It's communicating with us all the time. I resonated with so much of what he had to offer. So that we're limited for time, and I like to go on rants, so I'm handing it over.
I'll just say that I resonate with everything David, Maria, although I have not personally taken class for fear that I might have to do it 17 times. No, I'm kidding.
No,
it's not even for fear. It's like I'll just get sucked in and forget where and who and when I am.
No, actually, you show up more. You show up more of who you really are.
I'm sure. And being a transparent person, I can only imagine what that must be like for everybody around me.
You'd be invisible.
Yeah. Yes, I'm translucent, visible, invisible, all of it now. I'm all everything.
You are.
We all are. Like, just to the degree that we become aware of it is to the degree that we are able to maneuver through this, allowing it to work through us as us consciously, not just, loosey-goosey. It's nice. It's nice to have a grasp, I guess, and tools to keep the vessel going in this dimension while everything else is going. I mean, it's all. It is all. Like, you can't really separate any of it, even though we try.
Yeah.
Can I just say? Once we start seeing and respecting ourselves and giving ourselves acknowledgement for this fantastic adventure, we start treating our reflections differently. And once we do that, everybody's doing it.
Yep. Everything's a mirror. Perfect. The other thing I want to say, I just wanted to share one other thing real quick. Since I have taken this so many times, what it's done for me that I'm noticing all the time now is that right now, as we're on talking here, I'm also back there watching us. And I'm very aware of that part of me watching us. And that part of me watching us has no judgment, has nothing but love, but it's getting sensory input. It's like it's like a hard drive, but a loving hard drive is watching all of us, and it's so cool. So sometimes I have to bring it back into here to be present here, but a lot of times that's what that class has done for me.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Stone Hobbit. Thank you, Liane. And guys, check out stonehobbit.com. to learn more about what Stone is being up to. Some wonderful, wonderful images and presentation on clouds and orbs and, just your urban shamanism going on there. So go and check out that website. So ladies, I'm going to take you off, and Kathy, I'll leave you on for Patricia.
Okay.
And it's 10:21, so we'll just go right up to about 11:15 with Patricia, because we're kind of cut into her time. So we'll just skip the next exercise break with Liane at 11 o'clock, and then we'll just make up this time with Patricia. So here we go.
I was counting on that break to go to the bathroom, but okay.
We'll do the break. Maybe after Patricia, we'll just do a quick 5-10 minutes. And
Sorry,
then, and then we'll do
I didn't say that out here, did I?
Take your calls. So here we go. I'll bring Patricia on, and then it's all yours, Kathy.
Thank you.
Hi, Patricia.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Really appreciate
Well, thank you so much. I love David. I loved what he had to say. As a near-death experience survivor, I can underscore everything he had to say.
Yeah. In fact,
and then some.
Right. So, for those of you that haven't met Patricia before, she is a very prolific author, and this is one of my most favorite books I've ever read. It's called The Immortal Now. I'm on my third time reading it. And it's almost all the material. This is the book about her near-death experience, and it's Love to the Millionth Power. So today we're going to be talking about Patricia's experience with the field out of this reality into the love that we really are. I don't even know how to say it. You always correct me, so I'm gonna. but when you're with Patricia, I got to meet her at the Ions event in Salt Lake City last year. She had an exhibit, and she was on a panel, presented on a panel, and the energy and the love that she is palpable. She is radiating it, and she is bringing it through. These books are just part of the conversation, and they are an activation. If you are sensitive at all and you get these books, you will have them by your bedside, just like I do, because you remember who you are and where you're from. So, Patricia, do you want to, because a lot of these people are new, haven't met you before. Would you mind? I know we have some sort of a system that we're doing, but could you talk a little bit about your near-death experience so they could have a feel for how you came upon this amazing connection?
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you. But it'll go back to what David talked about.
Okay.
Over and over and over again. So David, thank you for being there when you were. You don't die. It's as simple as that. There is no death. David said that over and over. I'm going to say that again. And I'm so privileged to be here for Earth Day. I'm just in awe of, first of all, before I go into death, I want to go into life. My son said, Mother, did you ever think about this? I came through you on this thing we call the earth, and I'm breathing. I mean, what is that? And I say, and here is this earth that has, we have 40,000 million ants alone on this earth. And our children are born with over 400 personality traits, and we have over 8 billion people on this earth. It is stunning. So I want to just take a second and bring us into where I am on this earth. And then I'll talk about how I died. So I am on the earth. I came through my mother. I'm in North America, And I'm in the United States, and I'm in the state of Montana. And then I'm 84 miles from the origin of most of the rivers in North America, Yellowstone National Park. The lake at Yellowstone National Park. I am also on top of the super volcano. And I'm 52 miles through the Paradise Valley to Livingston, Montana. Now, you guys may know it from the movie Yellowstone, or the 1921 or 1881, but that's where we are. And yet you are all over this earth, all over this earth. And we are one with each other. We are one. When I speak with you, we are one. And then when I don't speak with you, we are one. So and one of the thing about that Paradise Valley, just a little plug for my son, who is born when I'll tell you the story. He just came out with a movie called The Year of the Dog, and it's filmed in Paradise Valley. It's on Amazon Prime. Did I have any idea of what he would be doing? Do I have any idea of what I will be doing? Not really. Not really. Children, again, are born with over 4,000 traits. We don't tell them what to do. We are part of the entire picture. So all this journey began when I died in London. I never thought I'd die in London, but that's what happened. And I was declared dead. I don't know if you have a picture of what that car looked like, Kathy, but I sent you a little thing about pictures. But I'd like to take you quickly on a journey with me, because I was you can't imagine me. I'm 6 feet tall and not slender. I was pretty slender then, but I was in a Mini Cooper, and my son Chris, who is now in his 50s, was 15 years old, and my son Tim were in the car with me, and I had decided that I was going to bike through Europe, and I was determined I was going to have fun. And so I tried to put my life back together again. See, I figured out what was going to happen. Lots of luck. Okay, so then I had just experienced a devastating end to a relationship with a man that I thought I loved dearly. And he walked out of the door for the life he had planned and told me that his relationship with me had been for revenge. And he wanted to be in a position where I'd lost everything, and I had. And other than the fact that I couldn't speak for 3 days, I knew I had to start over, and I was going to take this trip, and that's what I was going to do. So we began an excursion in England, and we just come from Stonehenge and Salisbury Cathedral, and it was late at night. And we were in this Mini Cooper we fondly called Bilbo Baggins. And it was just sheets of rain coming down. And I would there was exhaust fumes in the car, and I would try to open the window, and then the rain would come on in, and I'd close the window and open the window and close the window around 8 o'clock at night. And suddenly, I just lost consciousness. And it turns out that our car was headed toward gas pumps. And it's actually fortunate that we were head on by a Mercedes Benz. So and I don't know if you have pictures, Kathy, of what that car looked like. I had it on.
I didn't get them from you. They aren't attached to that email.
Okay,
So I'm sorry, I don't have them.
It looked like a crumpled piece of paper. It's hard to imagine that anybody lived through that. And I was declared dead. And I can't even imagine what my children went through as they tried to get their mother. The medics tried to get their mother out of this crumpled piece of metal. But, and my guilt following that is enormous. But I didn't know that because I wasn't there. There was no I. Suddenly, whatever I was became this white light of what I call love to the millionth power. There are no words to even try to describe what kind of love that is. And there was not Patricia there to receive it. It was who I am was there. And to get a sense of that love, you have to think of the most wonderful moment of your life. The moment at which your heart just exploded, like when your baby was born and you looked in their eyes for the first time and you see this beacon of love and light and life come through, and you hold them, and your heart is someplace else. It's someplace else, and it's wonderful. So for me, and my grandmother was a German immigrant, and on her lap was one of those places, because I was one of four, and she was 85 when I was born. She was 95 when she died, but I was so interesting to her. And I would say things and she would just think it was wonderful. And I just couldn't wait to get on her lap and tell her what my 3-year-old world was like. Anyway, I was lost in this love. And it's just everything I ever wanted in my life. There is nothing I wanted more than what I experienced when I was died. And then suddenly, I'm back. And this body thing is on this cold, hard gurney and in some unknown hospital. And I breathe, and breath is like, it's strained. And I can feel blood running through every capillary of my body. And light is unbearable. It must be what it's like being born. Because light is more than you can take. And I don't call it death. It wasn't death that I went through. It was revelation. And I have remained tethered to that revelation for the rest of my life. It is everything to me. So it was like there was a Patricia. It's like a movie that was a continuum as like my life as I'd known it before, but still. But the most familiar part to me was love to the millionth power. So Tim, my son Tim went back. My ex-husband was CNN senior international news correspondent, so he was in Paris, and he flew over and made arrangements for Tim was in the back seat, and he wasn't hurt. My son Chris had a broken femur and a broken arm. So they wheeled my kids in to see me. And it's like, I wasn't exactly totally here until I saw them, and it was like a clunk, I was here. And I was not the same. Was not the same. Anyway, so Chris had to stay in the hospital in Kingston in London. And And I had to leave England because my visa wouldn't allow me to stay. So I had to leave my oldest son with a broken femur and a broken arm in the hospital. And I am in grief beyond imagination. I was crying uncontrollably. I was so I remember the flight, and I was injured. Flight back to the U.S. and I just couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear being here. So I arrived at the airport, and my brother and sister-in-law met me, and I was supposed to drive back to Moscow, Idaho with them from Seattle. And I told them, go ahead. I'd catch up, and my car was in Seattle. So, because I was going to take my life, I just couldn't bear life without what I had just been through. So I went to a motel that night with full intention of taking my life, because you cannot imagine. And I think that's why we don't really see all of it all at once, because it is too much. Anyway, I made it through the night. I did not take my life. I get to my brother's, and I call them luminous gifts of the spirit. So my brother-in-law compassionately knew what I was going through, and he said, well, Patricia, why don't you try automatic writing and see if that'll help you? Fine. I didn't care. I just didn't want to be here. I just, whatever I need to do. There was no ego. There was no nothing. Nothing left. So I said, fine. And that night, I started getting messages, and they were wonderful. And they got me through the night. The next morning, I couldn't wait to start them again. And I would go into wherever I could go privately and continue with these messages that I was getting, and would tell why my life was the way it was and what I was supposed to do with my life. So it said, I'll be directed. And it said, you'll go to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So fine, get my car, go to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and write all this time. And it says, you'll go to, this is how amazing accurate this thing was. It said, you'll go to the Silver Dollar Bar, and you will find the person who have the house you will live in, and you're supposed to write 3-4 books with your life. Fine, whatever it says. So I go to the Silver Dollar Bar. It said, you'll find this person. So I go to the Silver Dollar Bar, and this is the funny part. So there's one seat in the bar. So I take the seat, and this guy, get this fellow's phone number. It said, you'll get this fellow's phone number, and he'll own the house that you're supposed to stay in, and when you do these 4 books. And I said, okay, fine. So I did. I got his phone number, and it said in 3 weeks, you'll have a job on the North Slope of Alaska, at which point you'll make enough money that you'll be able to write these books you're supposed to do. I didn't care. Whatever it told me to do, I was going to do, because that's the only thing that was between me and just doing whatever I could to get back to where I had been. So turns out I did have a job on the North Slope of Alaska in 3 weeks. And on the way up there, I told my friend Judith, I'm supposed to, they said on August 15th, they'll tell you, you'll call this man and you'll have your house. So I told Judith to call. Judith said, fine. So I'm on the North Slope of Alaska phone. There's a phone call for me. It's Judith on August 15th. And she said, Pat, are you sitting down? And I said, I will, no problem. And she said, not only did that man, and one other thing, when I was in Jackson, I went out to Wilson, Wyoming, and I saw this cute little log house. And I said, oh, that is just a darling little log house. And writing said, "The man at the Silver Dollar Bar owns that house. That's the house you're going to be in." So when Judith called me, she said, number one, that man owned that house in Wilson. Number two, the people that lived there gave notice 3 days ago that they were unexpectedly leaving, and the rent was $400 a month. So $390 a month, and it was $10 off for the rent, but it was incredibly accurate. So I did whatever I was told. It said, so I ended up at the house. My son Tim came out because he's a skier, and it allowed him to ski for his 8th grade year. And I was I was pregnant with my son Rob, who did this movie, and I whatever. So it guided me to the MacArthur's, and that it said, "You'll go to a Casey meeting." So fine, no problem. And I come with 17 notebooks filled with automatic writing. And I said, "I'm here. You'll think I'm nuttier than a fruitcake, but I'm here with 17 books of automatic writing. And I'm supposed to do 4 books." So here I am, and I'm supposed to meet the person who's supposed to help me. And my friend was there, and she said, "Boy, I have been waiting for you. Where have you been?" Anyway, I met Barbara McCormick, and then I met Bruce and Charlotte MacArthur and their son David. David later became, he has his own story. His wife was killed. He became a Unity ministry. He became head of the Unity Churches International and have been my other family. And they helped me through this whole thing. And because they had been involved with the Casey Works, then when I started to said, "You'll now do the first of the 4 books, and you'll do it with what's another gift of the Spirit, which was voice communication." So fine. So Bruce knew all about what Casey had done. So he told me all of these things that I needed to do. And we started the book, Passage from Fear. And I was still crying. It took me almost over a year to not grieve the way I was, not want to go back. Part of me just couldn't hardly stand being here. Part of me wanted to go back to where I had been when I died. But I did what I had to do, was a mother to my 8th grade skiing son, pregnant with Rob. And so we finished the first book, Barbara and I. I would go into a meditative state, and the books were amazing. They gave the number of pages, they gave the number of chapters. When we'd stop off one day, then the book would start for the next day. And it's the whole story is in this book, Love to the Millionth Power. The whole story of my death and what happened. So Rob was born. And I suddenly, before I came through that whole milieu, I was crying. And I'd look at the Teton Mountains, which are stunning, and I couldn't see beauty. And because beauty is a feeling. And suddenly I could feel beauty. I wasn't crying like I was. I had this newborn baby, and I was being guided, and I was being loved, and I was being cared for. And all those around me were being loved and were being cared for. And I realized that is who we are. So we are love, and we are in the present time, and we are cared. We are cared for, but we are also caring for. It's all part of who we are. So then I actually published the first book because of Bruce MacArthur with a man named Saul Stenberg, who at the time was publishing. He had me come down to LA, and this woman was publishing her book with him, and so I went down to LA with my 3-year-old son at that point, and her name was Louise Hay, and we went to the Moscone Center together with these books. And Saul Stenberg had also published a book called A Course in Miracles, and that had just come out. Anyway, so I was at the Moscone Center with Louise Hay, and it's like the circus came to town, and Rob was running all over the place, and he is. So I have to leave Louise manning the booth that we are manning, and Saul is all over the place, and Louise had it with him, and she said to me, Patricia, I'm going to start my own publishing company, which was the beginning of Hay House. But I was meditating. It gave me a white light meditation I had done for 40 years. But it said my job was not of a personality. My job was like giving birth to my children. I was to let this come through me, and let this be its own being, much like my children were their own being. So I was always obedient. I have always been obedient. Said I have always been guided. So now I am here with these books that have come through. It said the first one was to be Passage from Fear, was to be a sort of an overview. The second book, after Rob was born, is called Passage from Karma, the End of Sin and Repentance. And then the third book, it said, was going to be on the nature of reality. And so that is the book that Kathy had talked about, called The Immortal Now. And it is really important that we've really struggled with this, Kathy and I. It is important that this not be like a workshop, because when you begin to read the books, it's an experience of you with the books. And like your own children, you don't tell them what to do. My goodness, whoever did. But also, it says this: these may be the only hopeful book on the crisis we're facing, because hope is born of what is being said that is not language-laden that the language-laden consciousness cannot grasp. Our language-laden consciousness does not grasp really what we're going through right now. So my job is to get the books out there so the individual can experience their own interaction with what is being said, because it is in a place of love. It is in a place of the heart, and it is nothing but that. It is not a treatise on anything. It is an experience itself. So today, I wanted to talk a little bit about one of the, and then the fourth book was supposed to be on love, salvation, and soulmates. I thought, gee, that'll be interesting. But it didn't turn out to be what I thought. What everybody says love, salvation, and soulmates is. It's my story. And it says it can't be anything but your story. Love, salvation, and soulmates comes from the experience of the life that you have. So it's called Love to the Millionth Power, a woman's journey from death to love to living in the immortal now. And so I just wanted I really would encourage you to, I mean, you could get these through. I mean, I'd give them to you if I could, but I mean, you can get an audio tape for almost nothing, but just to get the immortal now and just read the section on truth or the section on time. It said time does not exist. Time is moments. It is not what we think it is. It's moments of love. And we travel in time all the time. Don't we think back to our first love or the moment our child took their first steps, whatever. So, and then because this is Earth Day, I want to just talk to you a little bit about, for example, what's in Jill's story. And Jill's story is taking a lot of these concepts and putting them into a story form. It says we actually can begin to grasp what's happening with us now through imagery, through story, through conversations. Like the conversation, by the way, the Dalai Lama loves these books. These are conversations that we can't, because the heart hears all this. The heart is really important, that is where the communication is taking place for us to even begin to understand what we're talking about, what we're going through right now. So this Joe's story, it says, for example, it talks about the earth, and it says the earth is the climate of the earth is an ethos, so almost like a membrane surrounding the earth. But when one looks at that membrane as love, as mass, as spiritual mass, as opposed to material mass, and as existence in all place, all time, everywhere at once, we begin to see what we mean, for example, by the earth. It is a sense, it is an understanding, it is a movement of the heart. It is contained within the heart, and the heart is not what you perceive it to be within the mechanism of the body, because the heart is the oneness of all life, and the earth is the same oneness. It is massive beyond comprehension. So that oneness that you perceive as beyond comprehension, it is beyond any kind of perception of what you have if you use your five senses. It's expansive beyond anything you can explain. If you use your intellect, it's beyond anything you feel. If you use your body as a mechanism. That is why now it is a change of perception into that oneness, into that love, into that freedom of the heart that we are all going through. And it says what is important is that humanity see through the veil to the nature of life itself. How life heals only through love. Love is immobile. Cannot be changed. It exists within its own being. Humanity is now within the place that enlarges to its own being. So we are in that point where we are enlarging to our own being. And this is what, like David was saying, only it says it such interesting ways. It is not like the books, Jill's story is kind of my experience, but it's a story of a 14-year-old girl who goes through a near-death experience, and she gets all this teaching as she goes through this experience. And it talks about atmosphere. It talks about the atmosphere is everywhere. It is not what you think it is. Atmosphere is the presence of love. It is the presence of the breath of life. It is the presence of that which sustains life. It is a protector from which what is perceived of as the sun, but it's not what you see as the sun. The atmosphere is filled with life. It is filled with consciousness, with love, and that which goes in and out of what is perceived as bodies of living things. But it itself is living, so it is oneness. It is not a separate thing which language will attribute to it. So language evolved and said, this is atmosphere, this is dirt, this is human, this is planet, this is the case. That is nowhere even close to the case. The atmosphere is what is the breathable part of life itself. So when the individual breathes in air and breathes out, and the trees breathe in and breathe out, and one is breathing in oxygen, the other is breathing up carbon dioxide, and it is part of the whole of life. It is part of the entirety, and it is all one. It is all part of the God center within life itself. It's hard to imagine how the system of life actually works because language has, for a very long, attempted to categorize it. It's like saying, here we have the categories of love, and what you find in that kitten as much as you do in some other category. And that's simply not true. The child is breathing and living and motion and energy and one with all that is love so deeply. And language has become a mechanism in which individuals become removed from that in which they are participating. So then it talks about the sun. Joe goes and asks about the sun. And it says, what you perceive as the sun is not the sun. That seems like a simple concept, but imagine life without energy, life without the ability to move, to reproduce, to create oxygen, to create carbon dioxide, and do all of the things it is able to do because it is the sun, it is the magnificent sun. It is not what you think, though. It is a fire. It is the ball of life-giving energy, and it cannot be understood until you understand that its purpose is life itself. Its being is life itself. Its energy is part of the whole of life itself. So the sun is an integral part of the atmosphere of the life of the individuals, of the plants, of the sky, and it is all one. It is not separated. It is not categorized. It is not integrated. It is the whole. So it says the arrogance that goes into the belief that the human beings have destroyed such a thing as the sun would be the same kind of arrogance if one assumes by their own activities that they could destroy the sun. They cannot. And then it talks about in the teachings, and it talks about water. And this is actually all channeled work, but water. When you watch a waterfall and watch the water tumbling over and about the rocks, it gives you a feeling of peace, a feeling of joy. And the reason it does is because water is the foundation of life. Water is the underpinning. It's the essential part of the atmosphere energy equation. It is the liquid part of the motion of life. It might be said that it is the liquidity of life. It is the flow of life. It is the meaning of life. It is a permeation into every cell of every body of life. So every cell of every living being contains water within it, and it flows throughout the system of every being that expresses life. It is the flow of life in every cell in existence. So that water is not only part of the whole, it is the carrier of the whole. It is a means by which life is able to transport all of the elements of life through the system of all living beings. And it fills every form of life. Every form of life is filled with water of some sort. So why is life filled with water? The reason is that in the grand picture of love itself, it is because that life that exists within each individual's fluid, it is not stiff. and intransigent. Life is always flowing. Love is always flowing. There is no such thing as non-moving love. There's no such thing as a love that is not able to permeate everything. There is no such thing as love that is not able to fill all life with its substance and its abundance, and that without measure. It's important to understand because as climate changes, it begins to be more flexible, more fluid, more and more able to adapt, more and more able to flow, more and more able to reach all forms, all elements of life. And that cannot be stopped. That cannot be terminated by human will, by traditional theology or fear, or political limitations or anything. It is in every cell of every living thing. How could a conscious mind affect that? So I don't know how much time I have, but so these books take you to this place where you exist, and that is who you are. You are love to the millionth power within the present. And there is really, that's what is the truth. That's what David was talking about. That's what we understand.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is so important that people, and this comes through stories because we can relate to stories. But this is so important that you just take this time to, and frankly, the books are so wonderful that you just let yourself have your own experience with it. It has really nothing to be with me any more than, as a parent. Are you kidding? You have everything to do with your son. Nah, he's on his own. It's like someone was saying, truth is just fascinating in these books. But as someone was saying, truth is like a lion. Let it free; it'll defend itself. So
yes,
I don't know how to.
Well, what I want to make sure people know is we have put Patricia's website in the chat, and we will make sure that you can go to her site. She has a site called Climate Change: The Healing, which is one of her books, but we're not featuring that book today. We were featuring mostly this book, is what the book that Patricia was reading from, but I want to encourage you to, if you can, to get these books. They have palpable. They're a portal to the energy and the remembrance of our connection, who we really are. They take you out of time and space. They're all channeled. This is not an intellectual practice. This is a heart practice. And once you reconnect with that, I'm getting chills just talking about it and holding them. Once you have an experience with this, you'll see what the benefit is for you, right, Patricia?
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. And it's you with it. It's you with. You're in that place.
Well,
that we really don't leave. It was what you were talking about, Kathy, about this behind you. This is, I've been using the white light meditation for 40 years. I have been doing these books. I have been obedient. I finally came to the understanding that is who we are.
Right.
And it is almost like a movie that has a script that is language laden, that we are beginning to release our own selves from.
Right.
I resonate with the whole movie thing.
Almost silently, we are going through this process together. And it is us, one being, doing this beyond comprehension, just like the earth is beyond comprehension. We are doing this together. And I have really come to, I would notice it as time went on, but now I understand it. And so my all I am to do right now in my life is to get this out there
Right.
so people can have their own experience.
Right. Well, the thing is, what I want to encourage people about this too is that once you have these books are experiential, and so it's not just this; it's the road from here to here. And once you have that, it is a unifying principle with truth. And we're coming into this time period where we need to see the truth. We have been blindfolded, whether through our programs or our culture or whatever we choose. It's now a chance for us to see the love that we are and reconnect to it and be that again. And that's all we need to do to go forward to create the new earth, as they call it. The earth will be fine. The earth is pure love. It's a conscious being. And these works that Patricia connected to her greater knowing, and then was guided lovingly by friends and family and extended family, if you want to call it, to channel. And she's still channeling this information right now. You have to know that this presentation, she channeled it from a couple of days ago to today to what to say. So Patricia learned something that most of us don't learn, is to listen to that inner voice. We don't all, we get the memo, but we don't always act on it. But Patricia does.
I'm bad for that.
So Omar, will you come back on for a sec?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always here. I really resonate with the whole movie concept. The world is but a stage, and we're just playing out our part on that. And I'm a true believer of the fact that we tailor make our earthly experience here when we come here, and everything that goes with this wonderful experience that we're having. Right? Nothing is by chance, and everything is coordinated, and right down to its intricacies. It's just I really like that, because we are dealing with like a matrix of sorts. We don't know what type of a matrix it is that we're dealing with. Is it a computer program we're dealing with? Is it a false reality that we're dealing with? We just don't know. But we do know that we're interacting with something, and that something is predetermined before we show up here. And to resonate on what David was saying, there's no such thing as death, because we
doesn't
before
exist.
we will be after. And here we are, and I really liked what he said. Your death is being born into this very limited density, and it's I really resonated with what you were saying. But and also to point out is that to go with the theme of the day, I really don't think that we need a new Earth. I think the Earth is just fine.
Yes.
As it is. It has been for the last 4.5 billion years, and it's our ego. It's our ego that that tells us that we're damaging the Earth, and we're doing this and we're doing that. When really, we're not. It's us that needs the work. We need the new human rather than the new Earth, right? I'm fine with the old Earth and the regular Earth, but I'm not fine with the human right now, because it just seems that the human at this particular moment has just lost his ways, and and is suffering from extreme amnesia and being controlled the way that we're being controlled, and not realizing what's happening to us. is our fundamental flaw, is our Achilles heel. And once we begin to recognize that and see for the fact that we're much bigger than what we are and what's happening to us, once we can realize that, then I think we can begin to change our perception and move towards the, the heart, working from the heart space, working from the love space. Because right now, when we look around, it's almost as if though people are embarrassed to say I love you to someone or to themselves, or even to a stranger. It just seems to me, that's what it seems like. And we need to move away from that. And with this new human that we're trying to evolve ourselves into, like an indigo, star seed, or whatever people want to label it, that's the only way that's going to come is through self-awareness and through love. And beyond that, it's not achievable. It's really not. And one, the idea of Mahatma Gandhi comes to mind. One of his quotes when he said, you can tell, and exactly how it goes, but you can tell how a nation is just by the way they treat their animals. And and today, I mentioned right in the beginning of this stream that we had went through this little I don't know whatever it is that we went through a couple of years ago, and people just began adopting animals because they were at home by themselves. And and then now that it's all over, people are dropping their animals off at SPCA and animal shelters and such and discarding them. And that's kind of where I feel that we need to work on ourselves, right? To be that new human, to look at that animal and say, well, that is a projection of me. That animal is I, and I am
part
that
of
animal.
me. Yeah.
That's right.
And I wanted to say too, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. But I wanted to say too, the books talk about the flower that is blossoming.
Mm-hmm.
Now the energy of the flower of the plant goes into that flower as it blossoms. And the book isn't negative at all. It isn't. It says, I want to read this. It says, it's a release of generation after generation of teaching. Those who come to this limited plane of existence, there's a limited God, there's limited space, and there's limited time, and there is birth, death, heaven, salvation. All those concepts have come from a belief that this is all there is, and that love is not the only thing there is. There is a kind of freedom that connects all life with all life on a global scale. The greater lesson is that all life is one, as the masters have taught, through darkness of generation after generation of limited thought. But the heart has been there all along. It's difficult to describe how this planet will heal itself, but it will. And will have everything it needs as you continue to grow in understanding of the climate and the changes that are occurring in human history. This is the greatest renaissance that has ever been experienced by humankind. There is nothing even close in the human history, and this book is leading the way for humankind to see what is actually happening. So our energy, our thoughts, our all life is this blossoming of the plant, and all of our focus really collectively is on that, and we're dealing with whatever we're dealing with as we blossom, as we come into this healing that is we've never experienced before. I know for sure there's no life, death, heaven, sin, or saint. It does not exist. It is a theological, language-laden thing. But that's why the books are important, because you get yourself out of that into the love to the millionth power that I experienced when I died. It's there all the time. And the healing is there all the time. So this is such an important thing. I'm so grateful so much, Omar, for what you're doing and what is happening globally on this. So appreciated. It is love. It isn't the love we it is inside all the time. So I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but this is
It sure is.
it's so much. It's fun to read. It's fun to allow yourself just those moments of clarity as to who you are, and it's here we are together. David just talked, and we have all these people over what you're saying, but we're all saying together. It's undeniable.
Right. Yay.
Yeah, definitely we are in sync with one another, and it's good to be on the same page with everyone, so that we can brainstorm and
Yes.
come up with ideas on how we can make this experience a better one, not only for ourselves but for everyone on this planet,
What a
including
ride.
the animals. Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful ride. I always say this is a vacation planet, and we came here to experience the physicality, the density, and everything that comes along with it. Be it good or be it bad, at the end of the day, it's all an experience that we came here for, and it's a wonderful experience, because when we think about it, in our natural state, we're energy, right? We are light, and there's no
we're atmosphere. We're water.
Exactly, and then when we incarnate into into this realm here, we have 360 senses that we get to experience. We have taste buds that we get to experience. There's just so much that we get to experience, even though all those experiences have already happened and they're a memory in the mind, right?
Yes,
but it's kind of like reminiscing on a campfire that you sat around last year and then remembering it, and remembering it is not the same as sitting there and feeling the heat, listening to the sparkles and watching it pop.
There you are.
The experience is different. That's what I look at the earth as ourselves, because in our natural state, it's just a memory, and it's beautiful to be able to come here and to experience all of this physicality, but especially love, right? It's experience love from everyone, and in particular the animals, right? Like my cats, for instance, they just give me so much love that I couldn't really imagine my life without them. And it's kind of like Liane with her birds, and her praying mantis. They bring her so much love and joy that I'm sure she wouldn't want to be without that. So it's that unconditional love that we get to experience in this physicality that really makes it worthwhile of having to deal with the weight of it, right? It's worth it.
And the encumbrances.
So thank you very much, Patricia. I really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Patricia. I really appreciate you, and your wisdom and knowledge that you shared with us and raised our awareness on matters that concern our hearts. Really appreciate you, and maybe in the future, you and we can do a one-on-one talk and go deeper into this subject.
I'd love it. Yes.
Explore that. We can do it. Awesome. I'll talk to Kathy, and then we'll see what we can work out. And guys, go and visit the website. The links have been in the comments the whole time that she was talking. That is climatechangethehealing.com, and you can find Patricia on YouTube at The Immortal Now. So just toss that in the search bar and go and subscribe to her channel. Right, like the videos, share them out with friends and family with whom you'll think will benefit from the information that she's sharing. And also, if you guys want, head on over to Amazon Prime and check out Patricia's son's video, The Year of the Dog. It's a trailer that's placed there, so have a boo, and see what you think. And if it resonates with you, check it out. If not, then maybe share it with a friend with whom it does resonate with, right? Because it's all word of mouth, and that's how we have to do it. And that's the old school way of marketing, and it's just how it is.
Perfect.
So thank you, Patricia, and
thank you,
thank you, Kathy.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, love. And guys, we got our Reverend Angie LaRue coming on. She was here with us last year as well during Humanity Unplugged, and wonderful woman, wonderful downloads, and looking forward to hearing what our Reverend has to tell us today. So before we do that, let's take a quick commercial break and give you guys a download from our sponsor, Paul Anthony Wallis. The Eden Conspiracy is out today and yesterday across the world. Paperback and Kindle is available for order now. So let's check this out really quick, and then we will bring Angie on. That was it, I guess. Guys, go and check out paulanthonywallis.com or go to Amazon Reads or just to your local bookstores, the chapters or something. I'd prefer if you guys went to your Ma and Pa bookstores and ordered the book through them because, it helps them and it keeps everything local. But if not, then check it out on Amazon and paulanthonywallis.com and check it out. I just did a talk with Paul I guess about a week ago on this book, and wonderful conversation that was. If you guys want to check that out, check it out. And so Kathy, it's been a go. It's been wonderful so far. And thank you to Patricia, David, and Kiara so far for the wonderful downloads and awareness that's being raised. So looking forward to Reverend Angie LaRue. So let's bring her on and carry on. And guys, share this up with friends and family. Share it on YouTube, share it from Facebook, wherever you're watching this from. Share it out and give it a like. Drop us some comments. If you guys got any questions, drop them in cap locks so that they are easier for us to single out, and then we can ask those questions. Thank you, Reverend Angie LaRue. Thank you very much for being here. Nice to see you again. It's been a year, and you're looking as awesome as always. So welcome and thank you.
Hi, Ange. So hi.
Oh, thank you. This Earth Day 2023. Hello.
Yes,
thank you for hosting. To all of you involved in this Earth Day 2023. And how is my volume? How's my sound?
It's okay. Your internet is a little chunky, but we'll hope that it'll be fine. Okay.
Yeah, that might be the storm that we're having.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We're having a snowstorm here.
Yeah. So, what I was so excited about to introduce everyone to Angie, if you didn't get to meet her last year when she was on, Angie LaRue is a remarkable teacher, guide, priestess, reverend, healer, Christologist, Reiki master, etc., etc., etc. And today we're going to talk a lot. Well, she's going to share a lot about some of her products that can really help you, because it is Earth Day, help us with all the energy changes that we're going through right now here on the Earth. Right, Ange?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hear you. Yeah. Is that bad?
Yes. Well, we'll just see what we can do.
If you want me to step away, I can see if there's something I can do.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you want to come out and come back in, I can. Sure. Okay. Okay. In the meantime, I can show
locally in the house.
Okay, I'm going to take Angie off of the screen for now. Angie has been a dear friend of mine for years, and what she's going to hopefully talk about, and we have a film, she's going to show how she makes these amazing energy devices. This is in resin. And this is called a holy hand grenade. Holy hand grenade. And then this is, it's a little dusty. Here, this is another one. I have these right by my router on my computer. And then she also makes these, here's the mama one.
Oh, wow, Kathy, you are just loaded.
She only made 3 of these, and I couldn't help it. But look at this. Look at how cool this is. So this is baby. This is what will protect you from your router. And then this is, I've got this in a copper ring, sharing the energy in the neighborhood.
Good on you.
Here, anyway. And then she makes these, and we'll see how she makes them. She'll actually, the video shows her making them. These are each, they fit in your palm. And they actually, each one of them has a different frequency embedded into them. So they're healing. Is that one upside down? Maybe it is. Here, sorry. Can you see that?
Yep.
So this one's 852. So these have crystals and metal, and it's called orgonite is what this is called. It's actually well documented since the 1800s, I think, that it works. And I just love it. And we thought, I mean, Angie is an artist as well. She's well published. She is known all around the world as an artist. So you can see what she's done with these. Aren't they amazing?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. So when I saw this, she only had 3 of them. I was like, mine. Is it? I mean, I know you said we shouldn't be consumers, but sometimes we can.
Yeah, well, I mean, consuming by, from the corporate level, right? Like Walmart's and, things like that, to where we don't need to, keep them in business. We can buy the same thing, locally if we want. But, that's beautiful art, and, we can consume that. And it's good to consume that, right? Because it's got benefits and frequency.
Yeah, it's functional art. I mean, this is, I mean, look how beautiful. I have a bunch of, I can go downstairs and get more. Well, it's been years. I didn't get them all at once. I wasn't a greedy person. But the thing is I'm so sensitive to energies. This is how I can be on the computer all the time. I could not do what I do for a living without these. Seriously.
Yeah.
So that's why I was so excited to hear you talk about it. So that you could share.
Let's just quickly bring on our star sister Ulrich Vibe, because she does the same things with resin and sacred stones and things like that. So, I think this is a beautiful fit here. And I actually got Ulrich making me some pyramids for my wedding coming up, and we're going to be putting them down as centerpieces on each table, right? And I just sent her the stones that we're going to be using. And as soon as she said that, Ulrich came to mind. I was like, wow, look at this. We got a beautiful sync going on. So Ulrich, maybe, just stay on screen, shut your camera off, and, after, Angie's done her download, maybe you can jump in there. And, since you guys, we got all that in common, so we'll get some divine feminine energy going here.
Yeah.
So off we go. Here we go.
Great. Thank you. So, Ange, how's it doing now? Talk to me.
You guys do not seem to be cutting out now. How is my voice now? Okay. Wonderful.
Okay. Okay. So I did a little song and dance in the interim, but it was Vanna White, the show and tell. you know.
Yay. Well, and, you know, fortunately, you're very familiar with what I do and with my work. And so, you know, you're the hostess with the mostest. Thank you, Kathy.
I love your work. Okay, so why don't I give you full screen, and you can let me know when you want me to put the video up. But please share a little bit about all of the ways that your work helps the Earth. Okay, it helps us and there. Okay.
All right, wonderful. Hello, everyone, and happy Earth Day 2023. And I'm so glad you could join for this. We are celebrating Earth, talking about Earth. Gaia is what we are all composed of, our everything that went into making our physical bodies came from Gaia, from Earth. And then our spirits that animating consciousness inside of us, of course, came from the great creator. But today we're really kind of focused on Earth and how that influences our life. And my talk is the feng shui of humans and Earth and getting the most out of where we live. So on the Earth, there are many different types of frequencies, and these are created by what's under the Earth, the types of minerals and water and different things, different types of metals and deposits. And then also what's on the surface. And then, so what happens is where we live determines the prevalent energy which is influencing us. And that influence is going to factor into our health, our emotional well-being, and even our evolution of consciousness. There's some places to live that are much better than others for evolving our consciousness. And part of that can be determined by ley lines and key lines. These are predominant energy lines that run across the Earth. And there's also some sublines that are often referred to as synchronic lines. So wherever it is that we live, we can actually improve what is available. So things that we want to look at. So I guess what I'm saying here is that if we're struggling, if we have a little bit of ill health, it seems like we're not doing as well as we should, or we seem to be dampened down and not have as much life force energy, there's many things that could be. One of those things is where we live. And so a good investigation to do is to understand the history of where you live. You know, was your neighborhood or your, where you live, was it built on maybe a burial ground? Was it built on a battleground? Was it built on a ground that was avoided by the prior occupants? Maybe the indigenous natives of the land, had stories about this land always catches on fire, for example, or this land causes ill health. And so if we know the history of the land, that helps us to understand what it is that we can do to mitigate it. Or maybe we don't actually want to live there anymore when we discover that. So the current layout of the land in terms of what humans have built is also going to be an energetic influence on where we live. So are there industrial areas nearby? Are there parks nearby? Are there airports nearby? Are there wildlands nearby? How about government buildings or universities or cathedrals? All of these are going to emit a very loud, energetic signal, which is going to influence and impact our lives. And maybe it's a good thing and we really like it. And maybe that's something we're going to have to work with so that we can have a higher quality of life. Other things is the natural layout of the land, the feng shui of the land. So, for example, the energy which is produced out of the earth is coming out of mineral veins and just all types of things produce a field around the earth. And that field will move with the lay of the land. So, if we live up on a mountainside, for example, the energy moves very quickly. It flows a lot. And, depending on the flow of that energy, that can either revitalize us and refresh us, or if it flows too fast, it can drain us and be sucking energy out of us. The same if we live at the bottom of the mountain. How is that flow influencing? Is it adding to or is it subtracting? Gently rolling hill areas tend to be really good. The chi of the land, the feng shui of the land tends to be really good with that. Living near rivers, again, it depends on the flow of the river, but it can be that it's pulling out the energy in a really good way, leaving us feeling refreshed and revitalized and lots of energy for living life. But maybe it's flowing in a stagnant way and carrying a lot of industrial waste, and we end up feeling slightly toxic, slightly poisoned, right? Or maybe it's moving in such a way that, like the mountains, it strips energy from us. So these are factors, and every different area is going to have a different nuance, but you can feel it. You can feel when you drive into an area that refreshes you and makes you feel alert versus, driving into an area that just kind of is congested and drains you, right? So this is what we're really talking about with where we live, these influences, and there's just so many of them. So swamps, for example, have a very distinct energy, which can be a stagnant energy, and again, that's going to determine what the flow of water, if it's more towards like marshlands and there's a little bit more flow, that can actually be very invigorating, very life-filled, right? Where swamps tend to have a lot more rotting vegetation and stuff, which has a distinct frequency, energetic signature. One of the things that we deal with the most as humans is very congested areas which have a lot of EMFs, right? So cell phones, power lines, microwaves, Wi-Fi, routers, Bluetooth, computers, appliances even. And then things that are not even in our house, like x-rays and CAT scans and magnetic resonating imaging, right? So a lot of the imaging stuff, those signals leave the labs, leave the doctor's offices, and they just keep traveling, right? And it could be they're traveling right through our body. So basically all electrical and magnetic fields, or EMFs, are produced anywhere electricity is used. And then if we have devices which are kind of faulty, my laptop that we're broadcasting from today, for example, puts out if you hold a EMF detector up to it, it red zones. It's high in the hazardous thing. And right now, depending how many inches I am away from the bottom of my laptop is going to depend where on the scale that red line is at, but it's extremely over in the unhealthy. And right now it's actually pointing at my heart. So that's a bad thing. And so I've done a lot of different protections, tried to make a Faraday cage, and I have some other things to kind of protect myself. But the bottom line is I can't be on this computer very long. It actually creates a burning sensation in my body. So if you're working on a laptop a lot or a cell phone and you notice burning, cell phone, it could be a burning feeling in your head, or laptops, it could be if it's in your lap, the lower gut or the stomach area, which keep in mind, that's, baking your innards or killing off the flora and fauna in your gut, leading to digestion and gas and flatulent problems, right? So these are all things that if we bring consciousness to, we can solve, right? And if we don't bring consciousness to them, then they kind of influence our life. Our life is a little bit controlled, and the outcome of our life is controlled by these things which we haven't noticed or we weren't aware of, right? In a lot of cases, we just didn't realize. Now, when we talk about good energy, we've all been to national parks and different places where it just feels so good, right? And behind me here on the wall is actually, this is a photograph of the Garden of Gods. And this is Uppthrostra's sandstone down in Colorado called the Garden of Gods. This is a place that has amazing energy. It just feels so good to be there, just walking around in it. And it's used to be something that was more local, but the last time I was there was people from all over the world there. So it's that energy and the vista and the stunning beauty of the place is really starting to attract a lot of people. But living near the Garden of Gods, you get the effects of that energy. And there's places like that all over the world. So, wherever it is that you live, there is going to be a upwelling, from Earth herself, a gift to you. And, even if you can't live near it, in it, on the edge of it, you can go visit it, right? And a lot of times just spending a half a day in an area like this will replenish you on a cellular level. And there's also things that we can do in our homes. And I suspect a lot of the listeners out here are pretty knowledgeable. And so you already know about the effects of having different types of crystals in your home, right? So things like big chunks of rose quartz, big chunks of smoky quartz. Smoky quartz is very grounding. Big chunks of amethyst, right? And there's different places you can place these in the home where they become even more effective. Another thing, if it's not so big that you can't take it outside, or maybe you have it on something with wheels and can roll it outside and sun it, that charges it, right? Kind of like when we eat, it charges us and gives us energy. Photons give crystals energy. And then when we bring them back in the house, the field in which they radiate from is much, much larger. And so crystals is a way that we can mitigate the energy in our house. And another way that we can do it, plants. You go into a botanical garden or somebody's house that has a bunch of plants, or a nursery. Delicious energy, right? Or sitting under a big tree, very delicious energy. So that's an easy thing you can do in your home is, bring in crystals or plants. Crystals are much more low maintenance, except you do need to sun them every now and then, and maybe even clear them. Lots of things online about how to clear crystals. If you can't find anything or don't know, please contact me. I'm a crystallologist and I can tell you how to do that. You can also use Reiki symbols, or if you know other traditions that have symbols that have certain intention, you can do those symbols on the walls or around the perimeter of your house, the perimeter of your land, and that's going to change, affect, and mitigate some of the bad influences. And another thing is playing solfeggio music in your home, right? Just in the background. So 528 hertz music, you can find this on YouTube, you can buy it, is a beautiful frequency that you can put out into your home to start overriding any influences in your home from electronics, prior occupants, things happening in the neighborhood, big cell towers. Well, it's not going to mitigate the cell tower, but it makes the cells of your body healthier, and that helps you resist these different EMFs that are coming at us. So if we can amplify our own field, strengthen our cells, and strengthen our auric field, it helps us to take less damage from the EMFs. And so, it's another way to mitigate that damage. And let's see. So what I do is I reorder Mother Nature's natural minerals and crystals to create filtration systems. And okay. So I'm going to show you right beside me. So one of the things I do is I make orgone generators. This is in the tradition of Wilhelm Reich. He's the one who kind of first really jumped into discovering this. So the information has been known throughout the eons in different ways, and it gets lost again. This was done a lot during the Lemurian Empire, at times during the Atlantean Empire, and then, we get our memories wiped and have to start over and relearn it. In this epoch, Wilhelm Reich is the one who kind of did a lot of the early scientific discoveries and brought this forward. And so when I had the awakening of consciousness, Spirit started training me on this and just put it all over my path. And pretty soon I started manufacturing and developing it. So I'm going to show you one right now, right beside me. Kathy showed you quite a few different types. These are all different lines of it that do different things. We're working with frequency and what we want to do with that. The one beside me is a Cloudbuster. This is the largest one I've ever made. This is about the size of a 5-gallon bucket with about 4-foot tall copper pipes coming out of it. And if you put this out in your yard, it will actually cause nature to rebalance itself. And so if you're in an area that's been in a drought for a long time, it will start gathering clouds. Or if you're in an area that's been getting more rain than normal, it will start clearing it up. And I've actually had people say that they were able to find where I live without using their GPS because there was literally a pillar of clouds above my house. So they work and they're really amazing. So I have a video here if you would like. Oh, Kathy, or Ronnie, that's a very useful YouTube you've just put up. And I'm going to give you a little peek today into the magic workshop. This is where we make all these things, and we make the frequencies and we make the orgone generators. Orgone generators clean up. They're like an air filter for the energy, which is what we've been talking about. They clean it up and like an air filter, they pull out all the bad energies. They compost them, filter them, and put out good energies in return. So let's go ahead and start that. And it has no sound. I'll be talking over it and describing a little bit. So if you've never got to see an orgone generator manufacturing area and everything that goes into it, this will be interesting for you. So these are finished, different types, different sizes, different kinds. People who have beehives like to buy the small ones and put them in front of the hives. It gives more energy to the bees, helps them through the winter. So involved in actually manufacturing this is a huge amount of metals. We work with aluminum, half-aluminum, tantalum, titanium, copper, brass, bronze, and we work with all different types of crystals as well. So to actually make an effective ones for yourself takes a very large amount of knowledge and a huge investment in all the different things to make it. And it took quite a few years to learn how to get this right. And one of the ladies I know actually is able to channel Wilhelm Reich. And while in channel state, I'm able to hand him finished products. And he, tells me how I can make improvements on them. So what I'm working with here is a series of crystals put into a tube and wrapped with Tesla type wrapping. And this will create a product that has a toroidal field. So the orgone generators, most of them put out a spray like a sprinkler in your yard. This particular type creates a toroidal field. We work with selenite with this one. Selenite is the second highest naturally occurring frequency on Earth at 244.5 megahertz. So this is really used by spiritual practitioners and healers to set an energy in their space that their clients come into, which helps evolve their consciousness and heal their body. Selenite is also considered a bridge state to 5th and 6th dimensional consciousness and the angelic realm. So being surrounded by this particular frequency really helps evolve your consciousness, is particularly focused on that. Here we're seeing the inside workings of what's called a holy hand grenade. A holy hand grenade creates if you go into a really amazing temple that has very high, rarefied, clean energy. That's what the holy hand grenades are creating. These are various sizes of them that we're creating. It takes weeks to months to create these because they're done layer by layer by layer And we have 24 or more hours for the resin, which is actually based on a tree resin, for it to solidify and form. Now, our different layers of metal here act as antennas. So different lengths and types of metal will pull in different types of emotional frequencies and different types of EMF frequencies. So if there's been a fight in the house or a lot of discontent or illness in the house, there's going to be an antenna and a holy hand grenade that can pull out that frequency. So a lot of a holy hand grenade is just a big antenna system pulling out all the types of frequencies and energies we don't want. Now this work right here, the mixing of the resin, this is where we make it or we break it. If it goes wrong with the resin, we lose the entire batch. Resin is about $100 a gallon or more. And so Mr. Gar here in the background in the blue shirt, he is the resin master. It's taken him about a year to really feel and connect with the resin. And we don't lose batches now. It's wonderful. So you can see behind a lot of the stacks of different metals and different types of crystals. This is a fully functioning manufacturing area. Now, this is a one of a kind that we're looking at right here. It's a big slab in which a big water filter goes on. It charges the water. It charges the water with light force energy. And what we were looking at just now is the making of solfeggio frequencies. We'll see a little bit more of that pretty soon. Solfeggios are different than organ generators. They put out one specific frequency, which is magnetically recorded into iron oxide. They're like a cassette tape. There they are right there. They have a very small field. The field is only about 4 inches away from it. So this is something you keep in your pocket or tuck it in the side of your bra to receive a drip of that energy, like an IV drip all day long, where the holy hand grenades and stuff create a large field that you live in. So different uses, different ways that we can mitigate the energy around us, improve the feng shui of our home and of our life, and be a little bit more in charge, have a little bit more control of our health, our emotional state of being, and our evolution of consciousness. So here we are with some finished ones. This is certainly not complete though. You can look at my website, which is crystalarrays.com, crystalarrays.com, which is actually incorrect in the chat right now, or incorrect on that list. And these are the ones the beekeepers use right here. These can also be used in your spice cabinet, the short ones, to keep your spices fresher longer, your teas fresher longer. You can also put them in, basically they extend the life force energy of, there we go, crystalarrays.com. And you can see more. You can actually see most of the line there. And under the solfeggio frequencies, we have ones that remove mold and fungus and Lyme disease and all kinds of things like that. There's a whole set of medical based ones that help with lupus, and a whole set of ones like 432 hertz, which is such a good feeling. It just kind of is a warm, fuzzy, lovely, clarified thinking frequency. It's just a lot. There's a lot. I am quite a number of years now into exploring frequency, the right frequencies, Wilhelm Reich's work. I have books all over the place. And actually we're pushing into Egyptian mathematics now. So we'll let you know when all that comes out, but we're starting to go back into the current epoch and pull out the best of, the mystics' knowledge and use to make a better world. And I have such appreciation for Gaia and the many gifts, all the metals, all the crystals, all this knowledge. This is how Gaia operates. And this is knowledge that's been gleaned from her that we can reproduce again on the surface. And I deeply appreciate our Earth Mother. And I'm not sure, how are we doing on time, Kathy? Oh, I can't hear you, dear.
I have to go to Omar as the maestro here to find out how we're doing on time. There we go.
Yeah, we got a couple more minutes to go before we bring Suzanna on.
Okay.
We had a speaker that can't make it, so just kind of gonna extend Angie and Suzanna. So, I
Great.
would say just a few more minutes. We'll go with the Q&A, and then we'll bring Suzanna on. I just wanted to ask Angie on that big one that what you were showing. What is the size of that? Because that just looks enormous, like in foots, right?
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
No, that
So
black
the
one
base
that you
of
were
this.
showing, that square rectangular. Yeah, it really resonated with that one when I was looking at it.
That's
Wow.
about 1.5 feet long, almost 2 feet, and maybe 8 inches wide, something like that.
Wow. Yeah, that's nice. It's very nice.
Yeah,
Love it.
that's a one of a kind. I do make some similar ones that big water jugs can sit on. They're shorter and broader, and they accommodate more types. That was for a very special water jug I happen to have, the long, narrow, thin one. But yeah, it's beautiful. It looks like an underwater seascape, and it puts out phenomenal energy. It's got 4 very large, fat, plump quartz crystals in it, which then recycle all the energy that all the different types of metals and stuff put in. Yeah.
Nice. Now, one of the things that all of us are fighting at this particular moment is 5G. And, and 5G is like literally like it's everywhere. It's on your phone. I actually have 3G on my phone because I refuse to go 5G. And, so how can, people work around that with crystals and such? But not only that, Angie, but if we look a little bit into the future, by perhaps just a couple of years, 5D is going to be, or 5G is going to be the thing of the past, and they're going to be bringing in 6G, right? So can you give us a quick download and as to like how people can work around that and keep themselves safe while operating with this type of technology?
So right now we don't have a really great mitigation for it. I am working on some stuff. I have some prototypes going right now that I'm building, and we'll be testing that. We have instrumentations to test it, and we've isolated antennas, 5G antennas in this area, and we have EMF detectors and stuff, and we should be able, once the prototypes are made, finished, I should say, to be able to go out and test that and see if we're starting to hit the neighborhood of something that is going to help with the 5G. But in the meantime, what we can really do is bring our body up to its highest potential. So a lot of that means having plenty of fluids. We want to keep our cells all plumped out and not deflated. We want to keep our auric field plumped out and not deflated. If you don't know how to do that for yourself, you can go to your local healer. They'll clean your field, get all your chakras open and running and healthy. And with the chakras actually feed the auric field. The stronger and more firm the auric field is, the less it is influenced by the different EMFs that are coming in. And then the less that information is traveling into the cells and causing problems. So right now, controlling our own energy field is really one of the best mitigations there is for EMFs, other than straight out EMF blockers. And, even for then, you actually want to have like an EMF detector where you can measure, does this actually block the thing, or was that just the advertising and, maybe
placebo effect, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say the placebo effect, right? Right.
Yeah.
Got to be very careful.
Valid to some extent, because, we are we are the children of the Father, the prime source creator, who creates everything through the desire and will. Right. And so if our belief system is strong enough, this is mind over matter, and we can actually overwrite the existing physical reality or mitigate it. Placebo is a very real effect. So I'm a little bit, I'm a full-on mystic, but I also have a very scientific side. And so, I want to feel the effect of something in my body, in my auric field, and I want to be able to read it on some type of, device or something as well. I want the two information sets to line up if possible.
That's really beautiful. I'm glad you said that, because in the beginning of our conference today, I'd mentioned on how we can take the way of life of our ancestors and kind of incorporate it with the technologically advanced society that we've become, and how can we take these tools and incorporate them, and but yet still live the way our ancestors did, and live very humbly and such, but it's still be able to enjoy the toys, right? Because without these computers and this technology, we wouldn't be able to have this conference and this conversation. So I'm really grateful for the fact that we have all of this. But so I'm really glad you mentioned that you're a mystic and also have that scientific side, because it's important to have both of those to fully understand, because that's what really science is missing, is the spirituality in it. And as soon as we add spirituality into it, then I think we'll begin to understand science at a much, much deeper level than we currently do.
Well, that's the balancing. We talk a lot about balancing the male and the female, or the divine male and the divine feminine. And, so that's really what we're seeing with this, right? In the right brain is the spiritual center and the intuition and, all the psychic powers and all of that. But the left brain is that pragmatic, logical, must make sense, trackable, reproducible. And so when you put those two things together as a mystic, you can have amazing creations, which really work. So we didn't show the pictures of it, and I don't know if Kathy's there, but I got a download from Lemuria of a healing bed and how they layered different types of minerals and different types of rocks to extend the life force energy of their people, right?
Wow.
And they were living close to 1,000 years old at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So very effective. And I got the download to how to build that. And so I built one. It's called the Orgone Generator Crystal Biobed, right? So that's exactly what you were talking about. So, I used mystical abilities to get the information. Oh, there we go. Mystical, abilities to get the information, and then switch to the left brain, to the pragmatic, intelligent part. There it is. To be able to create it and reproduce it, in the third dimension. Yeah.
That is sick. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those
that is sick. Wow.
So for those who are psychic, you can probably feel the energy coming off of that. It actually powers a very large area with cosmic energy.
Wow, that is amazing. Never seen anything like it before. Wow.
It's a one of a kind. The U.S. Patent Office actually approached me to patent it, right? They wanted to patent it. That never happens. They never approach people to, you have to file, and it's a big deal, and it takes years, and it costs fortunes. And so that was extraordinary that they came to me. But what happens is, once you have a patent, then, you're full-time trying to protect your patent and make sure nobody's, reproducing it and blah. And I just didn't even want to go down that road.
Yeah,
I'd rather just own it. It's the only one in the world. And I don't have to spend all the hours of my day making sure nobody's infringing on my patent.
Yeah,
So I actually turned it down, but that kind of tells you how interesting that Orgone Generator Crystal Biobed actually is.
Yeah, when it gets the attention of the medical mafia, then you're on the right track, and good on you for not patenting it, because if you did, then that really invites the pharmaceuticals to try to come in and to mess with you and to try to hijack you, cancel you, and all of that, so they can take possession of your intellectual technology, right? Because that's really what that is future technology, that was used in our past. And amazing. So yeah, good on you, Eric. Thoughts on this, because this is like right up your alley, Star Sister, because you make this type of stuff as well. So I'd love to hear some of your thoughts. So let's hear a thought from you.
Oh yeah, on a much smaller scale, though, to be sure. and just really started experimenting maybe about a year ago. But being able to vet the energies and the different vortexes that come off of them is really important. And having an EMF, something to measure that is really important too. Otherwise, you're just taking it as like, yeah, this is really powerful. And then you talked about the placebo. How much of that is true, and tested some of my own. I just earlier today came from a scalar, a type of scalar healing for 2 hours, and it uses a light, biophoton energy along with the scalar energy, so it kind of combines those two. They were done by Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. So that was very, very powerful. I'm not one to dip into the woo too quick in a public place. And yeah, you kind of have a little bit of a travel in that short 2 hours, but it's definitely been vetted. And making sure, like you said, making sure that you have the right combination of the type of crystal and the type of metal. And it can make a big difference, because I've tested some of mine.
It's very specific. It really needs laid down in a very distinct order, and all the metals need cleaned energetically and physically, and all the crystals have to be cleansed and blessed and charged. I mean, there's a huge amount of details. The difference between a lot of the orgone generators, orgonite, that we're seeing available on the market, built by craftsmen, albeit very good ones. Some of those are so beautiful and amazing, versus mine, which put out just a lot of power, is palpable. And I've had, orgone generator makers come and feel my stuff and go, oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. Even the image of the bed, even the images of those have an energy in and of themselves. And if you have an image of that, you can you can even transmute. You can pull that through just on the image. That has a resonance all of its own. So
right.
Yeah, that's very powerful.
Yeah, psychic people can read the energy off of it just off the photographs. And in fact, I shop online a lot of times for some of the metals and some of the crystals, and I read it online with my hand. I can scan the energy of it.
Wow.
Determination.
So we're overlaying some of the metals, because like copper and sterling silver have kind of relationship. So when you have like silver jewelry on, that's actually got a bit of copper in it, right? Is that accurate? Or I know there's like, it's like an alloy. It's not just silver because it's so soft. So
there's sterling silver. Sterling silver is an ally, or an alloy. I'm sorry.
It might be an ally too. So.
Tantalum and hafalum, which are actually used on laser lenses, has to do with some of the flash layering that they do on the laser optic lenses and stuff. That's an aluminum alloy, but an extreme hybrid. And it does have a different energy flow and a different effect than straight up aluminum. And then when you get into the brasses and the bronzes, there's thousands of recipes of how to make brass and bronze. And that all of those, like my favorite brasses that I can get for the orgone generators, I'm actually getting scrap from the British Naval Shipyard, because they have the highest vibration frequency brass that I can find anywhere in the world, right? And for my copper, I like India. India really has a beautiful way of working with copper that's very high frequency. So all these recipes on the different metals and how they're processed and how they're used has a frequency and a clarity or muddiness and lack thereof. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just a closing question, Angie. I wonder if you do this. We're all individuals. We're all different. Each and every single one of us have a different frequency code, so to say. Now, because we're all different individuals, do you make these devices tailor-made for each individual. Like, like for instance, you would like read my energy and say, okay, well, I kind of feel that this will work best for you, and then just individually tailor make something directly for the person instead of
I
like
have
a
under
general
special,
approach.
yeah, I have under special circumstances, but it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So I'm a psychic.
Mhm.
I'm a psychic surgeon. I regularly see clients, and I'm also the founder of the Inner Passage Mystery School. So, in addition to the manufacturing, which is what we highlighted today, I only do manufacturing one time a week. And so custom made pieces are going to be costly. So, but yes, if somebody really wants to go that way. Now, the holy hand grenade, which is, Kathy will show us one. There we go, the holy hand grenade. I've actually done a lot of testing with the crystals and stuff that are in that one. And that one is very generic in that it's great energy for all people. I haven't yet run into somebody. I've run into people that it was too powerful for. And I have one person who has it locked in an ammo box in their garage and still can feel the energy in their house. That's an extreme case, though. Not
Wow.
true for most people. So
Yeah.
it has been too strong for a few people, but the cocktail of crystals that are married together in that has been very good for everybody.
This is the baby and this is the mommy.
Yeah. So the one that the big one Kathy has, only 4 of those were ever made. That's a specialty. So every now and then I will do a specialty one, and usually the local people here grab those up. But people have called me, on the phone and say, "Hey, do you have anything special? A specialty one sitting on the side," and then I'll ship that to them. So yeah. So that's a brilliant piece of, and it puts out amazing energy. Yeah.
There you go.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you, Reverend Angie LaRue. Thank you very much for this amazing download and awareness raising session that we just had here. A lot of things that we just learned. I myself just learned that with the metals and such that can be involved with crystals and that they can energize off of one another. So that's very cool. I like that. I like the fact that my own awareness was raised.
Yeah, there's a level on the path of consciousness that we sometimes enter in some lifetimes where we go into alchemy. And apparently this life was my time to go into alchemy. So that's what we're seeing here.
I also want
Maybe
to
we're all
say
gonna...
I wanted to say something about
go ahead, Kathy.
the beautiful device on the side of Angie that when I'm there, I actually feel like a hobo warming my hands over this barrel. It's unbelievable. I'm sure I don't know how many miles that energy goes, but it is awesome. I mean, I love these, but I really love that.
My roommate and I love one of our practical jokes that we like to do is we'll have energy sensitive people put their heads over the pipes, so the 4 pipes, and it just blows you out, and they stagger away and go, "What'd you do to me?"
It's that strong.
Awesome. Thank you, and thank you very much, Reverend Angie LaRue. Guys, go and drop a visit to crystalarrays.com. Thank you to the moderators for posting the links in the chat room. And the links are also available in Facebook, where we are also streaming. So check that out. And so thank you, Angie. I really appreciate this awareness raising session. And thank you, Kathy, for bringing Angie on.
Yep, I'm bringing my playmates.
Happy Earth Day!
Happy Earth Day! Happy Earth Day! See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, guys, we will bring our next speaker on, and we will keep her until 1:15. That's an hour. And so we should have a little bit of fun there with with Suzanna and Kathy. Maybe you want to take that video out of the out
Okay,
of our
sure.
studio, because I think that might be causing a lag as well. And so
Okay,
yeah,
so-
this is wonderful. Hi, Suzanna. Thank you very much for coming down to play with us on this Earth Day 2023, where our focus is on humanity and how we can shed some light on our essence and go back to the heart space from where we can operate and be in love with everything and everyone, in particular the animals of this world, because we're not very nice to them. And maybe in this new human that we're creating coming up, we'll have space, lots and lots of space for love. And so thank you. And guys, again, don't forget, this is brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallis, our good buddy with the Eden series, and that is available at Amazon starting today and yesterday, and also in Kindle. So get your copy at paulanthonywallis.com. So thank you, Paul, for sponsoring this. And Kathy, I'll leave it to you, and I'm going to kick back and enjoy this download.
Right. Well, Suzanna hasn't been on Watchers Talk yet, so this is her first time on. I'm really excited, and I'm really excited to introduce her work to you, because if, as Angie, everyone that's spoken has said words, or everything's cascading into the next speaker. So basically, Suzanna, for over 20 years, has been doing a thing called reality crafting and teaching people how to do it. And she is a master architect of this reality crafting technology that she's created. And it's quite visionary, and she's a pioneer. She's created it from downloads from when she awakened. And she was living a regular life, a very good corporate life, and with kids and husband and the whole thing. And then consciousness decided, nope, you're going to do something else. So Suzanna, where would you like to start here? Would you like to tell a little bit of your story, and then we'll talk about the Paradise Codes and all the things, but just because no one, this is your first time on, I'd love for them to get a feeling for your integrity and the quality of what you have to offer. So would you share?
Sure. Aloha, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Very excited to be here. So as Kathy said, I was living near Detroit, Michigan. I was married, 2 kids in their teens, and I was working for a consulting agency that was creating training and performance improvement solutions for the auto companies. And I started asking the question, was I really put on earth to teach guys how to run a car dealership? I don't think so. Why am I really here? And the answer came in a very surprising way. One Saturday morning, I woke up with this energy running up my spine. It was real fiery, electric, scary. I just woke up. It woke me up. And I kind of cried out and said, oh my God, what is happening? And I heard a voice that said, you're giving birth to yourself, just breathe. So I had 2 children, so I did the Lamaze breath. and that did help. And for an hour and a half, this energy just kept moving up my spine in waves. And when it settled down, I felt like a completely different person. And I knew whoever I thought I was before was not really who I am. And I could feel this vastness of being, this vast love and light. And yet I could see that who I thought I was like a that self-identity, or we call the ego, is not really who I am. It's like a program. And since at that time I was working with teaching computer classes in the corporate world, I saw it as a computer program that just needed to be upgraded. And so, but everything changed. My personality changed, my focus changed, my values changed. And of course, this caused a lot of upset with the people around me. They didn't know how to deal with it. But that voice that said, "You're giving birth to yourself," stayed with me, and it guided me. And so I was looking for something to integrate this new me into my body, because I could see that computer program was still in there, and it would limit my ability to be this bigger version of me, which we all have. We are all that. We all have the computer program ego, and then we have, what we really are is that being of love and light that's infinite. So I was guided to a workshop where I was able to integrate and ground that new part of me into the body. And then the man running the workshop also had developed a consciousness technology to help me get rid of the programming. So I did that, and that really helped. And then I certified in his method and started to share it. And as I was sharing it, that voice would come in and say, "We need you to evolve this," because the way that that he was doing it and teaching it was very dramatic and cathartic. You had to, hold the space for somebody and be physically present with them. And they would have all kinds of cathartic things because, they're getting rid of the blocks. And so those blocks were presenting themselves, and they were re-experiencing whatever put them there. So anyway, my guide said, there's going to come a time when so many people need this and want to do this, that we want you to evolve it so that it would, so that anybody could do it on their own, or that you could do it for a whole group at one time. And so they helped me to evolve it. And then I got permission from the originator to then bring it to to create my own modality from it. So it's a further evolution, which is now called the Emotional Mental Detox Program. And so after doing that for myself, and I was guided to move to Sedona, and I started doing the Emotional Mental Detox for people. And I was on an accelerated evolutionary journey at that point. So more and more was coming. I was guided to go to Europe and go to these sacred places. And one of them, I got another download, which I heard was called the Sacred Union Program. And that is the advanced. So after you clear out who you're not really, clear out the not you, you start to bring in your higher self into your physical body. And so that body of work is called the Divine Human Upgrades. And that is takes you step by step to integrate your soul and then your higher aspects of yourself. And that's like a continuing gift, because there's no limit to how much we can evolve and how much we can expand. And so as you integrate one level of frequency bandwidth and expand another level of consciousness, you integrate that, and then the next one becomes available. So that's the divine human upgrades. And then from that, I then got involved with the Paradise Codes. So, yeah.
Whoops.
Should I go on and talk about that, Kathy?
Yeah, what I think I want to have them understand that the part of the beauty of your sharing is similar to what Patricia shared, where you became aware of a higher purpose and listened and act on it. And right now, during these changing times, so many people are waking up, or they're getting glimpses, and so that I wanted to maybe have you share a little more about the emotional mental detox, because I think there's so much fear that happens when you're disoriented, when you have a spiritually transformative experience, which is, you didn't have to have a near-death experience, thank God. Me too. So, but it's disorienting, and you don't have words for it, but you do have direct connection to a higher knowing, but you were fearless. So could you talk a little bit before we go on to the Paradise Codes, which I can't wait to hear all about it, but could you talk a little bit more about the emotional mental detox? Because I think everyone could probably use this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a series of 6 sessions, which each session is working with a different set of frequencies. So what we did was we identified what are the 6 core issues, or we asked what were the core issues that everybody has in common from growing up in this illusion of separation that we've been subject to. And so there were 6 common core, you could say, if you're talking about computers, core processing errors or core programming errors. And so each one of the 6 sessions works with that. So the first one is everything related to men and male energy. So your father, if you have a male kind of perception of God, as many of us were taught, but also the patriarchy and all the institutions that were created. So it clears out all of the misconceptions, the misinformation, and the beliefs that were created in those first 7 years. And then also those beliefs created events in your life, because your beliefs create your reality. So you have all these events that keep validating those false beliefs, and those events can be cause emotional pain. So we clear it all together, the beliefs, what the beliefs manifested, and the emotions that were generated from that you still have in your energy field that you haven't let go of yet. So it's a very integrated, holistic approach, because we're the commands that you give yourself, that I guide you through, are clearing at all of your bodies, all levels of consciousness, and past, present, future, all of this, all at once, so that nothing can get away. So it doesn't like slip into some other dimension to come up later. So it's very integrated. So that's, and it's all in a guided meditation style. So it's very easy to just listen to the recordings. So I have, after all those years, I just recorded them. And so you can do it on your own. So the first one is male. The second one is female. The third one is fear, anxiety, worry, panic, terror, all of those frequencies. The fourth one is pain, sorrow, grief. All of those frequencies, they're similar, and they're in a similar bandwidth. So we're going through the layers of the onion to the core, and that's the most graceful way to release, because if you go to the core right away, then all this other stuff gets pulled up into your conscious, and which could be manifested. So it's much more graceful, and everything that I do is grace is at the foundation. We're going to do this in the quickest, easiest, most graceful way possible. So yeah, the fourth one is pain, sorrow, grief. The fifth one is shame, blame, judgment, guilt. So that frequency bandwidth. And then the last one is lack and limitation and separation, because that is really what is at the core, is separation consciousness, and everything else kind of comes from that. So we do that one last, because it's when you've cleared out all the rest, it makes that one a lot easier to integrate. So that is the emotional.
Thank you. Well, I wanted people to understand about this, because number one, this is really a great process for people that are fairly left-brained, that they're going through expanding to be whole-brained, but they don't know how to do it. Suzanna's process is even referred by Bruce Lipton on his website. So she's been doing this she's perfected a way for people to fairly quickly release the layers of the onion and get to the core of who they can be, so then they can craft reality, right?
Right, exactly.
Like Omar has a good question for you, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just turn this down, because it's going ding, 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 ding.
I wondered what that was.
So two things really quick here, Suzanna, is, one, you mentioned, about the awareness of the higher self, becoming aware, that there's something beyond this physical body avatar. Now, I was wondering if, when that happens to an individual, are they operating in 5D? People are always saying that they want to go into 5D, 4D, 6D, and such. I'm just wondering, because, if we look at consciousness as like a dimension, like a master dimension, and because we have such limited, bandwidth or connection to consciousness, once we become aware of ourselves, obviously that connection gets much higher to consciousness. Now, I wonder if that would be considered operating at 5D rather than, operating on like a 5D world. You know what I'm saying? That you can be in 5D but still remain in the 3D world. And then the second question, right? I'm going to bombard you all at once. And the second question is, when you were mentioning separation, right now, what happens to me personally, and I've been practicing this for quite some time now, is I go into what I call an observer mode, to where, I separate myself from my physical body when I go to work, and I like literally watch myself working from a third person view. I can see my physical body, and I can, I can observe it's kind of hard to explain, but, I'm wondering if, and that's what you mean by separation, to where you can separate yourself from, this physical body, but still be tethered to it, and, and still be separated and experience this reality from, I guess, an observation mode.
Yeah, that's not what I meant by separation consciousness, because you've mastered the ability to consciously do that. What I was referring to is the programming that we have growing up, where we perceive or we are programmed to believe that we're separate from our higher self, that we're separate from source, that we're separate from each other, that these bodies are all we are, and that we're, even our mind and our hearts are separate because we're programmed to put that wall up. So that's the kind of separation I was talking about. What you do is, after you've worked so hard on yourself and done, mastered the ability to direct your consciousness and to have your awareness be in more places than just in the physical body. So that's a level of mastery. And then the first question was, if you become aware of your higher self, are you operating from that? And I would say not automatically. So people will have peak experiences, but then, maybe at a workshop or doing yoga or something like that. And then they go back to being their old self, and they're always wanting to get back to that peak experience. So what we're doing is clearing out, with the emotional mental detox, clearing out all the obstacles so that you can be in that higher consciousness and you integrate it. You've got to embody it in order to be it. So that's the process that we're going through right now, is you clear out what you're not and bring in who you are and really integrate it and embody it, and then you live from that.
That's very interesting when you say that, because I've said it for a long time that our parents program us and their parents programmed them, and that's kind of how it's been going on for millennia now. And when you were speaking about the 7-year-old part, the Jesuits came to mind. And the Jesuits say, give us your child until they're 7 years old, and after that you can have them back. We don't care, because they're going to be what we want them to be for the rest of their life. And that's kind of the shedding and the detoxing that you're talking about, right? To where we get rid of the idea that you're going to be an engineer, you're going to be a lawyer. My daddy was this, your daddy was this, so you're going to be this too. So you're kind of just separating and getting rid of that, right? If I'm understanding this correctly.
Yes, exactly, correctly. And the Jesuits knew this, and they've used it. and it's
various ways too.
Yeah, it permeates our whole culture. And that's because, and this is one of the things that Bruce Lipton explains, is that when in the first 7 years of child development, it's the right hemisphere of their brain that's most active and alive. And it just is downloading everything without any filter. And then around 7 years, and this could be changing now with our new children, it could be earlier, but around 7 years is when the left brain comes online, and everything that it was downloaded, during the first 7 kind of goes into the subconscious. So that's when your self-identity is constructed. So yeah, the Jesuits knew that, and so do a lot of other people that have created our public education system and all kinds of other things. So yeah, so we can undo it. That's the great news. We can undo all that and get back to a blank slate where we're consciously choosing what we want to believe in order to let those consciously chosen beliefs create the reality that we want.
And guess what? We know there's secrets too now. So it's out in the open, and we can correct our ways. As I said in the opening of this conference, that we need to go back to our roots, and we need to go back to the way our ancestors lived, in harmony with the land, in harmony with each other, and to teach our children, the proper education and the real education that they need to be taught. I say on Watchers Talk all the time that wouldn't it be nice if when our kids are born, that we teach them on how to light language and how to meditate and how to astral travel and how to lucid dream, and really give them that education until they're like 7, 8, 9 years old, and then maybe send them to school for them to start learning how to read and write, and maybe teach them a little bit of math of 2 + 2, and because that's been missing in our societal upbringing for so many thousands of years now, that it seems like we have this amnesia, but the powers that shouldn't be know this information that you're sharing with us, and they've kept us under this control, which creates this false reality that we're all, obviously operating under, and and that's something that can be, broken, and that's really what our goal is. And when you were mentioning things going into the subconscious, that's like languages, right? When you're a child, you can speak like like I myself, I was exposed to like 5, 6 different languages at home, and this was as I was growing up, and still to this day I can speak and understand those languages. Maybe I'm not so well spoken in some of them because lack of practice, no one to speak to, but when someone is speaking, I can understand what they're saying. And that's the subconscious programming too, right? To where that information planted itself in my subconscious, and now it's there indefinitely. But what about like bad habits that people pick up over over the years? How what type of discipline is required for an individual to to like shed those bad habits, right? It's almost like an addiction, right? Be it whatever it is, bad habits are bad habits, man. Some people spitting down the street. It's
Yeah, well, I've never really been good at self-discipline.
Me neither.
So, but with the emotional mental detox, what you're doing is you're going to the level of where the program was created and clearing it. So habits are programs, and so are triggers, emotional triggers. So that's one of the things that I hear a lot with my people that do the emotional mental detox is, I'm not triggered anymore. I can. So in what that does, it takes away the trigger, it takes away the program. So then you're able to be present in the moment and consciously choose how you want to respond. And so that's true responsibility, the ability to respond consciously and not get triggered into an automatic response. Mm-hmm. So it takes away those programs, and it makes it easier for you then to create new habits that are healthy. But if you could reprogram yourself back if you don't, consciously change your habits, but it makes it easy so you don't have to apply so much discipline and willpower, which never works for me personally.
Responsibility would be like self-responsibility would also, I suppose, would play a big role in that, right? Like to recognize when you're being triggered and to take responsibility for that and say, okay, well, that's triggered me, and kind of just stop yourself, right? And not just react, right? Emotionally reacting, just actually stopping thinking for a moment and then doing what you need to. But I feel that self-responsibility would play a huge part in this, because one, you would have to accept the fact that you have all of this going on within you, and then once you've accepted the fact that you have all of this programming, and taking responsibility for it, then you can begin to easily shed and get rid of it.
Well, what I am hearing from my clients is things like I've done X amount of years of therapy, and so I'm very much aware of why I get triggered. But that awareness doesn't make me stop that reaction. So because the trigger makes you go unconscious, and it makes the subconscious program respond. So clearing out the triggers and the reaction that you usually have is what the emotional mental detox does. So you don't get triggered anymore. And so, you might, a good example is like you're with your family for, Thanksgiving dinner, and your siblings usually, your older brothers are teasing you, and they're trying to poke you and get you to react. And you used to react, and you used to go, whatever you did, cry or lash out or whatever you did. And all of a sudden they do it, and you're like, it doesn't, you don't react to it. Mm-hmm. And so they get bored and go away. But when you change your programming, other people, every relationship you have is a program. So you've changed your program. It's a pattern interrupt. And so that then the other people have to adjust to you. And so, so you'll notice, like, maybe you just don't react in your pattern way. You don't react at all. You let it go. Or maybe, say you had a trigger of other people's, this is one that I had a client recently. She had a trigger of when she would feel anger in the environment, she would have a PTSD reaction. Mm-hmm. And so it didn't matter that the anger wasn't toward her. It could be two other people arguing, mm-hmm. but she would go into a panic attack. Yep. So clearing that trigger allowed her to be in the presence of somebody who's angry and stay grounded and stay present and still be at peace, and either not react because it wasn't her thing anyway, or respond in a more compassionate way to somebody who's venting their anger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true. Like at the Thanksgiving, even if you got the old devil's juice in you, right, you can still, you can still not be triggered. Look at your brother and say, I see what you're doing there, buddy. And that makes you into a bigger person. Right. Makes you into, a more self-aware person. To a lot of benefits for that. There really is. I'm beginning to understand what you were talking there. So I had to jump on and like really ask some questions, because I myself, I went through I think I went through PTSD, and I'm pretty sure I did, but I've managed to work that out in my life, and it doesn't seem to really bother me. But the thing that really triggers me, I find nowadays, is just like dumbass comments, Suzanna. Like I can be at work or walking down the street or anything. When I hear something stupid, I just I cringe, and it's almost like I want to respond to that. But I'm trying to work on that to the point where I'm not allowing it to trigger me, because like, I don't know, like somebody at work would say something stupid, right? And and I get triggered by that, and I feel the need to like kind of correct them. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. A couple of weeks ago, I was at work, and the superintendent of the site came to me, and he asked me, he goes, hey, do you have a first aid certificate if you want to work this weekend? I said, I do, but it's at home, it's not on me. And he's like, oh, well, it was a Friday at about 3:00. He came to me, and that's the end of the day. And he goes, oh, well, if you want to work the weekend, you're going to have to show me your first aid certificate. And I looked at him and I said, well, I just told you it's at home. But if you give me a second, and this is where the trigger comes in. And I said, but if you give me a second, I'll go down to the can and I'll ship one out for you. And you can put that on your desk, because I just told you it's at home. And then I have to stop myself, because I'm like almost just ready to aggressively go at this person, right? So that's kind of, things like that, trigger me. And I'm kind of wondering on how I can stop myself from doing that, because it almost feels like second nature, to where I just want to, just respond to it, right? And it's almost like I can't help myself, could have lost my job, but thankfully they need me more than I need them.
Yeah. Well, oh, go ahead, Kathy.
Well, the reason why I asked Suzanna to talk about this is I think this is going to be what if people that are following the astrology, astronomy, the energy that's hitting the earth right now, they're saying April is going to be amazing. And a lot of what's coming up are all these triggers. And one of the things I listened to yesterday, they were talking about be careful because it's coming out of here before you even get a chance to think about it. It's like what you're talking about is they hit something, you don't think about it, and some wound is just showing up and being amplified and usually to the detriment of everyone. It's not a conscious communication model. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I wanted her to bring it up, because I think that first step, if you can't at least be aware and start peeling the onion without having to re-experience every single one of these things. What Suzanna's thing is it's a meditation that, so you're in theta state, or you're in a meditative state while these things are lifting off without you re-experiencing the pain. If you go to therapy, you re-experience the pain over and over and over again without getting off the treadmill. This is a whole different way of peeling it all off so that you get a chance to go, oh, I feel lighter. I'm so much happier. I'm looking at this as a comedy skit instead of a serious. Well, it is. I mean, I think God has a sense of humor.
For sure.
I really do.
He does. That's why laughter is the best medicine, right? God's the comic.
Well, anyway, so that's why I do think that this is the time that everyone needs to have an experience and learn what Suzanna is teaching, because it'll help everyone. It'll help us because we can't blame all of everything that's happening in the world on out there. It's in here. Mm-hmm. And until we clear this and our stinking thinking, well, to me, I'm not sure that we'll get to that new earth that everyone's talking about, no matter what dimension you're in. Mm-hmm. I mean, third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, whatever dimension, if you want to be in 12th dimension, you can't reach the higher dimensions without joy. Right?
Right. Well, I guess the thing that I really want to get across is you can clear your triggers.
Yay.
And understand what a trigger is. It's from the past. It's that something happened in the past and it was recorded, and everything around it was recorded. So the stimulus, and then your emotional response to that stimulus, and it gets recorded, and somebody pushes that button and that reaction happens. So triggers are not something that you want to have, because it puts you into an automatic, unconscious reaction. Right. You cannot be present during a trigger. Okay, so what we want you to be is present so that you can consciously respond in a compassionate way, whether it's compassionate for yourself or compassionate for the other person. So, so you can consciously choose. That's all about reality crafting. You are creating your own reality by staying present, staying conscious, and choosing how you want the next moment to go.
Okay. So Omar, do you have more, or Suzanna has more that I just was trying to set the stage with the emotional detox, but there's more.
Yeah, let's listen more. I'm down. Absolutely. Let me remove myself.
Okay.
Down.
So
We've
So,
got Michael Feeley, so we've got about 20 minutes, right?
wow.
So yeah, we got like 15, 20 minutes, so we're good. Let's
Wow, that's
get
great.
another download from Suzanna. Suzanna, you got to come on Walker's Talk, and we got to have a talk, girl, and raise some
Okay.
awareness. I love it.
Once you have an experience of this too,
Yeah.
Omar, I mean, I was seriously, this is the path to wholeness. We
Mhm.
haven't been taught a path. We haven't seen, we've been going through intermediaries to go to who we really are. This is a path to wholeness, any place, anytime you choose.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
This is wonderful.
And
Cool. Let's do
the
it.
genius that comes out. So even if you look at Suzanna's backdrop, that's artwork that she created after she went through all of this process. So I mean, it's remarkable. Okay, so now, okay, so you discover consciousness 2.0 is what we're going to call the combination. Is this correct? The combination of emotional mental detox and reality crafting is consciousness 2.0, or?
Well, I would say that what I call consciousness 2.0 is just, it's the technology of being able to consciously change your consciousness.
Okay.
So it's been a foundation in everything that I've created.
Okay. Well, so you figure out a way to clear, then alchemize your reality, and I'm going to show one of your book that is called Sacred Union. So all single girls that are listening, women that are listening to this, she figured out how to create her sacred other. So okay, so that's why I wanted to get to the paradise codes and the juicy stuff here. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to, you can take it wherever you'd like. I'm excited for people to know about all of the beautiful things you offer.
Oh, thank you. So Sacred Union in the book is referring to the union of your true self with your physical body. So that's the first one. And from that, then you know, your soul is in your body, your divine essence is in your body. It's broadcasting out into the world and then attracting people who are your soul family. So soulmates, soul family, clients, if you're wanting to attract to your modalities or whatever. So everything that your soul wants to express can be expressed because your soul is radiating out and then attracting everything it needs to fulfill its soul purpose. So that's, and including a partner, if that's what you chose for this lifetime. So that's the book. The Paradise Codes came along. That was really interesting. So around 2004, I was leading an 11/11 Stargate opening in a teleconference, and I heard, congratulations, your mission is complete early. And I was like, you know, I'm so mission oriented. After that, you know, that higher self came in, I knew I had a mission and I knew I had to do that mission. And so I, you know, hearing my mission was over, I thought that was, you know, oh, I have to leave my body now. And, you know, I had just brought in my soulmate and we were getting married and I'm living in paradise that I created and all that. So I upped, I upped my mission and I said, I want to anchor and express paradise through me. Those were the words that came through. And so a few months later, I got a call from this woman. I didn't know her. She had just moved to the island. I'm on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. And she said that she had gotten a request from Mother Earth, from Gaia, that the Paradise Codes, the Paradise Blueprint was ready to be downloaded, and she wanted it downloaded through Kauai first, and then it would be distributed. And Mother Gaia wanted a group to help anchor it, and apparently asked for me by name. So, I did, and my partner, we went and we had a gathering, and we did a ceremony to anchor the Paradise Blueprint. And then I already had like a following in that I was doing teleconferences with. So I brought it to them and did the ceremony with them online. And then they came back to me and said, I always knew that I was here to help restore paradise to Earth, but I didn't know how. And you just gave me a way to do it. Can we do this on a regular basis? So I created the Paradise Builders team. Now, these were all women who had already gone through my emotional mental detox program and the Divine Human Upgrade program. So they were to that point and they could hold a frequency. And so for every week, every Monday for 4 years, we got together, we connected with the Paradise Council, who were beings from lots of different races, and the archangels and angels and all of that. And for the first year and a half, they guided us on what to do. First thing they said to do is we have to get rid of the enslavement grid, that there was actually a grid of enslavement on the planet, and then get rid of that, and then create a safety net so that when the institutions that the enslavement grid created start to fall away, which is what's happening now, there's a safe place to land. And so we created I think we first called it the Emancipation Matrix, and then it evolved and became the sovereignty grid. And the sovereignty grid was, it wasn't like a rigid grid like what was on the Earth at that time, the enslavement grid. It was more like a net, and it was flowing, but we could plug it in to the points where the enslavement grid were anchored in the Earth. And so anyway, we were getting all kinds of, it was so much fun, because these beings who were on the Paradise Council, they were for all different races. And for the first part, each week, we would have a different race that would come forward and introduce themselves and give us gifts. And sometimes they were teachings, sometimes they were energy tools. One time they took us to a universal peace conference where it was all these, anyway, it was so much fun. And yet we were, following their guidance. And then about a year and a half into it, they said, okay, you remember how to do this. Now you lead it and we'll support you. So then for the next, 2.5 years, it was 4 years altogether, we were inspired, and then they would support us. And then it came time where that mission was complete. And so the Paradise reality, which started from the original Paradise reality, the original creation, and then it was evolved further. And so that was done. And then they asked me, because, working on it like that, I embodied the codes, the Paradise codes. And so they asked me to take the Paradise codes and place them into the power spots in the world. So I did some traveling to do that, but of course there's a lot of power spots, and travel is not fun sometimes, especially these days. And so I asked if they could upgrade me so that I could do this in my light body and stay here and place it around. So they did that, and then I was invited to have my own radio show on the World Puja Network, and every 2 weeks we would place the paradise codes in. We were guided to do the headquarters of some of these, these controllers. So the world headquarters. So I would research, what are the 10, say media companies, or what are the 10 pharmaceutical companies, or what are the 10 GMO companies. So where are the banks, and then we would put the paradise codes on those buildings, because what the paradise codes do is they clear out all of the third and fourth dimensional stuff that's recorded in the earth. Okay, it's all recorded, and that's why these controllers would build their headquarters on these power spots, because their intention would be empowered by the earth energy coming through there. So they knew that. But when you put the paradise codes, all of their programming, all of their intentions gets cleared out. And then also what gets cleared out are anything in the fourth dimension, like disembodied spirits, or I found that it was like nature spirits, elements and elements that were enslaved by their intentions. So they would be set free. And so once everything was cleared from the third and fourth dimension, all the way down, on that property that we would place the codes, all the way down to the center of the earth, clear out everything else, and then it starts to download the fifth dimensional paradise codes. And then that's when you started to see the pushback. Like when we did it on the or the GMO companies, so they did chemicals and GMO stuff, and there were a lot of it going on the island that I lived on. And after we put those on the headquarters, then that's when you started to see people marching against Monsanto. And that's when we got them off the island. And so we had like 5 different GMO companies on the island, and they're not all of them are gone, but most of them are gone, and they're not operating here like they used to. So, we can see the difference. And so then I, started to have people asking me, can you do this for my property? And I thought, and I asked my guys, I said, well, if we're putting them in the power spots, isn't that radiating out to everything around it? And they said, well, it could have, but since people have created boundaries, so this is my property and it has boundaries, you actually create a boundary around your property. And so in order to get it onto your property, you have to, download it directly onto your property. And so we've done that with some people. I haven't promoted that service, but those people that were in my network knew about it, and it's stopped fires. The wildfires will come right up to the property line and stop. Hurricanes can be all around, and it's not in the area where somebody had the paradise code. So they work. And what's really cool, and I've been working on this with Kathy, is that the paradise codes originally are fifth dimensional codes, but I am getting upgraded so that I can bring in the ninth dimensional emerald codes and then transmit those frequencies. So that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm excited about that.
Yep. So I wanted to bring Stone on, and Stone Hobbit and Omar. I'll put you on right now. Yay! Hi, Stone. So Stone is in New Zealand, and you're muted, dear. So now you're not.
Hi, everybody.
Aloha, Stone.
Hi. Kia ora. Yes, I resonate with everything you had to say there. I've done the work. I've felt the tingles up the spine. I've felt everything igniting. One of the funnest ones that I had, and I don't know which dimensions these take us into, but it came up the backbone, up the spine, and it went over the head, up the sides, and I felt like I was wearing a helmet, a crown helmet. And then it just sort of felt like it sunk into like I absorbed it in, and it was like, wow, it's just, I knew that it was just another download, another level. It was like, okay, well, I've let go of some part of this onion, of all these layers of information and energy and stuff, and now I've concentrated it down. And the more I concentrate it down, the faster the clearing's happening, the faster the awareness, the more downloads come in. The faster we get, the more downloads we seem to get. So I was like, I love it all. I mean, I haven't written any of the codes or anything like that down, but I've gone through stages, and I've called them levels and stages. Like at one stage, I could be any character I wanted to be because I knew I had the skill set. I knew that if I needed it, it was there. There was a time when suddenly out of the blue, I felt like I had superpowers. I had to save a colleague from someone who was, substance unbalanced, and was holding my friend, in peril of life. And it was like, how did I know what to do? I went into an automatic pilot, and I just let it happen. And it's like I've had different beings come in and do the same thing, like saying, let go. You're not alone. You have never been alone. We're always being watched. We're always being guided. I feel like we get tweaked along the way, a tune up here and there, so we can keep up with them, because they're also being upgraded at the same time. I'm an energy reader. I can see auric fields and all sorts. I communicate with Mother Earth. But I just wanted to say thank you. I had lots of questions because I also work in deprogramming, breaking it all down. It's almost like a superpower. I have to break everything down. I have to question the questions. Where did that question come from? Well, just wait up. Let me answer it first. That sort of thing. So I appreciated, what you had to share. So thank you. I mean, I've got lots of questions I could ask you, but I don't know how much time we've got. So we'll have to catch up and have a chat sometime, because I loved it.
Yeah, we'll do more. But I wanted you guys to meet each other because Stone had a difficult childhood and had to clear lots of things. And she has done remarkable things, Suzanna, that I mean, the two of you together, it would be fun to watch. That's all I could say. That's all I could say. But Omar, you had a question. Did you want to come on too? Yay. Oh, 4-pack.
Yeah,
Look at this.
absolutely.
I've
Yeah,
never seen this before.
look at us go, right?
Yeah, it's
Here's
just
our
like the
picture
Brady's punch, only sideways.
You know, I was wondering, Susanna, if like you were mentioning about Monsanto buildings and things like that, you know, can we place those codes on bloodlines as well, like say the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and Disney and things like that, to make them more compassionate, right, towards humanity than what they're currently displaying?
Well, the paradise codes are for the earth. So that's why we put them on the buildings. And what can happen when you put it on the building and it's downloaded into the environment is that if people aren't aligned with that, or if they can't get aligned with it, they usually leave. And we've seen this happen, like say with apartment buildings, where there's this big changeover of you know, people leaving and then other people who are aligned coming back. As far as, you know, these people that you mentioned, yeah, I think that there is, just like we have those type of bloodlines, we have the other type, the white hat type of bloodlines. And I'm sure that we're all part of that. And so we, you know, we're all playing out this play, you know, this, and this is the time of integrating polarity. Right. So when we go into the higher dimensions, there isn't duality. So, and I want to just make a distinction between polarity and duality. So polarity is like if you put on polarized glasses and you see that the blues are bluer and the greens are greener and the clouds, the outline, they're just like so much more popping out. So we love polarity because that is what gives us these sensual pleasures, you know, sight and sound and whatever. Duality is when you put a judgment on top of the difference. So it's the judgment of, well, you know, the sky is blue and that's the only way it should be. And if it's not blue, it's bad, you know, so that's duality. So that's what we're rising above. And the time that we're in, the cycles of the universe, it's time for those bloodlines who were given the ability to be in control for a while. Their time is done. So it's our time now. Yeah. And, you know, that's all going to, we can see it's all crumbling because they're all being exposed. And so what they did in secret, that was how they stayed in control for so long, because it was secret and we didn't know about it. Nothing can be secret anymore. And so it's like a big planetary detox. So we have high frequency energy coming through the sun onto this planet, and it's detoxing. It's pushing up everything that's not aligned with unity. It's pushing up all duality. And that's why it's so in our face. And the old trying to hold on to that separation consciousness, but it's not working. So it's all good. We're winning. We've won already this battle of light and dark, and it's our time now. And so that's what's so exciting, is when we clear that all out, what do we get to create now? Now we go into reality crafting. What do we want to create? How? And that's what I learned from the Paradise Code work as well, is so many of us incarnated on this planet at this time who hold the higher, I call them the Paradise technologies. They are bringing through all of this, and it's ready to go. They've been working on it all their lives, and it's ready to go. And so as the old crumbles, the new will emerge and to co-create our special version of that. So that's what I love to do, is work with people to create their version of paradise on earth.
Amen to that. Definitely amen to that. I say we put these codes on the White House in Washington and the Parliament in Ottawa, so that we can get a little compassion going on in those two locations, and maybe this inflation will come down a little bit.
Well, we've done a lot of work with making this transition as graceful as possible. I did a Paradise Code trip in 2009, and my intention, knowing that all of this was going to come to an end, is like, how can I make it more graceful? So that was my intention that I worked with, the Gaia Sophia with. And she said, okay, if that's your intention, then you need to go to these places. And we did put the codes we didn't put them on the White House. We were guided to put them on the monument, the Washington Monument, because everything was connected to that monument, and it went everywhere.
It absolutely, and that is so true, Suzanna, because from the White House, when the president wakes up and he looks out his window, he sees the Washington Monument, that great big obelisk that's there, and that's to remind the president of who is really in charge, right? So what a great place to actually put it, so that it just has that spider web effect that goes to where all the center points of this beast is. And again, that's all we can call it, is it's a beast. It's coming from
and it has been done. It's those paradise codes are there. They've been working, and that's the evidence that we know they're working is because all of that stuff is crumbling and falling apart.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Suzanna. This was an amazing download. What a compliment to our previous speakers as well, because this is all kind of just falling together the way it always does, isn't it, Kathy? We put these things together, and and then everyone just seems to kind of just blend and complement one another, and just pick up where the story left off to the next chapter. So this was amazing. Thank you, Suzanna. We definitely got it one-on-one. You and I, and maybe bring Stone Hobbit in on that too, and then the three of us can just have an amazing conversation.
I want to watch that one.
I can see the rabbit hole now.
I dealt with a lot of shit in my life, and foster homes and group homes and prison and living on the streets, and just a lot of terrible things that I've overcome. Right, just through self-reflection and just pondering on the self. So I think it would make a wonderful, wonderful conversation. So really looking forward to that. And again, thank you, Suzanna, and thank you, Kathy, for bringing Suzanna on for this wonderful Earth Day download that really complements to what we are doing here today. Our mission is not for the Earth, but it's for humanity that lives on this Earth. And as we said, Earth has been around 4.5 billion years, and she's seen far worse than us. And we're here, and the Earth is going to be here in 4.5 billion years, but we're not, right? So it's best to become that new human. We don't need the new Earth. We need the new human that can continue to reside on this old Earth, right? Because the mother's old, so we got to take care of her, and the only way to take care of her is by taking care of ourselves. Because if we're living in harmony with ourselves, then that will reflect onto our surroundings. So thank you, Susanna. I so appreciate you. Love you, sister. This was wonderful.
Thank you for your genius. Thank you, Susanna.
Yes.
Well, thank you. I love being with you all, and I look forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you. And guys, go and visit Susanna's website. Thank you to Ronnie for continuously posting the links in the chat room. So SuzannaKennedy.com. Guys, go and check that out. And the beautiful stuff, Suzanna. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha. Happy Earth Day. All right, guys, let's bring on. Let me go like this. Let me go like that. This guy, my DMG, my guy. I just love Michael fucking Feeley. Man, I suffer from Tourette's. I'm sorry. I suffer from the F-bomb Tourette's. I love Michael. I've got all his books. He's an educator. He's a teacher. He's a speaker. He's an author. He's just a great guy. And just in general, got a wonderful series going on Iconic with David Icke, doing some wonderful work. And Mike and I, we've been working together for years now. Right. That is nice to say that we've been working together for years, and I've learned so much from Michael, and as you guys have as well, because I know a lot of you guys love Michael. Every time he's on, you guys are just all over his videos. So thank you, my guy, my DMG, dude man guy, Michael Feeley. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming on and once again sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say I'm your stan, your #1 fan then for a moment, but it's nice to see you again. You're looking well. Thanks for inviting me here.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. So I'll give you a half hour, and then after that, I'm sure everyone's going to have some questions for you. So guys, post those questions in cap locks if you can. It makes it easier to stand out. And then Mike, I'll just jump in there in about a half an hour, and I'll hit you up with some questions.
Okay, what I was going to do is do a short presentation, which will include a whiteboard, and then at the conclusion of that, I'll just open it to the floor and see what happens. But
cool, brother.
Again, Earth Day, really, I looked into what Earth Day is, and one of the definitions was basically to teach people and make people view and see things differently. And Earth's history would be included in that. And it is really the lower mind that is behaving the way it behaves. Earth is really being run as a business, and it's been destroyed. And it's only the lower mind that behaves that way. The more people that we can transform into a higher mind, the less they will behave in this chaotic, destructive way. So that really is part of my task, really, in order to try and bring people up in vibration, in knowledge and in wisdom. And it has always been the idea to escape the lower mind, which is exactly what I'm trying to do. So let's look at creation and how we got here, really. The singular essence had a thought, and that thought was to experience itself, to understand what it is to be, to understand what creation is, because you can't be perfect unless you've had experience. So it fragmented itself, but before it did that, it created vector space. Now, if Einstein had actually given us the full equation rather than half the equation, then the world of physics would be a different place than it is now. Had he given us the full equation, then we would have gone into vector space, which is really rotational spheres. Now, these rotational spheres, almost like tornadoes, create sound and sound waves. And it is those sound waves that became of the word. Because you speak things into existence, you manifest things through the power of your voice. And the sound of that voice goes through the airwaves and creates what we believe to be a physical world. So every shape has a sound, and every sound is a shape. Now, when we look at the breath of God, which is the Holy Spirit, the breath of the Creator, we give and we shall receive, which is basically to inhale and to exhale. We become in sync with this Holy Spirit. The Egyptians told us in the Sphinx that we are out of sync with the Holy Spirit because the Holy Spirit is breathed into the nostrils. Now, you will notice that the Egyptian Sphinx and many Egyptian statues have no nose. That's because they are telling us that we've misaligned ourselves with this Holy Spirit, this divine breath, or this divine circulation of breath. Biblically, This is described in the character Jesus, because the word Jesus means divine breath, or the circulation of divine breath. So we are in sync, we are exhaling, we are inhaling with the creative force. Okay. Now the word conspiracy means to breathe as one. So if we are called a conspiracy theorist, which we often are in this arena, what it's really saying, or what they're really telling us, that we are breathing as one with the Holy Spirit, with the creative force. So it's actually a positive thing to say rather than a negative one. But because they're so ignorant as to the words they speak, they don't understand what they're saying. So say thank you next time that you're called a conspiracy theory. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to just change slightly position, and I'm going to go into creation on this board. Now I hope you can see it. It's a busy board, but if you can't, I'm just going to describe what it is. So the third dimensional world is created from fourth dimensional spin, and that spin creates the toroid, which is what I was talking about vector space. Now when the energy of that spin falls through the center of the toroid, it spins faster and faster and becomes harder and harder. So what we have as three-dimensional solidity, or the belief of three-dimensional solidity, is from fourth dimensional spin becoming hardened into our reality. Now when this energy actually falls through the center of the toroid, it creates the tetrahedron. So the tetrahedron is really the first manifestation of divinity in the third dimension, as you can see there. Now the cube of the pyramid is a cubic base, which is really the number 10. 1, 2, 3, and 4, which equals 10. Now when you look at the pyramid from an aerial view, it is the letter X. Okay. So when you get the 10 of the cubic base plus the X, you get 20, which gives us the code 33, which is the resurrection code. So the pyramid is really a code for the return to the cosmic womb, where we are able to escape the mater X, the matrix. Now XX is also the female chromosome. When you reverse the alphabet, so Z becomes 1, Y becomes 2, X becomes 3. So XX is 33. That is the code 33, basically the resurrection code. That is when we're told that this character Christ resurrected. Now when we start looking at two X's together, then we start to get the Masonic square and compass. And in the center of that square and compass, we have a diamond. And the diamond is really the conscious fusion of opposites. In this case, the male and female. Because the top of the double X is W, and the bottom of the double X is M, which is woman and is man. So we have the union of opposites, the balance that we must achieve and we must attain in order to reach that resurrection code. Now when we look at Earth, the word for Earth really is Pandora and not Gaia. Gaia is actually Earth's ecliptic, but Pandora means the gift of all. Now George Lucas is telling us this in his movies Avatar, because humans go to planet Pandora and pretty much destroy the planet and cause war on the planet and cause destruction on the planet for what they believe to be a precious metal. Now what he's really telling us is that that is what humans are doing to planet Earth. We are destroying it. We are causing wars for things, materialistic things that we believe are of value. What we need to do on the planet, going back to the conscious fusion of opposites, is to create balance, to create a masculine, feminine balance. And when we look at the left eye of Horus, which was lost in battle, the loss of the left eye is really symbolically telling us the loss of the feminine. Now, when biblically we translate the world of sin, the world of sin is really the left-hand path. Now, the left-hand path is the path of the feminine, the moon. The word sin gives us sinister. Now, originally, the word sinister meant lunar wisdom. So those with lunar wisdom, which is the feminine path, which is the feminine, the female, had to be eradicated in order for this patriarchal system that we still have today to take over and to take control. So they created the right-hand path, the masculine, the sun, which is the Christ. And Christ came to eradicate sin. So the sun cults removed the lunar cults. The sun cults, the patriarch cults, removed the matriarch. And that is why we have everything in society today is run by the masculine. Whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whether it's society, it is run by man. Because they wanted to eradicate sin, which was the feminine path. And that is exactly what they've done. And in doing so, they've created an imbalance, because you need 50-50 in order to reach that place of equilibrium. And you can't do that if your feminine side is being eradicated through false teachings. So that really is what biblical sin, original sin, really means. That these patriarchs wanted to remove the feminine in order to take control of the world, which is what they've done. So this conscious fusion is important if we want to become true Christians. Now, a Christian is not what it is purported to be today. People believe that a Christian is, you go to Sunday service, you read scriptures of the Bible, and you become part of that religion, and you become a Christian. Christianity was once a secret society. They met in secret, they gave secret symbols, and they didn't speak or didn't utter anything above their own voice until it was accepted as a state religion. But it was a secret society. Now, to be a Christian means to become a Christified being. And to become a Christified being means that you have to amalgamate your opposites. Now, the symbol of being a Christified being, or a Syrified in Egypt, was the cross. So those who wore a cross were marking, almost an emblem, a badge of honor, that they'd become Christified. That, of course, has been completely watered down in today's society, when everybody can wear a cross completely emptily for no reason. So really my talk is telling us about how we can raise our consciousness from a lower mind to a higher mind. It is the higher mind that doesn't behave the way in which the lower mind works. It is the lower mind that is destroying the planet. It is the lower mind that we need to surmount. And the previous speaker was talking about, we've already won. Yes, we have. We're just pretty much acting out the scene before the end credits arrive. But people are playing this game for real. And unless they play it for real, it has no relevance. It has no value. And the creator will at some point defrag, and everyone will return back to that singular essence once again. All is sound, creation is sound, dimensions are sound, timelines are sound, and if you align yourself to a different frequency, to a different vibration that matches to a higher dimension, you will be in that dimension. If you do the same with your timelines, you will be in a different timeline. And when we see things that are supposedly meant to happen in the world, when they do not happen, it's because we've changed the timeline, we've changed the future. If you imagine that we live almost as organic computers, where sound, which also creates numbers, creates a reality that we decipher into an image, just the way a computer would. If you put a disk into a computer which has binary code, it gives you an image because it reads that binary code. We are pretty much the same in terms of the numbers that are vibrations, that are part of creation in the universal language. We decipher them and we interpret them, and we get a reality from that interpretation. And I know this for a fact because I've looked at the sky and I've seen clouds turn into numbers. And I have other different evidences that prove to me that this is how it is. But in order to become our fulfilled creators again, in order to become the higher consciousness again, we need to change our ways. We need to change our perspective. We need to begin to behave differently. We need to begin to expose the secret knowledge that was hidden and it was kept from us. Our rightful inheritance has always been kept from us, because knowledge has always been the property of the wise, and we need to become wise in order to regain that property. So thank you very much for listening to this short presentation. Again, I will open the room up to any questions or just a general chat with the hosts. So thank you very much for listening.
Nice, my guy. That was wonderful. Really liked it. Where did sound come from, Mike?
Sound comes from rotating spheres, which is vector space. When you look at vector space, you are looking at lines, you are looking at dots, you are looking at grids, you are looking at basically rotating spheres that create sound waves. Mm-hmm. And it's from those sound waves that shape begins to form, dimensions begin to form, stars begin to form and go an exact distance they need to be away from each other. And planets are formed, human bodies are formed, and so on and so on and so on. So it's really the spin of rotating vectors that create sound waves, which create the reality that we know.
The reality that we know as well. You mentioned, our lower consciousness is what's creating, the shit show that we're seeing here on the planet right now. Is that like a collective thought that we're observing all of this into place? And if we just changed our way of thinking, war and disease and famine and all of this stuff that exists on this planet right now, currently as we speak, would, disappear, right? If we, brought in our higher consciousness, so to say.
What we have at the moment is an accepted reality. Mm-hmm. And because, again, when the previous talker was speaking about grids and different things, that I've just said about the matrix, the matter X, when we come into this world, we are trapped in this negative grid. And this negative grid, which is to keep us there by pulsating what is a negative energy, a negative vibration. And it seems that a large proportion of humanity is actually connected to this false grid. And a lot of the thoughts that we believe are ours come from the world of ideas. So basically, it's this database that we believe to be our thoughts, which are not always our thoughts. If people begin to behave differently, if people begin to think differently, which, a thought is the beginning of kind of anything. You think about a behavior before you commit a behavior, think about something before you speak. So a thought, as with the creative process, a thought or Thoth of Egypt is what you do first before you do anything else. Mm-hmm. Higher mind doesn't need laws. A higher mind has its own moral compass. It understands what it should and should not be doing, what it should and should not be saying. So it is not the higher mind that is the problem. The death and destruction and the way in which the planet is run at the moment stems from the lower mind, the materialistic mind, the satanic consciousness, which is really the law of matter, and the dark element of self. Our shadow self is this character that was created that we call Satan. So when we begin to think correctly and when we begin to raise our thought vibration, then we begin to treat the world and the earth better than we are. We begin to treat each other better than we have. And when we get to that stage, our problems will dissipate. Mm-hmm. But when you have people who are acting from their animal instinct, which again, what is the Sphinx of Egypt is telling us, that the lower half of the Sphinx of Egypt is the animal state, and the top half of the Sphinx is the divine state. So there are really two species of human on Earth, which is the beast man and the God man. And when we make that transition from one to the other, then a lot of these problems will dissipate, because the higher mind would not create such problems. The higher mind would do things differently. The higher mind would think differently. And as you know, it's like I always say, I don't need earthly laws as my moral compass to tell me what I can and can't do, what is right and what is wrong. I know, because that is operating from a higher mind. So it would alleviate a lot of our problems if humanity, if we are able to lift, the mindset and the consciousness of the masses.
And that's really is the challenge that we're confronted with, isn't it, Mike? Is to get people to move from that lower conscious thinking into higher conscious thinking, and remove them from that materialistic aspect of their life, right? He who has the most wins at the end type of mentality is what we need to rub out. How do we do that, right? Like, that seems to be our biggest challenge, because if we can overcome that, right, then we win, right? So how do we do that, Mike? Like, how do we snap somebody, out of their, program?
Well, we either do it gently and drip feed them, or they're going to have an almighty shock. And I would suspect that it may be the latter, because let's flip the coin the other way, the other side. We spend so much time doing these shows, doing these conferences, having lots and lots of people coming onto these shows saying we need this to happen, and yet people are ignorant and stubbornly not changing, and they're maintaining their destructive routine. So maybe they just need that to stop quite quickly. And I think that is going to happen. So looking at the other side of the coin, just ask yourself, why should the likes of me, you, your viewers tonight, your other speakers who are putting in the effort, who are trying to better ourselves, who are trying to better the world and better society, why should we continue to be held back by the ones who are not willing to do that? So you then start to have, and I'm physically seeing this on a daily basis now, you are beginning to have that consciousness shift, which is appearing like a Grand Canyon of a schism in between the old world and the new world. And the people who are of a vibratory compatibility with the new world will be leaving the old world. Not that it doesn't mean to say you're packing a suitcase and sandwiches and elevating somewhere, but you can actually live a reality within a reality. And we are creating our own world of a better and a higher vibration, and leaving the negative grid matrix behind us.
Is it the new Earth that we're approaching, Mike, or is it the new human that we're moving into? Because the old human, right, is attached to materialistic things and thinks that death is real and that this physical body is it. And the new human is thinking radically different, understands that there's more to it than just this physical body, and so on and so on. So what do you think? Is it the new Earth, or is it a new human, or is it a little bit of a combination of both because of our, space and trajectory in space and kind of what have you?
Yeah. When you look at ancient codings within the Great Pyramid, they mention the year 2001 of our time, which was gonna be when this ancient knowledge, which was time capsuled, was going to be re-emerged into the world. It also speaks of a seventh civilization. The seventh civilization are basically the light bearers of humanity, those who have the knowledge and have the wisdom with good intent, and they will basically take over from the sixth civilization, which is the Adamic generation, which is the mess that we're in now. So it is mentioned that there will be this transition to a new human. People have said to me before, to taking that macro into a micro, and people have said to me before about the UK, how we need common law courts and we need to build new courts for the legal system. And I've said to them in the same way, we already have the courts, we just need to use them correctly. Which is the same as we already have the planet, we just need to treat it correctly, in the correct vibration, with the correct mindset of good. So we already have the facilities within us, what we exist on, in order to make it work and to transition into something else, which is a new human on a new earth, because it will be a new perspective, a new perception, a new vibration that we will fit into. Everything in creation, every geometric shape has to have one higher dimension than its shape. So when I cast a shadow, that shadow is a two-dimensional shadow, which is coming from a three-dimensional being, which is me. So it loses one dimension in its projection. Now, that pen is a two-dimensional shape. Now, if it was in the two-dimensional only, I would only be able to move it in two-dimensional directions. The very fact that I can move that pen in three-dimensional dimensions means that it exists in a dimension higher than its shape. So there is a dimension. Yeah, so we have a dimension higher than us for us to fit into.
I see. You need to have a space to go to, essentially.
You do.
Otherwise,
you can never evolve. You can never expand. You would always be stuck in the perimeters of the dimension that you're in. So you have to have a dimension higher in order to fit into, to expand.
That makes sense. It kind of takes me into like that 5D thinking that I had earlier, that I was asking Suzanna, or was it Suzanna? I think it was Angie that I was asking about becoming self-aware. When you become self-aware of yourself, right, would that mean that you're operating in a higher dimension than the one that you're currently in, because now you've become self-aware and your connection to consciousness is, gotten much higher? It's a more clearer telephone call, so to say, right, than your basic default connection.
Yeah, but if you imagine humanity in general, we are out of tune. So when we retune ourselves, like the neck of a guitar, then you start to become more in alignment with all of the octaves and the chords of the neck of that guitar. So when you start to begin to have this kind of self-awareness of what you are and what your position is and where you're going back to, that in itself is a higher plane than those who just think that the material world is all there is. Because what you're really describing is simple ignorance and complex ignorance. Simple ignorance is you don't know anything. Complex ignorance is really ignorance of ignorance, which is basically, I believe that the physicality is all there ever is. That is complex ignorance. Now, when you start stepping outside of that ignorance and you begin to know what you really are, then you are operating from a higher mind, from a higher vibration, from a higher plane or a higher dimension. We are already operating in the fourth. We are nipping in and out of other dimensions. We are multi-locational. We are multiple awareness. And our awareness can shift from here to there, to there, to there. But we only have awareness of one awareness. So we can go from any dimension that we want, from any position. If I was to say to you, I'll meet you in Toronto by such and such building at 3 p.m. your time tomorrow. Now that is a fourth dimensional coordinate. So we're already operating in the fourth dimension every day.
Oh, I see. Moment by moment, in fact, right? Because the next decision hasn't been made, or it's being made and it needs to be facilitated. I see what you're saying, Mike. I get it now.
If you imagine the now is really the processor. And if we remember, we are traveling back to the past. If we visualize, we are traveling to the future. And the processor is now. And if whichever way we dream, whichever way we wish to go, we're either in the past or we're in the future. But the future is being processed now. Based on what we visualize, the word becomes flesh. We manifest our reality, our future.
Profound. That is profound. Let me bring Stone Hobbit up, because I see her nodding her head up and down and resonating with what we are talking about here. Stone, let me hear some of your thoughts, sister.
Hi there, Michael. Good to see you again. Yes. Okay. Here's one for you. I was having one of my out-of-body experiences where I went into another dimension, and while I was there in that dimension, I was being chased. As I came back into this dimension here, I was able to sit upright, look at the wall, and as I looked at the wall, it opened up, and there was a light on one side of it, away from me, and a being stepped through. And as the being stepped through, it became it appeared as a shadow being. What I learned from that was that there was a play on light of between the dimensions and stuff. So because of frequency. So how would you go about explaining that one? Future, past, present?
Well, the thing is, the present, the past, and the future is the same thing.
Yeah.
And we believe that, you know, we look at history and we look at different things, and it happened then, and it's finished now, and it's not. And again, I've got my own personal evidence to prove that to me. You know, it is all in the same place. It's the same thing. When going back onto a shadow, will lose a dimension in projection. If I cast a two-dimensional shadow as a three-dimensional being, then the shadow people that I've seen, which are three-dimensional shadows, are a fourth-dimensional being, because again, that is lost one dimension in its projection. These again, you know, you have so many doorways, so many dimensions. My father's mansion has many rooms. There are so many different pockets of space in which you can occupy and fit into. You know, when you lose this physical body, you are going into the space between worlds. So it is a different reality, but it runs parallel to ours, in which you can nip in and out. You can nip in and out of anywhere you want at any given time if you align yourself to the frequency of that place. So yes, you know, and going back to what I was saying to Omar, we are multi-locational, and we are a multi-consciousness, we are multi-dimensional, but our awareness is usually only in one place. And when we have the likes of an out-of-body experience or a dream, or we pass away, you know, our awareness shifts from here and it goes somewhere else. You know, when we are in bed at night and we are asleep at night, unless you have an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience or a like, you have no awareness in your dream time that you exist, because your awareness is not here. Your awareness is somewhere else. And at the moment that you wake up, your awareness is back in the room and you're now back in this reality, but you have no awareness of where you've been in that time. And again, you know, my own experiences, my own, I have enough evidence to prove to me, which is quite a high threshold, to prove to me that we can do, you know, spiritual concentrations, which I've done, which is where when I've been awake, I've been able to shift my awareness from me to an object who was looking back at me, looking at it. So we can shift our awareness anywhere we want consciously when you know how to. Or when you're asleep, it happens naturally when your awareness shifts. It's like switching off a light here and switching it on somewhere else. So we are in multiple places at any given time, but time is not a static. It is a fluid. It is, in my opinion, aligned and connected to emotions. You know, if we're having a great time, time goes fast. If we're having a really boring time, it goes very slow. It's connected to emotions. It is a fluid. It is something that is a perception.
Yes, that's what they told me. One of the other things was, once I'd done that, I was sitting on the couch one day with another friend of mine. It was daytime. The front door was open. It was a glass door. And that same location where these beings came in, where the being came in, other beings had been coming in, and they walked past the glass door in daytime. We both saw them walk past us. We were in a bit of a state of, oh geez, what did we just experience? And they cast a shadow as they walked past the door. So yeah.
I've been walking through forest in the daytime as well as dusk, and as I've been walking through the trees, I've seen shadow people walking through the trees in the opposite direction, passing me. You know, that we are sometimes, you know, when you're walking through a neighborhood and you look at a window of a house, sometimes the curtains are open and you can see into that house, and the people in that house can see out. We are doing the same in terms of dimensions. Sometimes we catch a glimpse of the things that are always around us in a different frequency spectrum, in a different pocket of space that has its own laws of physics, its own vibrations, its own frequency, its own existences. But often, because we're so blind and focused on the complex ignorance that the physicality is all there is, we don't expand ourselves to the possibility or the fact that there are multiple existences all around us. And when you align yourself with them, or they purposely align themselves with you, then there is an interaction that takes place. Sometimes we are drifting unknowingly into other timelines and other dimensions, and we are what is called a pseudo appearance. So in other words, we are appearing as ghosts to other realities. So some of the things that we see that we believe are ghosts in our reality are other dimensions being a pseudo appearance in this third dimensional world.
Yes, that resonates with me. That absolutely resonates.
Yeah, isn't that creepy too?
I have seen myself looking through the eyes of another vessel. I've had a shamanic journey where they showed me where I could be any kind of creature, predator and prey. It was the life cycle journey that they gave me through the eyes of each of these individual beings. And it was like an imprint, and it was showing me that each individual being also had access to these other dimensions. Now, I just wanted to quickly say, you were saying earlier about in and out of different dimensions, and they're not the same. I can say that I've got reoccurring dimensions that I go in and out of, and I recognize them through the different abilities. Basically, I call them frequencies. When I get there, I have a certain awareness of what my capabilities are. So, it's awesome. It's fantastic.
You're operating under a different law of physics, which is theirs. When they come into ours, you know, because they work under different laws of physics, it appears like they're absolutely obliterating our laws of physics as we understand them. But each dimension has its different laws, different rules. You know, I have also caught myself, my higher self, looking through my own eyes into this world, and I knew what was happening. And again, as you said, I've actually looked through other people's eyes at me looking at them. So I know that it can consciously be done. And I really have a saying that the paranormal is normal, the supernatural is natural. That there's nothing, we see it as a phenomena because we don't understand it. But it's not a phenomena, it is completely natural, it is completely normal. And when we start, again, rising ourselves, there will be more and more and more interactions of this kind. There's so many different things that happen that can't be explained within this world, within the laws of this world. So you have to then start looking what else is doing them, what else is coming into our space. You know, and we've all had our own experiences, again, to evidence that there's lots and lots of things that are coming in and coexisting with us all the time.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I was gonna mention, like, when you shut your lights off in your room, you get those black blobs of things moving around in the dark, which is darker than the dark. Now, would that be like coexisting with us here in this dimension, or is that like a crossover from another dimension to where these beings are coming in, or are they like interdimensional to where they exist in both planes at the same time and they're just transiting back and forth, kind of like Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, when you look at the likes of Loch Ness and these phenomenons,
Ogopogo,
they're basically river guardians,
mm-hmm.
and they are dimensional travelers. So sometimes if you're at Loch Ness, you're either fortunate or unfortunate enough to bump into the Loch Ness monster, which is really not there to harm you. It is a river guardian. And there's many different cultures that have actually drew and recorded these river guardians who are in the two worlds. And there's a lot of sort of hinting in ancient monuments, such as the Great Pyramid, which has a double chevron above its entrance. The double chevron means where the two worlds meet. So there's a lot of interaction between different worlds and this one. And there are those with the ability to become in and out. I mean, I've done it. I've come in and out of different places. I've been to different places. So if I can do it,
a murder like that.
Well, right? Yes, but it was a
50-year-old murder or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So if I can do it, sometimes without trying, I don't have any more abilities than anybody else. I don't have access to places that other people also have access to. It's just that some people pursue it and activate it through self-awareness and self-activation, and other people remain shut down. That is the only difference.
Yes,
and if you again make the effort, if you put the work in, if you expand yourself, if you initiate yourself, if you allow these things to come in, if you have an understanding that these things exist, and if you are indoctrinated by a particular religion, you can never advance because you are shoved into a box. That is the truth. That is the whole truth. That is nothing but the truth, and you will never expand. But if with different information, with different things that come to you, that expands your mind, that expands your vessel, that expands your reactivated capabilities. And that is the only difference. Some people do it and some people don't.
It's like all things, right? When you practice, you just get better, right? And then if you don't practice, then you don't get better. Nothing will happen, right? You remain stagnant, right? And that's it.
Yeah. If you were to send me a drum kit through the post, and I set up the drum kit that you sent me in my room here, I would have to practice for a long time every day to become proficient in that art. The same with the guitar, trombone, anything.
Yeah,
you have to work. You have to work at it. In order. I mean, technically, you can go to a timeline where you've already mastered it and don't have to do it. But until you got to that stage, you have to put in the hours. You have to put in the effort in order to learn. And that's really what we need to do.
That's kind of where we're screwed here right now too, Mike? Because nobody wants to work hard, right? Everybody wants the lazy way out. They just want the quick and easy, and that's it. And especially with this new generation coming up, they all want to remotely work from home and don't want to come in to the office to work. And we got 155,000 people here in Canada that just gone on strike because they want to work from home. So they can watch the reruns of The View in the morning.
No, that's right. And it's like we're saying, they can no longer be allowed to hold people back.
That's right.
They no longer can be held, keeping people in a false vibratory matrix that those who are aware of it no longer wish to be in, and they wish to step out of that. And those people cannot be held back anymore. So if those people, want to go and watch a rerun of Cheers or whatever it is they want to watch, that's their reality. It's not mine. And I don't want to be a part of it.
I don't want to pay for it though, right? My tax dollars, man.
But it's all deliberate, isn't it? You have the task. You have the taskmasters, which are basically those who set the task and those who commit us to hard labor. And task and tax are synonymous, so they're really tax masters. And everything that happens in the world happens to keep you in the false vibratory matrix. Every single thing that you see.
Yeah.
And when you begin to see it, that's when you begin to make moves to step out of it.
That's when you become a blasphemous. That's when you begin to, you become a blasphemous and you wear that badge of honor. And if you guys don't know what a blasphemous is, Mike, please, raise some awareness on that, because I'm a blasphemous. I love being a blasphemous.
So
I
am I.
want to get a jacket that says, big fucking blasphemous on the back of it.
Well, I'm a conspiracy theorist, as I've already said, because I'm in sync with the divine breath. But in ancient times, trees were very significant. You had the battle of the trees. You had different things. You have the bark, the branches, and the roots of a tree. Now, the roots of the tree symbolize the unseen, the secret knowledge, because it's underground. You can't see it. Now, originally, the ancient symbols were carved on the barks of trees, which was called liber, which is where we get the word library or book. So they used to carve these symbols and codes to each other on the barks of trees. But the root of the trees, because it's the unseen, because underground, is secret knowledge. Now, the word blaspheme or blasphemer means to uproot. So if you are exposing secret knowledge and you are bringing it into a public arena, then you are uprooting that secret knowledge. You are a blasphemer. So instead of being a negative connotation, blasphemer is actually a positive one. But again, in the same vein as conspiracy theory is actually positive. And the biggest ever conspiracy theory is Jesus Christ, because Jesus means divine breath, and conspiracy means to breathe as one. And Jesus, we are told, is the bridge between man and God, which is the divine circulation of breath. So Jesus is the biggest conspiracy theory. So that is really what a blasphemer is. It's to uproot what is unseen into the seen world.
Badge of honor, that is. And now we're very, very proudly, because it's one of the best things that I've actually learned in my life. Now, Mike, before I let you go, let me hit you up with this final question. And is coming in from our brother from another mother, Rockers, Los Angeles. And this is an interesting question, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. It says, some believe advanced souls take highest roles in satanic cults in service to Source. The tension this time is in their service to betray Source Master in spite of previous ascension. Your thoughts?
Right. Everything that is in creation has been deliberately created. So the one becomes the two. The duality, as was mentioned by the previous talker, becomes the time of separation. So the one is the unity, which is symbolized by all the towers around the world. The number one, the unity, the time before separation, and the duality, the number two, is the time of separation. But everything was created for a reason. Duality exists because without duality, we have no way of measuring anything. We can't measure ourselves and our progress. If I'd say today I feel really, really well, I feel at optimum health, how could I possibly make that comment if I've never felt ill and unwell? So the duality gives me that comparison. What duality also gives us is a means to attain balance. Because without duality, without the 50-50 complementary halves, you can never reach a state of balance, which is what you need to return back to the number one, to the original essence. There are multiple things that are playing multiple roles. Some of them are playing it for real. Some of them are so engrossed in that particular role that they've forgotten everything else. Advanced souls have gone through so many experiences of duality, polarity, good, bad, all of these different things. If they intend to betray the source, then they will be dealt with at some point. We have lots and lots of things in which the source needs to enable itself to be perfect. And we are playing these roles for real in order for it to feed back the data back to itself.
Mm-hmm.
So, you can turn around and say the people of the planet are who the so-called rulers and elites of the world have advanced sacred knowledge at their disposal, but their actions are in conflict to that knowledge. In the same way, a higher soul may have all of this experience, may have gone through all the different dimensions at different times, but they still have an intent for selfish gain.
Mm-hmm.
And that, again, you have these negative vibrations in any dimension anywhere. If you go to the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, it doesn't mean to say that you eradicate negativity. You don't. The difference being in these different dimensions is that it has less effect on you.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone is playing a role. We all are here for a purpose. And eventually, regardless of what side, whether you're the blues or the reds, at some point, we all go back into the same washing machine.
Mm-hmm. You need to have the negative in order to see the positive, because then how can we differentiate between the positive and the negative? If there was no negative, because then everything would be, we wouldn't know, right? Same thing with hate and love. You need to experience hate in order to understand love.
You do, and again, if we look at the Bible and what it's saying, I mean, this really is a contradiction. But when it says that, on the 4th day God created light, well, for one, if he created light, it wasn't the 4th day; it must have been the 1st day. But nevertheless, if God created the light, then God must have been standing in a place of dark. So why does the New Age tell me to avoid darkness in my pursuit back to God? Because that's where God created visible light from, the dark.
Mm-hmm.
So the creator is both what we deem to be dark and light because it created it.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot measure progress and you cannot attain balance without two complementary halves that are always in simultaneous existence. One is manifest, one is unmanifest. Life is manifest, physical death is unmanifest, but at some point they trade places. And then when they trade places again, you have that thing called reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
But the seen and the unseen will always be in simultaneous existence for eternity.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. And thank you for taking the time on your evening on this Earth Day to come and share your knowledge and wisdom with us. Help us raise our awareness and lift a little bit of ignorance so that we can be better people tomorrow. So before I let you go, Mike, you've got a new series that is on Iconic TV. So why don't you quickly give us a download on that, and maybe after you're done, you can shoot me a link, and then I'll post that link in the comments so other people can go and check that out. So here you go, brother.
Yeah, I mean, how it came about really is Iconic did some market research with their subscribers and basically said, what do you want to see on the channel? And the large majority said ancient codes, ancient symbols. So they got in touch with me and asked me to fill that space for them. So a couple of weeks ago, I went to the studios and did a full-length presentation for them, which was going to be an introduction to the new series, which is going to start in June. Now, the plan for that is going to be called The Secret of Secrets. There's going to be 4 prongs to it. There's going to be studio work with just me in front of the camera. There's going to be on location. There's going to be the possibility occasionally of having guests. And then there's also going to be further presentations on the show as well, which is going to lead to different things. So that's The Secret of Secrets, which will be starting on Iconic Channel in June. And it should be a weekly show. It's probably going to be 30, 40 minutes at a time. There's also other things that they want me to be involved in as well. There's also other things that other people have approached me to do for them also. So, the more and more and more people are beginning to want to know, are beginning to, seek answers to their questions. And every question has a vibration, which has a compatible vibratory answer. So if you start asking high vibrational questions, you're going to get high vibrational answers. And that high vibration is coming into your body and it is lifting you. So knowledge and wisdom in the kingdom of God, the kingdom of God, in the wise dome, the Golgotha, the place of skulls. So again, there's going to be a lot of things that I'm being involved in, which are in the planning stages at the moment. But again, thank you for this platform to be able to speak to your people. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. I really appreciate you. And guys, go and check out Michael's website, to michael-feeley.com. Thank you to Ronnie for posting that. And as well, Michael's got a pretty good YouTube channel as well under the same name, at Michael Feeley. Go and subscribe to that and check out the good stuff Mike's got on there, because it's really good stuff. And Mike, you got any new books coming out? Because I know you were working on that serious book. So anything new, children's books? Because I know you were working on children's books as well. How's all that coming along?
It's all coming along well. I'm writing at the moment a book called The Lost Word of God, and so that's going to be interesting, because it's a particular word that many secret societies are looking for, and when that word is revealed, it will be of benefit to humanity. Now I've located that word. I know what that word is, so I'm writing a book called The Lost Word of God, which will obviously tell everybody what that is, and it will help them to move forward. That is close to completion, but then it's obviously got to be edited and published and different things. So it's one to look out for, because it's going to leave everything else that I've done behind, in all fairness. So I'm looking forward to that being complete, and it's a sacred word that a lot of people want. Right on. Let me know, because I need to re-up my books from you, and definitely want to get that. And then I think I know what the word is, Michael. It is Om-R. Yeah. It could be Michael, which is basically alchemy. But that's right. There we go. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, and everybody appreciates you. Everybody loves you, and thank you. I can't say enough. Thank you. Give my love to your family, and be well, be happy, and let's connect again and do a 1-1 talk, because it's been some time now, a few months. So let's connect, coming up here in May, and then cool, my brother. Thank you. Anytime. Have a fantastic day, and thank you, everyone. You as well. Thank you, my brother. Let's bring on Kathy Mason here really quickly before we bring on our brother from another mother. I love this guy. Let's bring on Liane too, because she's been pretty quiet in the background there. And let's bring on Stone Hobbit. Stone, all she needs to do is turn her camera on. Let's bring in Ulrich Vibe for a couple quick minutes. Ladies, turn your cameras on if you can. And it's been a wonderful day so far. Everything has just come together so beautifully right from the morning until now. Started off with Kiara Windrider, then David Maria, Patricia Grabow, then we had Aage LaRue, then we had Suzanna Kennedy, then we had Michael Feeley, and now we've got another treat coming along, which is our buddy. We've been involved in a book study with him for the past several weeks, Ulrich and myself, with Aage Nost, Spiritual Science. So quick thoughts on today's, up until today. Yeah, wanted to do that here. Ulrich, show us that one more time, please. There we go. What a wonderful book it is. And we are on chapter 28, I think. And that is being held on to until Friday, my people, because obviously, it got banned. And 29 we're on. So that'll be coming up here pretty quick. Next week on Friday, we'll start that. So before we bring on Aage, ladies, thoughts of today very quickly around the table, and then we'll bring Aage on. We'll go Stone, Kathy, Liane, Ulrich.
Well, everybody we'll do it like at the same time or anything.
Okay, I loved it. I loved it. There's I can't say anything else other than I'm resonating with it, and it's like what Kathy was saying earlier. One presenter leads on to the next presenter. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. A lot of energy, a lot of work, a lot of learning and findings, commonalities, experiences, all come together to share this information with us. This is what it's about. This is us sharing our inner experiences together, and that's what's going to make it work.
Cool. I wanted to show this cool Lemurian crystal that I got that has all these facets. And I feel like what we're doing is we're reflecting with each one of these presenters. They have a different aspect, like one of these facets that they're reflecting back to us. So depending on where you are on your journey, you may only be missing a couple of them. Or you might not recognize them, but they bring it up. Oh, yeah, this is, yeah, I splurged on this one. Oh, wow, those are beautiful. Yeah, those are more like
Vogel crystals.
Yeah.
One large, one small.
Well, this isn't a real Vogel. This is a Lemurian. So, but same ideas. I mean, we are getting an opportunity to get ignited, just like these crystals, where every little facet can be revealed and energized. Because I still like that onion idea that we're peeling off layers. And it used to be like, oh God, I already did that. Why is that still here? It's like, oh God. But it seems like now you can really get rid of it or reframe your automatic response to it.
Yeah.
And I don't think we could do that. Well, I know I couldn't do that before. So that's the exciting part. Anyway, that's all.
Liane?
I agree with that statement. I think a lot of people are beginning to be able to transmute rather than focus on what is not so preferable in certain situations. And I think that is a practice, and I think that is part of our own slow drip self-remembering, because sometimes, as much as we want to remember all this stuff right now, I want to know it all right now, no, your brain would explode. And then it would get messy, and then you need to use stuff to clean it up, and just, no, that's not what we're doing. So little by little, we remember, everything from not so too subtle experiences. And as always, and I'll quadruple down on it, like every speaker continues and builds on the basic vibration that Omar intended, So it's all things as they should be. Just the more aware we are of the little prickly energies, and maybe not so prickly. Some of them are fun. I mean, I'm telling you, man, these orbs flying around my room. It's so cool.
Oh, I want to see them.
Comforting. I videotaped it, so I could probably load a video and then share it here if there's time.
Okay, please do.
Yeah, sure.
I want to see your mom go.
Mom, it's my grandma. I think it's both of them. And like the cats that used to live here, I think it's all of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eric, go ahead, please. You're muted, hon.
Yeah, I'm with Stone. Do I say I'm up with Stone or I'm down with Stone? I was actually, the reason I was late, I was traveling across sacred, I think it's Chippewa lands that's west of me. And I had just flipped it on, and it was great. I got to hear a part of Kiara's talk. Absolutely fabulous. But yeah, it's gonna, like Liane said, it is. It's bits and pieces, and if you did, you would lose what little mind we have. if you did get that, I want this massive download. I want to be able to do that. You have to do it in bits and pieces, because I tell you, when I woke up about a short time, I'm the green stick here, about 3 or 4 years ago, and so yeah, it's been a trip. It's been a real trip, but I'm really happy and grateful that I'm on the ride. I'm in the front of the roller coaster, and I'm like this.
Yeah,
That would be me.
that's
That would be me.
perfect.
Right on, right on. Thank you very much, ladies. Appreciate your thoughts. I'm going to remove most of you off the screen and bring Aage Nost on. Aage Nost is a brother from another mother that we've been working with regularly for the last little while, and doing our spiritual science series with Aage. So let's bring him on. This guy needs no introductions. We've been working together for years now, and just a wonderful guy, great teacher, and always has something intelligent to say. So welcome, Aage. I appreciate you, my brother, for all that you do, and your wisdom, your knowledge, and you share it so freely and so openly, and you really are in service to the whole. So thank you. I appreciate you, my man, and I'll give you the stage, and in about 30 minutes I'll jump in and hit you with some Q&A from our audience. And guys, as usual, give me your questions in cap locks, please, so that they stand out, and I'll hit Aage up with that. So Aage, it's all yours, my man.
Okay, well, thank you for having me here. This is going to be so much fun. And I love questions, because once in a while they stump me, and that's when I learn, because I can't handle it. I got to go out and find the answer. So that's when I learn. Anyway, that's what that story is. Well, this is Earth Day, right? So we really should talk about Earth. That Earth is a lot more than dirt. It is a lot more to it. And what is Earth anyway? We think we know? Yeah, we kind of do, actually. But was it here before we came? Or is it like quantum mechanics is telling us that we live in a mind-created universe, and we involve the mind? Our mind with the universal mind together is what's creating everything around us. That could kind of indicate that some of it may not have been here before we came. If that's the case, we have a lot more control than we are told or led to believe. In a mind-created universe, our mind is involved in the whole creation. So whatever we allow to dwell in our mind the most is actually what we're going to have in our life. Think about that guy that the only thing he thinks about is what he's involved with, like crime and drugs and robbery and stuff like that. Do you think he's going to have really good things happening in his life? Maybe if he wins the lottery, he'll have 3 weeks until he spends it all, but not that much. The one that engages in higher conscious thinking and think about good things, create good things, have good friends, and visualize good things in his future, that person is going to have a lot better life than the one that doesn't. So if we think about Earth then, what is Earth? We are finding out that it is actually, there's some quantum mechanics equations that actually kind of proves this, because they're talking now that Earth is alive. It has consciousness. and it is self-aware. That kind of tells me that it's not very happy right now. And it is up to us to change things. We know where a lot of the problems are, we know a whole bunch of them, but we don't really know the bigger ones that is yet to come, like the fake alien invasion and the shutdown of the electric grid and all that, those things, which they have planned for us. People are discovering this, but what are they doing about it? Next to nothing. So tonight, let's spend a little time or more time on the solutions. We know the problems. Let's spend a little time on the solutions. Plastics, that's one of the problems. Hemp can replace just about 90% of everything that the plastics are doing. So we should really concentrate a little more about that, learn about it, and talk about it. Get involved in visualizing our own existence with hemp in it. Same thing with oil. Electric cars, as of the present state of technology, is not the solution. It destroys. It takes more energy out of the earth to create the batteries than they can save by not using oil. So there is other technologies. There is free energies, a whole host of machines that is over unity that could be used, but there's too much money in oil, so it hasn't happened yet. That's our job now. Start thinking about that, learning about it, and talking about it. Like the guy in 1978 that created an automobile that ran on water. He ran from coast to coast on, I think he used something like 8 gallons of water. Maybe a little more. I forget what it was. We can start building our mind with those concepts in it. And then we have plutonium. That's a problem or a challenge. Whether if you absolutely had to have nuclear energy, then use thorium. Thorium is clean, there is no radioactive radiation, and it's not dangerous to people. Think about this for a moment. We have something like 12, 14 nuclear power plants in California alone. If they had one severe tsunami out there, every one of them would disintegrate. And you have another Chernobyl for each one of them. That would make California unlivable, and a big part of the rest of the country unlivable for 30-some 3,600, 3,800 years. Only a raving idiot would put something like this together. But it was done for profits again. There's so much money in nuclear. And they didn't want to use thorium because they cannot create explosions out of it. And they wanted to use nuclear energy for bombs and rockets and war. So there again, let's change our thinking. Research thorium. Know about it. Start thinking about having it in your existence as an alternative energy. So why don't we already have these things? We know they exist, but why don't we have it? It's because we have not gotten on the soapbox and talked to our neighborhood about it, talked to our community, our state, the world about it. We need to change our thinking by putting solutions in it instead of dwelling on the problems. Because whatever you keep in your mind the most, that's what you're going to have more of. So if we have a mind-created universe here, which the equations on the blackboard show that we do, and it's proven by repeatable scientific experiments, it's up to us to change things, because we have a lot more control than we think we do. And people out there say, oh gosh, that's a big job. What can I do? I'm only one person. Let me give you an example of one person or a group of people can do. Nori Love and I have created a mastermind where we do some incredible things. We create out of seemingly nothing sometimes. Let me give you an example. A few months back, there were all kinds of forest fires in Northern California. There was a lady that called me and she said, I'm going to have to move into town because the fires are getting closer and I'm afraid my house is going to burn. What do you, is there anything we can do with a mastermind? And I said, well, let's try it. So the next day on Sunday, we got together. Forest fires were raging and we got together. We visualized her. We wrapped our mastermind around her as a group, around her house, around Northern California. We were standing outside, visualizing ourselves standing outside with a howling rain coming down. Our hair were wet, clothes were wet, my boots were filling up with water. And we intended for all this rain to become real. We felt it. And we loved it into existence because we knew how good it would be for the land, for the community, for not being afraid of the fires anymore. Well, we went on with the rest of the mastermind session, and then about an hour and a half after we quit, she called and she said, it's raining. And then she sent me a short video, which I still have on the phone, about her standing outside, dancing around in her black backyard, holding the phone up, taking, movie of herself in the rain, and she was wet all over. And I could see the heavy rain coming down. Now, the thing is that it wasn't clear skies to start with. There was a few clouds out there. But in an hour and a half, it darkened up and turned into howling rain in an hour and a half. The weather forecasters said, we were dumbfounded. This shouldn't have happened, but it did. How did that happen? It's because of the mastermind principle. When two or more minds are united in harmony, they create a third mind. One that has the potential mind power of the two or more of them multiplied by each other. And that is, if you have 1,000 people get together, concentrate on one thing, directed attention, visualize it into effect, loving it, feeling gratitude for already having it, feeling it. Now you have the mind power, the creative mind power of 1,000,000 minds. That is powerful. And that's what we need to do. Everybody can create their own mastermind. Families should have it. Church groups should have it. Clubs, they do it all the time. Sports, yeah, they do it. They do some of it anyway. But a family should get together, decide on what they want more than anything. When they sit around the table for dinner, join minds instead of holding hands and say, well, we need $1,714.08 by the end of the month to pay the mortgage. Pass the butter, Martha, I'm hungry. That doesn't go anywhere. You got to feel it, see it, intend for it. If a family does that, they start creating things because you create it in your mind and then you place it into the universal mind or the quantum existence. Now it is there as potentials for creating physical things. This is something that everybody should do. And for those of you that want to be part of something like this, I'm going to give you an email address here where you can actually come and participate, watch and observe, and be part of something incredible. This is just one example. We got a horde of other examples of windfalls for people that needed it and healings and things like that. That is all created in our mind. It wouldn't have happened unless we have thought it into existence. Now, think back to Earth. If all of us start thinking about solutions instead of thinking about all the problems, think about hemp, thorium, a totally revamped healthcare system instead of the disease care system. And other things that we want in our life that is beneficial to us, our family, our community, the country, and the world. How about start thinking about peace? That would be a novel idea, wouldn't it? Instead of thinking about all the wars and all the crap that's going on. Maybe we should. But for those of you that want to be part of and just come and have a look at the mastermind that we are doing, send us an email to themastermindconnection@gmail.com. And you can join Nori and me and a whole bunch of other people, tremendous minds, get together and you can create good things for you also. Yeah, there we see. I see the email is in the chat there, so write it down and send me an email. I'll send you some information and a link to come and join us. Now, when we're talking about Earth and it being self-aware, that involves everything on it and in it. That should give a new meaning to tree huggers, wouldn't it? Because trees can actually communicate with you. That's why the sages of old, they said, when you meditate, sit outside with your back up against a tree. There is something in that because you communicate with nature. You ground yourself and you communicate and you can get ideas. as well as you also in meditation could tap into the universal mind and get ideas and concepts and inventions and thoughts that will benefit you and mankind. Higher conscious thinking usually comes through meditation. And we have classes on that on our website. Nori and I put it there, gosh, about 3 years ago. And along with other things like astral travel and so on, just go to broadcastteamalpha.com and you will go in there and you'll find out how to go about these things. These classes are for the people and the members of the mastermind. So you need to do that first and then go and look. So, yes, it is up to us to create a new environment with good things in it. And we can do that by higher conscious thinking. Thinking about the problems doesn't cut it. We need to start thinking about solutions, and the earth and the world will love you for it. Besides, you'll be more positive, you'll feel better, you'll be healthier. So that's one thing that I would highly recommend. I meditate every day, and that's one reason why I do what I do. There's many out there that may be listening to this that would love to do great things, but they just haven't seen an opportunity where it would be possible for them to do so. The thing is that the universe talks to you. But unless you ask and define what you would want to have or do, the universe doesn't know what to give you. So ask. Tell it, give me an opportunity or to do whatever, and then listen. Because the universe, the earth, and everything in it will communicate with you. It might come to you in the shower for about a 2-second thought coming through. It usually is very quick, so catch it when it comes. But it will come. It could be a thought of something that you should do that fly through your head and then it's gone. Or it could be a simple thought of, oh, I haven't talked to John for a long time. I really should call him. Follow up on those thoughts, because John might have an idea or an opportunity or something that will benefit you, your family, and everybody. Listen to the universe when it talks to you. Because if you don't listen, you're going to have what you always have had. A memory of the past is replaying itself in the present, and it will follow you into the future. Are you sure you want that? If you do, don't do a thing different. If you're perfectly happy in your life right now, don't change anything. Because life is about being happy. If you want anything more than what you have, define it and ask. The universe will help you create. There are unseen influences living in that quantum existence that will help you create it. But you gotta ask. My mom had a saying, and boy, did I hear that a lot of times. Beggars may not get much, but the ones that never ask, they get nothing. It's smart woman. She was right, because I asked a lot. And I told somebody that I was going to talk about Earth today. And that person told me, why don't you explain what the Earth is? And I know what he meant. He's a flat earther. Do you guys want to have, I got about 4 minutes left. Do you guys want to have some fun for the last 4 minutes?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. I have a telescope that magnifies 300 times. It's pretty powerful. I can point that to the moon and I can see really strange things up there. I can point it to Mars, and yeah, the Mars sitting out there and it's got some dots on it. When I do it other times, the dots are not there because Mars is rotating. It's going around. So it's on the other side or somewhere. That tells me that it's round. The moon is round. Every planet is round. But remember, we are special. Our planet is flat, according to some people. I did an interview with a guy, Flat Earth Dave, and I kind of like the guy, even though that he's a flat earther. I kind of like the guy because I am convinced that he believed what he talked about. And he also admitted something that he did not understand. And I'm going to show you. And maybe you can draw your own conclusion on this. Is the Earth round or is it flat? I created this, let me see, this one. This is my drawing of Earth. This is Africa, Asia, and we have Australia over here, and here's the United States, South America. In the middle, there's the North Pole, and right around here, that's the South Pole, what they are concerned. Now, okay, I put 2 dots on here. This is the sun, and this is the moon. And they are going around. If you can explain to me how you can get this big pizza cardboard between the sun and the moon, for the sun to throw a shadow, a curved shadow on the moon, then I will listen to you. All this is got to get between the sun and the moon so the moon have a shadow. Flat Earth Dave said, I don't know. He was honest. I have asked quite a few of them, and I'm getting anything from a blank stare coming back, or just someone say, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm telling them, okay, but I'm asking you, do you know what you're talking about? Nobody can give me an answer how you can get a pizza cardboard between the sun and the moon to throw a shadow on the moon. Maybe you got a little idea if it's round or flat.
I know who you're talking about, and I too received an email from him, and I, humbly declined, right? Because that's not what my platform is about, to debunk round or flat, and like you, Aage, I too have a powerful telescope with which I look at planetary bodies and such with, and the Klingon sword that's right underneath it for anyone that wants to challenge the round. But yeah.
That's a good one. That should magnify 300 times or more, shouldn't it?
More than that, I can see Saturn. I can see all the way to Jupiter, and I can see Uranus, and well, maybe not your Uranus, but I can see the.
Yeah,
I can see Uranus and stuff like that. We got to throw in some comedy in here and some laughter and fun in here. But I'm not done with that argument. I've seen the shadow of the Earth on the moon. It appears to be round. I've seen all the other planets in our solar system. They look round to me. I look at the moon. It looks round. Everything is round. Even when we look at our galaxies, they in themselves are round. So it is, for me, it's CIA misinformation to misdirect people, to confuse people, and and I'm just not down with that. And I've received a few emails from David, and to me it's just a flat no. You couldn't pay me. You simply couldn't pay me to put that type of stuff up here on Watchers Talk, because I don't think my people would appreciate that very much, like Rockers and Nancy and Ronnie, and they'd be like, Omar, what the fuck are you doing entertaining that shit? So, I just, I have no interest in it, so I just simply won't do it. But, to come back, Aage, to this, the mind-created universe and the earth that we operate in, it is, it's a tough existence, right? But lessons need to be learned here. We take these, physical bodies so that we can experience some aspect of our memory that is, that's, just sitting there. And for some reason, for whatever it may be, we incarnate and we come here to experience that physicality. But beyond that, I'm of the school that nothing is real except strawberry fields. And that's it. Everything else is in the mind, and is how, it's how we approach this mind-created reality that we're, observing into place, I suppose it would be, as you talk in your book. So, yeah, for me, it's more of an earthly experience than it is a human experience, right? The human in it is, is part of the experience, right? But, we wouldn't have this full human experience if it were not for the earth. We could be born a human on Pluto, but, the experience just wouldn't be the same, right? So I think it has a lot to do with the earth and the earth matrix in itself, and all the lessons that go along with it, right? Like love and hate and loathing and envy and greed and all of that. And those are just lessons that we need to learn. But the question really becomes is that how do we learn those lessons in harmony, right? In harmony with one another and in harmony with the earth, rather than running solo, right?
Yeah, we need harmony. We need to think with the earth and everything on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it is self-aware, that means consciousness, awareness, and we can communicate with that.
I'm listening to you. I'm talking sign language, multitasking here, brother. Multitasking.
Okay. Yeah. But it is our job to change it.
How do we, this is the question that goes, that we've been, going round and round and round about, and as you said, we know what problems we have on this world. We get it. We know what those problems are, but how do we go about, rectifying those problems? And, personally, Aage, I feel the biggest problem that plagues mankind is, and womankind, just so that we don't come under attack from the lefties, it's it's greed. Greed seems to be the fundamental disease which has inflicted the human being. Because when you look at it, the root of all problems just seems to always go back to the greed, always coveting, what you can't have, what you don't have. And you just want more, 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 and more. And then that causes divisions and problems within the world, right? So how can we, address this terrible infliction that's being placed upon us? Because I don't think humans were like this originally. I think this was placed in us after the Anunnaki fucked us over, right? After, they did us in, they instilled this type of genetic coding into us, right? So how do we get beyond that, my brother? Because that's, to me, that's the biggest problem, is greed.
Yeah, you got any more questions?
No, man, that was my question.
Okay.
We're comedy hour here.
I saw a comment in the chat room here that I can see England, or was it London? I see London. I see France. Can you see? No. Depends on where you are. Of course, if you're in Ireland, you probably can. But if you're in the United States, I kind of doubt it. But on the other hand, they wouldn't comment on that too much if they understood astrophysics a little better, because when light travels straight ahead and hit a heavy or a big gravitational force like a planet, it travels around the planet. Light bends. That is why you can look out on the ocean and you see the ships descending into the ocean way out there, because light bends around it. And then when you put the binoculars on it, you can see them again, because the light bends and you still have access to that ship, even though if it's below the horizon line. So anyway, that's what science are telling you. But on the other hand, if you throw science out the window, then everything will work.
That's right. You can see everything that you want. Just close your eyes and visualize in your mind, and you'll see Ireland, you'll see Norway, you'll see Scotland, you'll see Australia. Pull out an atlas and you'll see it. Let's bring Ulrich on, and let's bring our sister Stone Hobbit on. Let's bring on Kathy Mason. Let's bring on Liane Curtis, and let's bring on the whole freaking gang here. And look, Aage, you're surrounded by women, my man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Omar had to leave to make that true.
Oh.
All right. Gosh.
Aage, I keep typing in the thing. How do you spell solarium? You said that you could use, when you were talking about him. How do you spell solarium?
SOLAR.
SOLAR.
IUM. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Nancy, overcoming greed has to happen on an individual level as well as business level. I know, I've been in the business world. I've run bigger companies and smaller companies. And I did one big one where greed got the best of me and I lost it. So yes, if you take the profit out of the healthcare system, we're going to probably end up with a somewhat honest healthcare system. But otherwise, forget it.
Got to take the pharmaceutical out of the hospital,
Yes.
And then we'll actually have medicine going on. We need people like stone hobbits and shamans operating and working with, barks and leaves and roots and berries and trees and kind of what have you, and the elements of the earth to heal people, instead of sticking a pill down your throat and putting a Band-Aid on it and say, well, I'll see you next week, right? Again, that's in the profit margin of it, right? But we have, in today's world, doctors destroy healthcare, teachers destroy education, lawyers destroy justice. It's just the type of a world that that we're in right now. But again, that's the old human. The old human is hanging on to that type of nonsense, and the new human coming into the future is going to be, a much different human than what we see currently, because we have the indigo generation coming in, and those guys are lucky because they're being raised by people like us that understand the nature of reality. So when these children are being born and coming in, they're actually being taught what I've been preaching, saying that, hey, it's our parents' fault that we're like this, and their parents' fault that they were like that. But now no longer, because that wheel can be broken, and we can teach our children and say, okay, well, here's how you lucid dream, and this is how you meditate, this is how you zen. And once we begin doing that, then the new human will be born. And all of this that we're seeing, this shit show that we got going on, will just simply disappear.
Yep.
So with that being said, Aage, my man, my brother, my guy, thank you very much. I truly, truly appreciate you, guys. You make this world a better place, and you make it fun to understand and to learn and to raise the awareness. And that's really what's needed. That's what the doctor has ordered. A little bit of Aage Nost on this Earth Day and every other day, because you're really out there and you're teaching and you're raising awareness of people that need their awareness raised, and and you're tapping into some new lights as well. So I really appreciate it. And guys, go and visit Aage Nost's website along with this lovely partner, Nori Love, at broadcastingalpha.com, and as well subscribe to Aage's YouTube channel under the same name at Broadcast Team Alpha. And if you guys want to learn more about the mastermind program that Aage's got going on, shoot him an email at themastermindconnection@gmail.com. And again, all of these links are in the chat rooms here on Facebook. Sorry, here on YouTube, and as well as Facebook. So enjoy, and let me know if you guys enroll into the mastermind program. Let me know how that goes for you. I'd love to talk to you about it and learn. So Aage, go ahead, please.
That sounds good. So thank you very much for having me on here. And in the words of Spock, live long and prosper.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, there you go. If you want to learn how to use your mind in ways you normally would think would be impossible, just it's in here. You find it on Amazon.
We can't see your ears.
That's right, guys.
I have two of them.
I know, but they're pointed like Spock. You did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you guys want to see us go deeper into spiritual science, check out the series that we're doing with Aage. The playlist is on Watchers Talk. And we've got, 20, 21, 22 videos, something like that, each about an hour long. And we're halfway through the book, and we will resume that next Friday after I am out of detention. And then we will continue to roll forward. There's a lot of great tidbits of information in every single episode that we've done. We've talked about free will. We've talked about health. We've talked about consciousness. Man, we've talked about a lot of things, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. And if you guys have been watching it, awesomeness. If not, then check it out. So, Aage, thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. I guess it is my turn to be put on the spot by Kathy Mason. So, Omar Pa, the center stage here. And as you guys are seeing, I'm beginning to use my new name, Omar Pa. And that is going to be my ongoing thing. I'm being married here in just a couple of months, and we'll be adopting my wife's last name of Pa to show honor to my wife and to her lineage and to her bloodline. So Omar Pa is up next, guys, and I'll remove everyone off of the screen, and then Kathy and I.
Bye. Bye.
Kathy and
So
I will get into it. So here we go, guys. If you guys got any questions, toss them into the
yeah,
comments with cap lock. We will try to address them to the best of our abilities as we can. You guys on Facebook, the same thing. I've got it going. I've got it open, and I've been watching it all day. So if you guys questions, post them there, and then I'll read them out. I think Kathy can see those, and I don't think those comments from Facebook are popping up here on StreamYard. So here we go.
okay. So Omar,
Oh,
let's. Are you scared? Be scared. Be
I'm so
very scared.
scared.
No, I think this would be a great time for you to share a little bit about your journey, because you are so generous, and I know that the donations you get certainly don't cover all that you do to do Watchers Talk, and you and Rob do so much stuff for everyone else, and you're really a connecting point for all of us. It's really a pleasure. But could you talk a little bit about the driver for all of this? Because this is almost like a dharma, like a service project that you would do, like a monk would do, or like a spiritual man. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, in the beginning, this wasn't supposed to be what it is. And in the beginning, a Watchers Talk was, it really opened up on Facebook about 9-10 years ago. And the driving factor behind that was to understand what was going on with my beautiful girl, Amy, because, she tells me all these experiences that she's had of men in gray coats and standing above her, and weird looking ETs, and but she can never really put her finger on exactly what was happening to her. And so I decided at that time with a friend of mine, Sherry Putnam, on creating this Watchers Talk. And original idea was to interview authors and researchers that were involved in UFO and ET abduction type of study. And because my point was to understand what was going on with Amy, so that we can raise our awareness and see what we can do to either stop it or to interact with it, or whatever the case may be. But the idea was to learn about it, to see what's going on with Amy, and if it was like a lifelong thing, whether it's hereditary. Is it going to happen to our daughter? Is it going to happen to the granddaughter? Is it going to happen to our sons? Right. So it was really, about that. And then once I got into it, I did tons and tons of talks and interviews with a lot of contactees, a lot of abductees, and a lot of UFO researchers. And eventually I found my answer. And then by the time I'd found my answer, I'd gotten addicted to Watchers Talk. I really enjoyed the interaction that I was having with people back and forth. And after that, I just wanted to learn more. And then I got into, megaliths, and I wanted to understand about the pyramids and Stonehenges and things like that. So, I dived into that a little bit. So after I learned about that, then my, focus and my thoughts really, really changed. And then I took Watchers Talk on a different direction, on understanding what consciousness is, because I've had several experiences in my life that I wasn't able to explain, and due to that, I thought consciousness is really where everything is leading me to. So I wanted to understand that, and then once I opened up that Pandora's box, then there was no going back, because with every single interview I do and with every single presentation I do, I've learned something new. And because I've learned something new, now I want to expand on it. And that's really what the driving, force behind this is, when I learn something, then I want to learn it more. and then I want to get to the bottom of it. And so I'm in the right business, because with every talk something new comes up, and it just keeps me busy. And I was doing it full time for a long time, and I'm still doing it full time, right? But during the lockdowns and such, I didn't go to work for like 3 years, and for 3 years I just really paid full attention to Watchers Talk. And then obviously it was time to go back to work, because money isn't going to last forever. And so I went back to work, and the donations and all of that, they're nice, and I more, I have gratitude for that, and I more see it, as as a heartfelt gift, right, rather than funding Watchers Talk, because it takes a lot of money to fund Watchers Talk, and that's kind of where my day job comes in, right? And then from my day job, I fund Watchers Talk, because I don't want anybody's money, right, for what I'm doing. I would just rather finance it myself and continue to move forward. But I do appreciate the donations and such that come in, and and I love them each and every single time. So yeah, that's what my driving force behind it is, Kathy, is to understand the conundrums of this universe, and particularly of myself, and what I am, and who I am, because I shared the story before of this woman who wanted to do a reading on me, and I avoided her like the plague for a long time, and then finally, I opened up to it, and I gave her a link to my studio, and she came in and told me things that she shouldn't have known. And at that time, I really wasn't sharing anything about myself online. In fact, when you go back and watch my interviews for the first 4 or 5 years, I wasn't actually even on camera. I was always like this. I was that voice behind, and I never showed myself. It was always the guest, and I would be the voice behind it. And then eventually, one day I just broke the ice, and I said, okay, well, I'm just going to put myself on camera, and that's become normal ever since. And and when I got that reading done, that really opened up a whole bag of things for me. And from that point forward, I was really driven to understand what my consciousness is, and what consciousness actually is that, am I, do I come with a default level of consciousness, or do I, call up consciousness? Do I dial into it because it's non-local, or is it local? Right. So that's, what I've been trying to understand. And, and then when I was told that I was an observer, just to simply came here to observe and to watch and to make a report and take it back to the Council of 13, then, that really, played with my head as well, because of the name Watchers. Right. And that just, it was never planned. It was just, we watch and we'll just talk about it. And that's kind of how it came about. But I never knew the depth of it until I spoken with this lady. And I've never seen her ever since then, since that point. I've never seen her on Facebook, never seen her online. I've gone looking for the messenger conversations. It's disappeared. It's never there. It's almost like she just didn't exist, that this person just came out of nowhere to give me this tidbit of information. And they just simply disappeared. I've never seen a comment from them on my channel, never a comment on any of my posts. But I was harassed and harassed and harassed. And well, I shouldn't say harassed, but, I was, really pushed into meeting with her. And since I did, boom, nothing ever since then. So that's kind of the short and
that's
short
perfect.
And short of it. Yeah.
Well, I believe that your soul, when it wants to get you the message, it'll drop books off the shelves. It'll do weird stuff like that on Facebook. Like, I don't know how I found you. You came across my feed on Facebook. Well, you know how hard it is to get on somebody's feed in Facebook. So it's like, no, there's something else happening.
Especially me.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, especially now. Okay, so I got another question for you. And this is because I also have a show. Can you, and I don't know if you'll want to do this, but can you tell me the weirdest show you've done in all the years? And then we'll get to the best one. But could you share the weirdest one?
Yeah, the weirdest one I've done was it was 2 years ago, actually, today. It was an Earth Day event and that I had done. And I won't mention any names, but, I had invited this lady on. And, we were friends before. And ever since that action, I've kind of, just not associated myself with her from that point forward. But she was on, and we were doing our event, and everything was just going fine. And her husband was listening in the background, and he wouldn't stop hammering the wall, even though he knew that she was live. And I kept saying, hey, can we easy up on the noise? And there was no response from that. And then this other woman began interacting with her through the comments, and then her husband kind of went to her the messenger and started dropping like death threats and such on her, and like all these kinds of threats. And then she messages me and says, hey, your guest husband is threatening me and doing this and this and that. And I was like, who? Why? I got nothing to do with that. But oh my God, like, are you okay? And and then the comment, the conversation just kind of turned weird because I saw the message and I was seeing her, and then I understood what was going on in the background, so I wanted to kick her off my screen like ASAP, and which I did, within just a few seconds, 15, 20 seconds. I think I cut her off in the middle of her sentence and kicked her out of the studio.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I think I've come across here on my channel, besides Flat Earth Dave. Right? That guy is being pretty consistent and sending me emails, and I'm not sure what part of no he doesn't understand, but it's that constant email barrage coming in, that type of weirdness. I've had some freaky people that began following me, and then all of a sudden I'm getting like crazy messages from them and trying to convince me otherwise, into their own narrative, right? But obviously they don't understand me, that my narrative changes, right? Day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour, it changes as more information comes in, right? I change my point of view, and I readjust my theory of life. And they thought that they could convince me, and I've had many like that. Just a lot of creeps as well. I had this one woman call me up one time, saying that she was a fan of mine, and and then when I answered the call, she was naked, right? And yeah, she was laying on her couch, spread wide eagle, and and she was she had a vibrator, and so I was like, oh, and I just hit end. A lot of strange things like that. Like, I mean, like,
Oh my God.
At least once a week.
I didn't expect these stories.
Yeah, something strange pops up every single week. And it's just part of business now. I just see it as that. And because I'm a public figure, I suppose I'm going to attract people like that. But I take it all in good humor, right? I don't get mad. I don't, get frustrated. I just see it as just good humor now, because, I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, people can't really convince me, otherwise, right? I need to have that solid information coming in, and then I'll change my mind as things go forward. And I'm not afraid to admit that I was wrong. If I said something a year or 2 or 5 ago and new information came up, in fact,
Right.
I'll reference myself and I'll say, well, you know what? I said this a couple of years ago, and, I was wrong, and new information's come up. So in that line, I'm always changing, consistently changing, because I don't want to become stagnant, right? And say, okay, well, this is it. This is my belief, and I'm going to be static to it, and then there's no room to change, right? Then Watcher's Talk would be a waste of time, right? Not only for myself, but for everyone as well, because everyone.
You actually invite people, because you're so open. You invite people to share things that are on the edge, kind of out of the norm, because you're not rigid. I mean, a lot of times you'll listen to other presenters and they're real scientific, or they're they have their own criteria for how they validate all their research. And you don't do any of that. You really allow them to explain from their perspective. The other one I thought you were going to talk about was someone who wouldn't show themselves on camera. Do you know who I'm talking about? Well, I don't know if I should say it.
There's a couple. Maybe you want to drop the name in the private.
Okay, I will hear. Okay.
No.
So
there's been a few that didn't want to come on camera, but
okay. Well, this was. Does that make sense?
Let me bring it up here.
Okay, so the thing that I haven't had. Yeah. Well, the thing I was going to say, to share just one thing of mine, is I've only had, like, in 4 years, I've had like 3 or 4 people that that showed up or didn't show up or something. I've been really lucky. I don't do as many shows as you, but the one that was the strangest was I was interviewing someone. I had published their book, and it was on psychedelic cannabis.
Ooh.
And they've been on Gaia TV for psychedelics and yeah. Well, anyway, he got really nervous about coming on my show, and he started smoking and smoking and smoking, and pretty soon he couldn't get on the show.
Oh,
I mean, it's like he's in a cloud of smoke, and it's like, you gotta be kidding me. That I guess it was his way to calm his nerves, but he
smoked himself into a stupor.
Yeah, he did.
I love it. I would have joined him. I said, let's smoke together, brother, and we'll break the ice together.
No, I was here. He was there. No, it was just like, seriously? How? I didn't expect that. Anyway, that was the weirdest one I've had, and I've had other weird ones, but that was the. Okay, so do you want to talk about the one I just typed, or what, is that a bad thing to talk about?
No, it's all good. I was doing a series with Roger on the mud fossils, and I agree with the mud fossils, up to a certain degree. Right, I'm not, I'm not like 100% bought and sold on it, and for me, is to more try to understand it. I'm not in the business to either, bunk or debunk. That's none of my business. Has nothing to do with me. But my issue is with the way the information is presented, and if it's presented in in a half-assed manner to where I'm having a difficult time understanding, then I don't want to have anything to do with that, because if I'm having a hard time understanding, and because I've been doing this for so many years, my fundamental connection, right, on Watchers Talk is to reach out to people that are just waking up, right, that are just discovering the light. For me to just continuously target the same group on Facebook, it's kind of like preaching to the choir, right? Because these people understand what mud fossils are. Ronnie understands it, Celine understands it, Valentina, Ulrich, Stone Hobbit, we can just go on and on and on. We all understand what mud fossils are, but my concern is those the ones that don't. Right. And the ones that don't, when they come on and they watch the show and they're seeing, information being presented in a haphazard way, then that makes our community look bad, because it shows that, we don't know what we're doing. Right. And then that puts bad, thoughts in everyone else as well, archaeology and, philosophy and, on and on and on. So for that particular reason, because of the way it was being presented, I just simply stopped doing the series with Roger, because it just it wasn't presented the way I had hoped it does. But then I'm not into the idea of just because you have a hammer everything looks like a nail, right? Not everything is a mud fossil. Not every asteroid is a mud fossil. There's a thing called stones out there. Shit happens, and that's how it is. There may be a few mud fossils laying around here and there, but that's about it. Not everything is. You can't tell me that the side of a mountain is a mud fossil, right? I'm not going to buy that, because at this particular moment and in this particular time, my awareness tells me that it's not. Maybe in a couple of years, my awareness will tell me, okay, well, that mountain is a mud fossil, and maybe at that time, I'll agree to it. But right now, the level of my consciousness is that that mountain is alive, and that mountain has consciousness, and I can communicate with that mountain, and that's it, right? So, that's kind of where we differed on our, on our thoughts. And if a person starts butting heads with me on that, then I'm getting turned off, right? Because I'm really involved in this to raise my awareness,
right?
And I want to understand a particular topic. When I invite someone to come on to Watchers Talk, I'm not bringing them on because the subject is popular, or it's people want it by demand. I don't acquiesce to that. For me, it's mostly, what am I interested in? What am I looking to raise my awareness on? And how can I lift my ignorance on a particular thing? So then I look and I find someone, and then if I resonate with what they're saying, then I bring them on, and then I want to learn more about that.
Right.
And then I just give them the platform to just simply, talk and present their information from a non-judgmental, perspective, because I'm not there to judge them. I'm not there to, say yay or nay and, cast off on it, say, you are correct, you got a check mark. No, you're wrong, you got a red fucking X. Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not into that. I want to respect everyone at equal level,
right.
and take in their information from the same perspective. And I'm not going to deal with someone either who thinks that their research is the only research and everyone else's research is wrong, and then they're out bashing other people's information.
That's right.
I'm not down with that. I had one gentleman on, maybe you know him, something Myers, I forgot his first name, but it's like the pyramid water pump, right? That he talks about, and he's always bashing what's his name, Buval, for his Orion theory, to where the three stars are aligned, and that's where the pyramids are, and it's just constantly bashing. No, it's wrong, that's wrong. My information is the only correct one, and the pyramid is just a water pump, and that's it. No one else can have any say on this. And I refuse to deal with that individual, because to me that is it's not sportsmanlike.
Right.
Because if we look at this as a sport, then we need to have that sportsmanship amongst us, and learn from one another. That's why when I do series like we did on pyramids, I'll bring on 5-6 different people that have 5-6 different perspectives. And I want to sit there and I want to listen to them all. And then I'll have a panel at the end, for only reason that everyone else on the panel can learn from one another. What's that? Don't like me, fuck off. Problem solved. Yes.
Okay. So the reason why I asked about him, about the ones that have been difficult, is that I don't think people realize how much work goes into finding these people, vetting them, and then really making sure that they're the quality that you like. I mean, you and I read, people don't even believe how many books we read. Because it's rare. It's like, I have Paul going to be on my show on Tuesday. I got to read his book before or I got to get at least half of it done.
I'm in that book.
Yeah. No, he sent me a PDF. But anyway, but all I'm saying is that I commend you, and I think everyone in the audience commends you for vetting these people and being totally passionate about bringing the best content, is so that you're genuinely excited
Mhm.
This isn't a, actor kind of thing where you're acting it out. It's like, hey, this is really cool. I want to know more. Hey, get the person who wrote it or established the idea and bring them on and have them elaborate on it. That's a gem. I mean, that's golden.
Yeah, this is a real reality show.
Yeah. Whatever that is. Okay. So I do have one question from the audience, but I want to ask one more question before I do that, because it
Let's
kind
hear
of
it.
flips aside. What is the best show you ever did?
I would say the best one I've ever done would be Gary Opit.
Okay.
Gary Opit from Humanity Unplugged last year. He was one of our final guests. I think he was the second last guest, and I thought Gary Opit was amazing. And I loved the fact that, remember when he started to make the sounds of the Sasquatch and the Yeti?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yowie, and we were just all laughing deliriously because we had like 11 days of 12-hour-day downloads, and our brains felt like they were that big. And Gary began making those sounds, and it wasn't until the next day I realized what he was actually doing. And he taught us something that no other Sasquatch Bigfoot researcher ever does. He was coming at us scientifically, and he made the sounds and that that the Yowie and the Yeti would make, and none of us had ever heard that before. So for me, that would have to be one of the most profound interviews that I've done, besides my very first interview that I did with Stephen and Evan Strong, where my reality was absolutely shattered, because up until then I was under the nonsensical program of out of Africa, where humans evolved out of Africa. And then when I began to follow and listen to Stephen and Evan and their out of Australia theory, that to me had to have been one of the pivotal turning points, I suppose, to changing the paradigm and the reality of me. Right. And when I discovered that, humans actually evolved out of Australia, and then from there, they, spread forth, because when you look at the, DNA evidence, is by far none, in South America, in Japan, in India, in Sri Lanka, and it just goes on and on. And now we got Egyptians, that possibly came from Australia to Egypt, and then started the civilization there. To me, that had to have been, one of the best. But guess what happened to that interview, Kathy? It never got published.
Why?
YouTube just kept on processing that video. Just kept on processing it and processing it and processing it. And it processed for 3 months. And then finally I was like, you know what? This probably is never going to get processed. So I just deleted it, and I invited Stephen and Evan back for another conversation. But of course, it wasn't the same as the first one, where you're like, your jaw's dropping and you're like, genuinely like, what the fuck did you just say, man? So, that to me had to have been, one of the best ones I've ever done. And we've become besties from that time forward. And, and have communicated almost on a daily basis, or, at least 3-4 times a week. Evan and I speak, and, we stay very connected. And I'm glad that I met him through this.
Well, I love everything that I've learned from them. I mean, I love UFOs and all of our origin stories. And they have some incredible resources. And they're going to be on in a little bit too. So thank you for that. Okay. And I didn't realize that you like that Sasquatch thing. It's Sasquatch. All I could do is laugh at that point. Oh my God! Here's this. We're delirious. We've been going for 11 days straight, doing what we're doing today, which is really, really fun. Omar, I love doing this with you. But 11 days straight, and then this guy starts making noises. I mean, it was too much. You can ask these guys. They were on there too. We were all wetting our pants. We were laughing so hard. So
he was like,
Don't start again. Good.
I was just drunk off information. That's what it was, right? Just so drunk off of
No,
information.
and he was so serious.
Oh yeah, he was dead serious. He's a scientist.
See, Stone?
Stone remembers that.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't think I'm gonna forget that one. I believe we were all laughing in the background. I think we were even trying to mimic it at one stage, which made it worse.
Yeah, I was so delirious.
No, that made it better. That made it so much better.
Yes, it did. It made the whole thing, I got to tell you the truth, because you know what happened the next day is the next day when I woke up, my head was like this big. And I remember posting a picture saying, hey, I feel like this. And my head was like, yeah, big. And I was laying here in my bed.
Remember that post?
Yeah, and I started thinking about what Gary did, and I started laughing, and I just deliriously started laughing. I was like tearing, just sitting here by myself. My cats were looking at me, going, "Oh, dude, you lost your mind." And I was laughing and laughing, and I must have laughed for about like good 5-6 minutes straight without stopping. My face was hurting, my belly was hurting, but what I found after that was that laugh allowed me to download all of that information of those 11 days right down into like a zip file in my mind. And that laughter allowed me to do that. So now when I think back on Humanity Unplugged and all those 122 interviews we did, I can recall every single one of them.
Wow.
Right? I was sitting here for all of them. And then next morning when I woke up, my mind was like really foggy and hazy, and I couldn't remember who was on what day and what. Yeah. But after that laugh, right, it cleaned me out. And then after that laugh, it was like, everything got put into a zip file, and it went in, and it's been there ever since. And now I can recall back on it every time I see a guest that comes on from Humanity Unplugged. And it's like, hey, yeah, we had that wonderful conversation.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was the positive side. And that's why I was saying that's like one of the best interviews.
Oh, you did that too.
Oh my God,
we had, you guys, you have to know we're having a lot of fun here. This isn't work. This is play. And we don't get paid, so it's definitely not work. but seriously, we really bonded over doing these marathon events where we all are curious and learning, and not it's just camaraderie. There's no competition. It's all about sharing our delirium together. So
it's where we can relate to each other's experiences, because somewhere down the line we have done it. Whether we've stubbed our toes falling over, we've all done it. That's why we enjoy, watching fails where people are falling over or crashing or hurting themselves, because there's a certain bit of us that can actually relate to that and get a good little giggle. And it is a release. It's a release of energy. So, it was fantastic.
They say you remember better if you laugh anyway. So maybe that was part of it that helped you collate all of it into your system.
Absolutely. Wow. I believe in it 100%. After that happened, I was like, wow. And, because I really went from a foggy state of mind to clarity. And I understood, everything. And I was like, wow, and suddenly my head went from like this to, right back to normal. And,
wow.
And I appreciate it. That's the reason why I was saying that was the best interview ever, simply because of the ripple effect that it had, and the effect that it had the following day, and the information that was presented, right, was just, it was epic. And, so that's why I say it was one of my best ones.
Yeah,
let's address a couple of questions that came in.
There's one question here from Gray Noise.
Omar, the Andromedan has a question. Well.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, so this is from Gray Noise. Omar, your thoughts on the ascension. Is it collective or individual based? Since there is residual tension from the duality of 3D, I speculate it to be painful for most people. temporarily at least. What do you think
Yeah,
about that,
I
Professor Omar?
I feel that ascension is a a personal thing, and I really we really have to define what the word ascension really means. Right? Are we just loosely just throwing that word around? Do we even know what that means? Because I surely don't know what the word ascension means. But when I try to interpret the word ascension into my own perspective, it kind of comes out to awareness, right?
Okay.
Lifting of ignorance. And when I look at it from that level, then I feel that it's an individual based thing, but that individual can sink into a one, because if there's enough of us that are raising our awareness and lifting ignorance from us, then that will have a collective ripple effect across the planet, right? It's the balance, right? Once we get to 51%, the other 49 will just follow in order, because that's the natural way of things. And we create our reality by observation. So if enough of us get onto that, then we can change our reality into what it is. Now, painful, yes, absolutely, is going to be very, very painful, right? To have your beliefs challenged, to have your programming challenged, to have your spirituality challenged. All of that is going to be very, very painful, and it's going to hurt. There's no way around it. Either you're ready for a good shit kicking and and open your eyes, or you're just not ready to take the beats, and you're just going to go back on the blue pill and going to go back to what was normal for you, right? But that's only going to last for so long, because people are waking up and raising their awareness by the millions, and it's just a matter of time before the balance happens and it switches over. So that's that's what I think. And yet the pain will be temporary, because once you get challenged, and once your awareness increases, then that pain is no longer painful. Then you're actually grateful for that pain, because it's it's raised your awareness and it's made you into a better person, right? So to say. So yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah. That we could do a whole series on ascension and what all these different geniuses think about that. There's a whole bunch of series like that we could talk about, because I think that's there's so much misinformation out about what's going on right now, and people, they grab onto words, and then it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's like what I was saying with ascension, right? It's like, do we really understand what that word means, right? Or is it somebody made up a fancy name and now everybody's just running with it without
it's probably
understanding what it is?
It's probably both, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to down anybody, but I'm just speaking in my mind.
That's why it would be interesting to have a conversation with all these different people that say they are ascension coaches, like Suzanna is.
Yeah.
And so to have her explain what that means to her, and then have Kiara explain what it means to him, it'd be fascinating.
I would love that. I would love that, to hear everyone's perspectives. Maybe we should do a series on that, and then do a panel at the end of the week.
Yep.
That would be beautiful.
Not today. Not today.
Not today. Not today.
Oh my God, what am I getting myself into again? Okay, so then the other question was, hi Omar, do you cleanse yourself after an interview? And I don't know if they mean sage or
I think I know what they mean. Clearing the energy. It depends. It depends on the subject. It depends on the topic. It depends who I'm talking to. It's there's variables that are involved there, and and it depends on the energy of the show as well. So if I feel that it was tense energy, then usually what I'll just say to myself is I relieve myself now, and and that's it. And usually say be one with thyself, and just say fuck it to the rest. And then when I do that, it's essentially I've cleared myself. But if I have enjoyed the energy, like for instance, interacting with Kiara, for instance, and his energy is beautiful energy, then what I'll try to do afterwards is that I'll try to merge myself with that energy for a time period so that I can share that energy and try to enhance my own energy, I guess, so to say. But it just really depends. If I'm talking to Jon, for instance, I love Jon. We've had many conversations where we just laugh our faces off. I won't do anything at the end because I've enjoyed that interaction and I've enjoyed that energy, and I'll stay in that energy and I'll stay in that mood, because I'll be happy and funny, so to say, right? Then I'll walk around the house all happy and I'll go to bed and I won't do anything because that's positive energy for me, and I'll keep that. And look at Jon right now. I'm looking at Jon right now.
Is he have a cigar? What does he got?
That's what I'm saying. I love this guy. Look at
Oh my gosh.
It's like Phil Gruber when he comes on, right? And Jon's doing the same thing.
So anyway, we'll put you on in just a second, Jon. I'm gonna just finish up with Omar's being interviewed, and okay, so we'll be just a few minutes, okay?
Okay. Sounds like 420 and it up over here,
Oh my God.
So we'll be right back on, brother.
So the other thing is how do you balance your life where you can put so much energy to, okay, you're working a full-time job now, but even before, I would talk to you all times a day. And I know I'm weird that way, but I didn't know there were that many other people that are like me, where you love it. You love it. So how do you balance that? There's lots of times I'll talk to you, you eat dinner at like 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. How do you balance it? Because this is a huge commitment, what you've done.
It's I don't balance nothing. Yeah, I don't balance anything. Eating 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night is normal for me. I've been doing that for decades now. And, I eat one time a day, mostly supper. And otherwise, I don't balance anything. I just, I go to work and I come home and I'll play around on the computer and, and as I'm cruising through my feed, I'll come across someone that I feel energetically connected with. I'll reach out to them and and I'll talk to them. But otherwise, I don't do anything anything special or in particular. Usually, right after the show is over, I leave the studio and shut the computer down and move off into my room and I turn on YouTube and I start watching crazy journeys in Africa and listening to birds or learning about marine creatures and stuff. So there's nothing really I do for like I said, it's a hobby, and when I do get my awareness raised on something after I'm done the show, I'll usually go and I'll Google it or I'll YouTube it, and then I'll continue to watch it and continue to watch on that subject, and then I'll open up my video on another tab, and then I'll go back and I'll rewatch what my guest was saying. Normally I don't like to hear myself when I'm doing my shows. So when I'm asking a question, I'll just fast forward that, and I'm just interested in the answer from my speaker, and then I'll listen to what they say, and then I go out and I watch other things, and then when it's bedtime, it's bedtime. I say, oh shit, I got to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's bedtime. Baby, rub my back, and then off to bed I go. And then
that's great.
Yeah.
So this is contemplating reality on Watchers Talk has made me a high tolerant drinker today.
Right on.
I didn't want to miss that comment.
No, I love it. I love it. My idea, for Watchers Talk, that's why I drop the F-bombs and, just relentlessly, is because, I want Watchers Talk to reflect me. right? And and I got the Tourette's with the F-bombs, right? Like every other word, I'm just dropping fucks and shits just left, right, and center. And I think what that does is that it makes watchers talk more genuine, right? To where I'm not faking anything, I'm not censoring anything, I'm not censoring myself, most importantly. And not only that, but when people, hear me dropping F-bombs and such, then they feel comfortable with my language because that's what they're doing at home. And then they resonate with me. They're like, oh, right on, Omar, you're not afraid to drop that F-bomb. You're not afraid of YouTube's, policies and whatever. If you want to drop a fuck in the middle of your sentence, then that's what you're doing. And I resonate with that. And that's what I like about our viewers, is that, they resonate with that. And I don't want to try to censor anything like that. And I want to try to touch the most controversial issues that there are and walk on the line with YouTube. Like walk on the line with them, because I'm not a rule follower. Right. For me, rules are meant to be broken. And, and if it's controversial, then I want to talk about it. And I want to raise awareness on it. And if people, don't like it, well, don't watch me. Right. Go somewhere else and watch something else. There's a billion hours of content going up on YouTube every hour. Right. So, if you don't like what I'm saying, then, that's your call. Right. But if you like what I'm saying, then right on, let's talk about it and let's raise awareness on it. And
it's really cool that you might rewatch some of yours. I don't get to rewatch very many of mine. And that's really cool that you want to get every nugget that you can out of every single conversation. That's really neat.
Well, I make notes and such, right, on the side. And then I take those notes and then I transfer them into my book that I'm trying to put together. And, and that comes in like little, a few paragraphs at a time, right? Say I talk with, Aage, and I pick something up, and then I'll go and write that down, and then I'll try to explain it from my own perspective. If I'm talking to Brad and Brad says something, I pick it up and I was like, oh, wow, and then I'll go back. And then, because I remember where I wrote shit down, and then I'll go back and I'll be like, oh, Brad said this, and then I'll go in, I'll explain a little bit. And in that, I'm explaining actually that, I did a talk with Brad on, this day, and, and I put the YouTube link down if you're interested in watching. And he said this, and then I'll break that down, and then I'll, and I'll discuss that. So that's why I like to go back and watch, reruns and stuff, because, as when you're in the middle of a conversation, not everything is syncing. Not everything is syncing because you're looking at the chat room and, you're busy sharing links. You're half-ass paying attention to what's being said and really running off of memory and picking out keywords, what they're saying, and then picking up on those and then discussing that. So, the end result doesn't happen until the replay happens. And then that's when things that you missed come up and say, oh, shit, I can't believe I missed that. I should ask them about this. And I should ask them about that. But then that becomes a follow-up show, right? So
yeah.
So
I want you to know that we just got a notification from Facebook. So, did you see that?
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Whatever Facebook wants to do, let Facebook do it. That's on my profile, actually, on
your personal.
Facebook. Yeah, so that's okay. That's all right. If Facebook wants to be the way they are, we'll cancel Facebook, and people are still watching on YouTube.
YouTube, yeah.
I'm running this on Twitter as well.
Oh,
right.
Cool.
So our audience is wide. So Facebook is
okay.
Only bar in town to drink at.
That's so cute. Okay. And Arik said something about wear the T-shirt. Maybe they want you to show the T-shirt.
Oh, the big bobs. Yeah, sure.
Do you want to show that? And then I think it's probably time for Jon.
Yeah.
So thank you. This has been great. I've really enjoyed this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. That was fun too.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird being interviewed on my own channel. But, I like it. It's wonderful, and it's a good experience. And guys, here is the T-shirt that I've been designing, and I'm going to take Liane's, advice, and I'm going to put a little bit of something to do with Harold and Kumar. And if you guys have ever watched Guantanamo Bay, Escape from Guantanamo Bay, Harold and Kumar were busted, and they got sent to Guantanamo Bay, and they came across Big Bob, and Big Bob had offered the cock meat sandwich, right? So I thought I'd make a T-shirt with a rooster there, and so I'll be putting that together once I do little touch-ups on the design, and we'll put it out there for you guys. And maybe I'll give some away as fun, as giveaways and such. And if you guys are interested in purchasing one, I'm down with that too. But put up fun stuff, right? Funny stuff, because like we said, laughter is the medicine, and and if we can't laugh at ourselves, or if we can't laugh at what we're doing, then we're not going to really learn anything, right? So it's always great to add laughter in there. That's why Jon's information always sticks, because Jon's always laughing and making jokes as he's going along, and that really helps the information to stay. So yeah, that's it, guys.
Okay, well, I think I'll get off, and we'll bring Jon on. Thank you.
Maybe Kathy,
that was fun.
Kathy, maybe you want to stay on, because I got to drive Amy here to work right away.
Okay.
In just a couple of minutes, and she's just 5 minutes up the road. So I'll be gone for about 10-15 minutes. So if you want to interact with Jon,
sure,
then that'd be great.
Sure.
I'm going to run Amy to work. What shitty shift she has to work? From 4:30 to 8:30. No, 4:30 to 9:30 shift. What a ridiculous shift. But Johnny, my man.
All right, man. Peace
You're
out.
a thug's life, my guy. You are a thug's life. That's what I'm saying here.
Agent Smith was just chasing me down the street with a hypodermic needle. I gotta wear this to hide from him.
Oh, well, Jon, I'm lucky to get to meet you. I've watched you guys on Watchers Talk, but you've never been on my show yet, so we got to find out how to do that.
Yeah. Well, first time's a charm, It's always good.
So
you'll love it, Kathy. You will love it. Invite
Jon
I'm
sure. It's a good time.
Yeah. Oh my God. You will bring him back again and again and again. He's a great guy.
Of course. Okay, so Jon, did you realize that today's Earth Day?
Yes, I was aware of it yesterday when I got the invite to come on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good thing. So have you I'd love to know what brilliance, what genius you're going to share with us about Earth Day.
That's why I come on here. I'm more interested in what I want to say and interested in what I'm going to say.
Well, first we got to get you on camera. You're almost off camera. Hey, Jon.
Yeah.
You're almost off camera. There you go.
All right.
Oh my God, that's much better. I want
to steer everybody away,
Yeah, that's okay.
Watch
you look like you've been to the beach. You look like you've been to the beach with your fisherman's hat kind of thing, and your aviator goggles. Okay, well, I'm going to make you full screen. So are you ready?
Let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. How's it going? You want me to talk?
Yes, please. No, you could just stand there and look cool.
Doing my Hunter Thompson.
Yeah.
Walker's got it right. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That's what he's got going on there.
Like Liane said, it's time for a road trip.
Let me quickly set it up here, guys, and then we'll send Jon off packing from there. Now I don't know if you guys realize, but scientists have discovered a massive body of water below the mantle of the Earth, and I've been coming across articles and such which I've been sending to Jon, And recently, they discovered off the coast of Oregon, I think it is, or Washington, something like that. They discovered a leak in the ocean, on the bottom of the ocean, to where it's leaking into our ocean, and they collected water from there, and they discovered that it's fresh water that's coming up, and the salinity of this water is very, very, very low. So what that means is that there's a massive leak, a hole in the ocean, from which the pressure from beneath the mantle is pushing this water up ever so steadily. Now, if there is one hole in the ocean, then that means that there are going to be others as well. And then Jon now recently wrote a book on this, and then he tied it together as to the pyramids and the great floods, and and Noah's story and all that kind of stuff. So Jon, maybe since we put the segue in this, maybe you want to lead us into that and talk about your new research, brother.
All right, man. Thanks for the cue in there. I was getting a little drifty going. We're going to talk about the Earth. Well, this is about the Earth. It's about the Earth.
This is about the Earth. Yeah, this is breaking story that's happening, right? This is a breaking story, and what a day to talk about it. It's on Earth Day, because not many people know this is happening. So off you go, my brother.
Yeah, it's a new book. I've been studying this for multiple lifetimes. This lifetime, I'm back into it again, and it's my third book on the pyramids, and two on the pyramids, one on the moon. And the moon drives the pyramids also. But at this juncture, this is a new look at what the pyramids were built for all over the globe. And they're basically sitting over hydrothermal vents that tie into an underground ocean. In 1997, scientists discovered a fresh water supply in between the upper and lower mantle, and it's 2 to 3 times the volume of water that's actually on the surface of the planet right now. So with that in mind, it's like, okay, and then you start taking into consideration the ancient texts, the Anunnaki story, Gilgamesh, the Noah story. India, the Hindus have one. It's just about every ancient society has a flood epic. The Mayan, there's a lot of there's a flood, detailed information of a global flood, and what I'm theorizing, that it's just like everything on the planet. There's a larger cycle, and one of the largest cycle is a flood cycle, global flood cycle. And the geological scars around the planet, the evidence, the smoking gun. We were brought up to believe that the Colorado River out here in the United States carved the Grand Canyon. It's absolute rubbish. When you get geologists out in the field, the only thing that makes any sense is multiple global floods, and this is what we're up against. So this is your extinction. This is a cycle of extinction on the planet and rebirth. And what it is the over time, it just the ocean's basically you go into your interglacial period, right, like we are right now. We're at the end of it. We started it like 13,000 years ago at the glacial maximum, and the ice obviously melts because it's warmer, and then we all this water goes into the ocean. Now, scientists have said that recently, last 20 or 30 years, they've said there's got to be a lot more. There should be a lot higher. The ocean should be a lot higher than they are, with the trillions of tons of water that is ice that is melted and flown into the ocean. And what it is that the floor of the ocean isn't like your pool in the backyard with a blue vinyl liner that's waterproof. What it is the ocean's good for a certain amount of psi on it, and 6,000, 5,000 psi, whatever it is, on the floor of the ocean. And if it goes any higher, basically it seeps down into the upper mantle and into this place we call the transition zone, where this large volume of water exists, and it's in a different state, but nevertheless, once it's released, it converts and turns back into water. So what I've discovered is that a lot of these, we'll stick with Giza. Giza is like the master engineering of the pyramids on the planet. But anyways, there are caverns underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, the GP 1, 2, and 3, and there's a large cavern under there, and there's also some detailed information in the Emerald tablets, and that also states that there's a tunnel that goes down over a mile below the surface of the Giza Plateau. So there's a lot of evidence out there that supports what I'm talking about here. And basically, what I'm talking about is a different environmental condition on Earth, which I dub the water world. Right now we're in the dry world, and then there's two worlds. In the dry world, or the wet world, and there's a lot of what do you call it, steles and carvings and things of that nature. Go way back, all sorts of different cultures that back this up also. So, anyways, in the book, I surmised that I put out there that it's a cycle, and what it is this technology that is left over by the gods harnessed or controlled the discharge of this water when you do hit that discharge point. Basically, we're going to hit a water maximum on the planet, and that's when enough ice melts, it's going to overpressurize these systems that are at the in the mantle floor of the ocean, and you're going to hit a saturation point, and this stuff's going to explode just like magma does going through a volcano. It's the same effect, except it's not going to be magma; it's going to be water. And there's another interesting thing, that under all the largest pyramids on the planet, there is oceans, literally oceans of fresh water. Now these oceans are 30 miles down, right down below the surface, and what do you call it? They're massive, and these pyramids are built right over them. Now it's this again. It's like it's just the odds are off the charts. That okay, this is what we're going to build these pyramids over these oceans. These underground freshwater oceans. Anyhow, those oceans will get pressurized when this water gets released from the transition zone. So it comes up into the freshwater oceans under the pyramids, and it also comes up in different parts of the ocean, like Omar was talking about earlier. And basically, what we're talking about Noah's flood here. For the most part, this is a major release of energy, and we're talking about hot water, smoking, superheated steam type of temperatures of beyond biblical proportions. All right, and what we're talking about is a major disruption in the atmosphere. And this is, I believe, the more and more I study this. I mean, I put out a book, but it never stops. And it's like, I'm still waiting for my team of scientists to show up at the door from MIT, and we can go over this. So they said they'd be here soon. But anyways, I guess they got other things they got to finish up with. But anyways, long story short, the fact of the matter is, when this thing does discharge, it completely changes the environment. And what it does is that you go back to Noah's story. It's 40 days, 40 nights of rain. Well, that's a discharge, the superheated discharge coming up through the ocean, boiling the seas. And what's going to do is going to go right up into the atmosphere, and it's going to blanket the whole planet with the thick clouds, 20, 30, 50 miles thick, and it's going to rain. All right. And on top of rain, the water level is going to rise, so it's like, I tell a lot of people, if you want to try to ride this thing out, you get used to living on a boat, a big boat, biggest boat you can get, short of building an ark. Now, anyways, all serious aside, this is what ushers in the ice age. Everybody's like, well, what caused the ice age? What caused the ice age? Well, this will definitely cause an ice age, and it'll knock you right back out. And it flies in the face of all the scientific models of the interglacial period and how long the ice ages last and everything like that. But it could be that we're you're looking at something that'll knock us into an ice age every 13,000 years, and it takes about it could take 100,000 years to thaw out. But if you look at the Anunnaki wheel, it's like a Yuga wheel. You got the Anunnaki guy. He's got like three guys, three gnomes on the left, and he's sitting on the throne. And he's got another guy up at top, Enlil and Enki, rather. Just bear with me. The brain will kick in sooner or later. So I think, Enlil's sitting on the throne, and Enki's got a rope turning the Yuga wheel. And I managed to cut that Yuga wheel down to like 44,000 years. So I mean, there's the four. You got the Yuga wheel. The Yuga wheel in India that they surmise is a lot older than that. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, we're looking at ice samples that go back a million years or whatever. And we could be stuck. We could literally be stuck in a, 6,000 to 12,000, 13,000 year ice age cycle, and we don't know about it because by the time we regain our sophistication, our technology, and everything like that to measure the composite of gases, carbon dating and this, that, and the other thing, that ice is already gone. It's already melted. So for the most part, we're in it's like Groundhog Day, with Bill Murray there. It's like every day's you're just repeating yourself, but it's in a larger, instead of days, it's not in days, it's in, big chunks like 6,000, 12,000 years. And, it was a wild book to write. Like I was petrified. Usually I don't scare myself. Well, my brain scares myself a lot, but usually I'm not this petrified. But about the outcome of the the evidence that this book is written on. But for the most part, it's it's well documented. It's well researched. It's got a lot of photos in there, so it kind of it really tightens up with diagrams and a lot of data that pulls all this together. And the other smoking gun is I must have guns on my mind. I live in America. That's got to be it. It's time to go for a trip somewhere else. But anyways, the other evidence is that in the book I write down exactly what every part of the pyramid does on GP1, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Cheops. I write down exactly what everything is doing in that pyramid based on a hydrothermal vent discharging into the bottom of the pyramid. Now, every pyramid out there in the Giza Plateau, pyramid around the world, has got a chamber on the bottom of it. It's got a dank, dusty place that just can't be cleaned because it just never ends. They try to clean out the pit on GP1. And the subterranean chamber, they call it. They got a bunch of names for it, but that's one of them. It just went on and on and on. It went down 37 feet, and there was no end in sight. So, I mean, it's a lot of work excavating in a tight little spot because there's no place to put this stuff. So they did manage to get out 37 feet, and it's just rubble. So what you have is this massive discharge of water pressure that might be in the region of maybe 50,000 psi, or spiked to 100,000 psi, and then dropped to like 20 psi. And different levels of pressure that this thing is exposed to, and that's why you got to build a 6 million ton pyramid to withstand this massive discharge of water pressure. Now, what these geniuses, these absolute, brains that built these pyramids, was what they wanted to do was regulate the discharge of this superheated water getting into the atmosphere and crashing us back into an ice age. So what they do with these hydrothermal vents that discharge water when this cycle starts, this Noah cycle, I call it, they built the pyramids over it and stop it from going into the atmosphere. Now, they don't stop it from, they stop it from going vertically straight up into the atmosphere. And they kind of cut it and do a right angle turn to it and get it, going straight out. All the discharges on GP 1, 2, and 3 are lined up with the Nile. The Nile is on the east of the pyramids, and then once it gets past the Giza Plateau, it takes a hard left, and then it goes all the way across all 3 pyramids and takes a hard right, going north to I believe it's the Red Sea. I was in the Red Sea a few times, so I think that's what it is. Not the Med, it's the Red Sea. So, anyways, but anyway, it's directed back into the Nile. So these doors that are on, they call them the main entrances, the doors there, and they're all swinging check valves. They're all giant, 10-ton stone check valves that you can push open, and they only open from pressure from the inside, and they're set up to open up and blow the blocks off there in front of it and discharge straight out. Now, there's evidence that there was aqueducts and channels that lined up in front of GP 1, 2, and 3, so they would catch this water and send it towards the Nile. They just found another one. I think they theorize it's Cleopatra's tomb. It's not, but they can theorize that all they want. But that's also a tunnel that's underwater, and it's been partially investigated, and that goes right up to the Nile. So I mean, another the proverbial smoking gun, right? So that's also there that's used to manage this water and keep it out of the atmosphere as much as they can. And what's the point? Like, why even bother, right? Because the point is, if you let this discharge just go straight up into the atmosphere of these underwater oceans, literally that go under like 4 countries, the Sudan, Egypt, and the 2 other ones there. And it's a massive oceans, hundreds of billions of gallons of water. Not even mentioning the water that's coming up from the transition zone in the below the mantle, the upper mantle. So, anyways, so basically, you want to keep this stuff from going into the atmosphere and driving you into a very long ice age, like turning the whole planet into one big giant ice ball. Okay, so this is in destroying, killing life from one end of the planet to the other. So it's a life-saving technology. It's part of the planet. It's actually a beautiful design. It's like, imagine if you had a car that washed itself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You don't have to drive down to the store. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And and that's it. So it's got a self-cleaning system, and but there's some technology left over to manage the loss of life, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a system that was put in place to limit the catastrophic damage, the collateral damage, if you will, when this thing goes off. And it will go off. It does go off.
Well, that's why I came on. I want to know when, how much time we got.
Well, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
How did you figure that out? No, seriously. I mean, I can understand that you might be able to find historical references because every civilization has a flood story,
right?
But how do you know when it's going to happen this time around? And how do you gauge that? Because you can't really. I mean, how did you find out how much water is in the underground ocean?
Well, the scientists use these waves. That's how they discovered the water
Like
was there.
sonar kind of thing?
No, they they have sensors on the planet, and they ping one side of the planet, and it comes out the other. They judge the speed of the wave and the frequency, and this is what they've come to figure out. And yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of loose theories that the water is going down below the surface of the ocean. It's been a big theory, but this one is real data coming back with scientific instruments saying, yeah, there is a huge ocean down there in between the mantles, upper and lower mantles. So I guess so that's the gist of it, really. I mean, it's kind of what how's it going to happen? I don't know. When's it going to happen? I mean, I still play with that. I think it's locked in the text, like the ancient text. They'll and the other thing is prophecy. Like if you look at the prophecy, and people like Nostradamus, Isaac Newton. I mean, Isaac Newton's got us down to 2060 when the world ends, right? He doesn't know what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, but he extrapolated a lot of the math out of the Bible, and that's that he came up with 2060.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's like he's my hero, but I don't think I'm going to be around in 2060. I mean, man, I have to start eating better, stop smoking. I don't know. I'm not smoking. I'm only kidding. But anyways, I'll just incarnate back. There she is. Hey, Liane, how you
I'm
doing?
trying to get her to
Come on, Hunter. How you doing?
Hanging tough, man. Hanging tough, But what was the other question? I kind of stepped
Well,
on.
yeah, I think Liane had another question. I mean, I'm basically still, I've watched a couple of your interviews, but I haven't read your book, so I'm still learning. So that's why I brought Liane on, because I think she may have some really good questions.
Yeah, she's got something. Yeah, she does. She's
so
all
I'm going to give you the calm here.
So, Johnny baby.
Hey, what's going on out there in New York?
In New York land.
Yeah.
Well, it was raining and now it's stopped and now the sun is out. It's just, weather's doing its weather or somebody else's weather thing or something. So, but like, how does the moon, where does the moon play into all this?
Well, the moon's it's the heartbeat of the planet, gravitationally speaking. And the pyramids, for what it's worth, in my first book, I was able to, actually, Isaac Newton and I both believed there was a gravitational theory locked in the pyramids. And, I basically put that pyramid, that gravity, moon gravity pyramid connection together in that book. And actually all three books has a little bit of it in there. But so in essence, the pyramids are large lenses, gravitational lenses. Okay. And every time we run through it, every time we rotate through the moon, every 24 hours, we zip right through it. So we get it's a big pulse. And unbeknownst to everybody on the planet, except for a few people that read my book, the three people that read my book, there is a connection with every large pyramid, 180 degrees opposed to, opposite the pyramid on the same latitude is a volcano. So you have, we'll look at the three big pyramid sites on the planet. We got the Giza Plateau pyramids. They're aligned with the Hawaiian hotspot, right? Now, those are the pyramids coming right up out of the Sudan. They're, Abusir, Saqqara, Giza, and latitude-wise, they're not in the same latitude. They're, the pyramids are for the most part, the gravitational connection between these two are also, in a pull between the core of the Earth. So you always have a lower latitude on some alignments based on where they're located on the planet. But longitudinally, we're talking 1 or 2 degrees off. Now, every one of these alignments between the pyramids and the volcano longitudinally, which is the up and down thing, you're talking like right on it, dead nuts, like 180 degrees perfect, or 1 or 2 degrees this, that, to the left and to the right, or east or west. No, and then latitude-wise, I think the closest one latitude-wise is the Shen Pyramids in Xi'an, China, and the Bermuda, the ancient, what do you call it, the super caldera that makes, there's two super calderas that make up the Bermuda Island, and they're like almost on the same latitude, and again longitudinally and latitudinally they were 180 degrees opposed to each other, like just perfect. You could stick an arrow through it, right? So that's how the moon connects with these things. The moon's like I see an arrow here. You see an arrow going through? That's the arrow going straight through this globe. I took my bow and arrow outside and I shot the arrow through the globe while I was sitting on my son's head. Anyways, doing a William Tell.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is super caldera trust right there.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's 180 degrees opposed to Giza and the Hawaiian hotspot. Now, this gravitational theory that I was working on, it's more than just pyramids lining up with volcanoes. You have I'll just do one more. You have the Pyramid of the Sun located down in Mexico that aligns with Mount Sigiriya in Sri Lanka. And then you have continents lining up with continents. So it's not just pyramids and volcanoes. It's large masses line up with large masses. And but the problem I had, and I've hired like very smart, until all this book smart, but they won't open up their minds and let this new information in, because it flies in the face of like 100 years of theory. And that would be, getting rid of Pangea. Pangea's got to go. It's got to go. It's dumb. It's just got to go. It's stopping our ability to control and understand gravity on the planet, And so anyways, the pulse of the planet is the moon, spinning through that gravitational field. And when we spin through the gravitational field of the moon, we get that, it's a little torque between Earth. We got a little gravitational torque between Earth's gravity and the moon's gravity. And what that does is it flex all the tectonic plates 24/7, 365. So it stops a lot of earthquakes from occurring. Tectonic plate slips, which basically turn into, tsunamis and tidal waves and all sorts of disastrous, energies. So the exchange between the Earth and the Moon are a nice thing. Plus, it cleans the place. The odor down here on the planet, if you didn't have the moon, would be unbearable. Be like, fly me to the moon. You know what I mean? You'd want to live on the moon. So the ocean is like it's like it's like a jacuzzi. It keeps everything moving. All the water's a flush, a waterfall. It just keeps everything moving and grooving. It's a life force. It also affects every living thing on the planet. The endocrine system of women also. So it drives everything. So So I think that's basically that in a nutshell. That's kind of what the effect is with the moon on the pyramids. But there's it's not just the one thing. Like if you study at 6 million tons, you're going to have some ramifications. Just you're going to have an effect. Every every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So you're lowering the gravitational field out in the Hawaiian hotspot to allow magma to flow out. Like we had in 2018, we had a massive magma discharge out in the Hawaiian Islands. And that was when all the planets were in alignment on one side of the sun. And here's the little moon just bopping in between these giant planets in the outer solar system. And what it is you're acting like a slingshot off the gravitational fields of like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. I mean, these big monsters, and you're getting in between the pull between the sun and these planets. Remember, the sun drives all the planets. The sun's gravitational hold holds all the planets in the solar system. So when the moon and the Earth starts cutting in between these monsters, you have a huge gravitational increase in energy that affects the core of the planet, and that's why you have it's actually a 3,500% increase in volcanic seismic activity on the planet in 2018. Like every time that happened. Now that happened five times in the last 125 years, that all the planets were on one side of the sun, and then you have a 3,500% increase in volcanic activity. So it does say, but you can look at it as like it's if you didn't have these pyramids keeping the Hawaiian hotspot open, it'd be horrible down here. It'd be absolutely horrendous. Like if that volcano was ever allowed to seal up and build up and just become a massive plug, and then you walked into that alignment, it would be, I mean, you'd be in New York and Boston, you'd be getting lava stones falling on your head from Hawaii.
It would make Krakatoa look mild, is what you're
saying?
Yeah,
right. Well, yeah, it'll put you right into an ice age, So it's like back into the Stone Age again. So there's multiple purposes on these pyramids besides going there. Is that? Oh, somebody's got something to say behind you. Is that your bird?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
birds always got something to say, John.
Give him the microphone.
Of Omaha at my house. Like I have to remember to mute myself.
All right,
John. I really, first of all, like one question I have, which will lead you to a shameless plug. When's your next book coming out, or are you still working this one?
I'm still working this one. I'm still like in the process of, I got to do a little bit more editing because a few things are not actually correct. And, it's like with any great writer. I'm not one, but well, you get the inspired, you know what I mean? It just comes up on you. I got to type, so it just comes to you. So I don't really. I wish I was more mechanized and just say, okay, I got to hit the keyboard and start doing it. But it's more
no, we like you better this way.
Yeah, it's more. You got to have the drive. You got to have that insight. It all depends on which demon's in your head. You know what I mean? That's how I kind of locate it to. It's like, all right, who's running me today? You know what I mean? I got a committee like everybody else, and every once in a while the writer gets in charge, and we got to do a book. Otherwise, he has a temper tantrum.
Yeah, we can't have that. Can't have that. Well, John, thank you so much for sharing all of that information. And I love hanging out with you. I think there's a bagel in both of our futures, maybe in 2029 sometime if we ever.
Yeah, right. You got to do a bagel down there in New York.
That's right. New York Brooklyn bagels.
We're not going to park the car. We're going to park the car,
That's only when you come down here. When we go to your house, we pack the car.
That's right. We're walking the dog and parking the car in Harvard Yard,
And then we can talk.
Yeah, we can talk.
Over some coffee. All right, that's it.
There you go. Yeah.
Right on, John. Thank you very much, brother. And guys, visit pyramidgravityforce.com to understand how gravity works with pyramids by our brother John Shaughnessy. Wonderful book. If you guys want to check out the talks that I've done with John,
Yeah.
They are in the archives of Water's Talk. Oh, look at that beauty. I love
Hey,
it.
sweetie. Hey, buddy.
And then John's also got this book here. There's something about the moon, which he co-authored with Wendy H. Salter. And again, another wonderful, wonderful book. And this is John's newest book, Pyramids and the Great Floods. And again, another excellent book and thought-provoking. And stays on theme with the pyramids and gravity, and just a very enjoyable read. So you guys go on to Amazon and grab that book. And while you are at Amazon, just a strange visitor at Amazon, our buddy Paul Anthony Wallis. His newest book is out, The Eden Conspiracy. It got rolled out yesterday. Available on paperback and as well as on Kindle. I've put my order in, so I'm looking forward to getting my hard copy in my hand. So order both those books while you are over at Amazon.com or Chapters or Goodreads or wherever you may be. Help support an author, help support the research so that we can continue to raise our awareness and lift our ignorance in the things that matter. So thank you very much, John, my brother. Thank you. I so appreciate you. And, this, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas looks great on you, buddy.
Yeah, it is.
I love you, man. I love you.
It's Biden chased me around the hypodermic needle.
Love you, brother, and thank you. And guys, head on over to John Shaughnessy's YouTube channel as well. Give it a subscribe. Hit that notification bell. John's got a lot of great videos on there. I mean, like a lot. Talking about Göbekli Tepe, talking about Uranus, talking about pole shift. There's all kinds of stuff on there. So they'll keep you entertained.
It's been shadow banned. It's been shadow banned. That's how good it is.
Yeah, that's right. It's good when you get shadow banned. Hence, Watchers Talk. We've been battling this battle for 9 years now, and we just keep the good fight going. All right, my man. Thank you very much, and I will shoot you a message, and let's get together and have another one-on-one talk. And until next time, be well, be happy, be in love, and take care of yourself.
All right, bro. All right. We'll see you
Thank
later.
you, my brother. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, everybody, for listening. Have a good day. Peace out.
Thank you. All right, guys. A quick message from our sponsor, Paul Anthony Wallis, who's helped sponsor this event. And so let's get a quick. Right on, right on. Oh, look, Fear in Las Vegas is still here. I love John. I love his sense of humor, and laughter is the best medicine that keeps you coming back again and again, learning and learning. Thank you, Liane, for covering and interviewing old John Shaughnessy there from Boston. And I love that. I love on your window in the back. That's a beautiful message to the world. All right, guys. So the next speaker really does not need any introductions. He's world famous, co-creator of the Fifth Kind, and an author of this wonderful series of books that will make you question your reality. The Scars of Eden, available. You guys can order that as you see it in my hand. And then we've got the Echoes of Eden right here, another great book. And then, of course, Escaping from Eden, which is another wonderful book. And oh, wait, my fourth one isn't in my hand yet. What's going on? Oh, there it is. I see it. It's in the mail. It's in the mail. They say it's in the mail. All right, Dan, I'm going to take you off screen. I'm going to bring our brother Paul Wallis on. And guys, get ready for this wonderful treat. I love Paul Wallis, and it's always a wonderful conversation. Hello, Paul Anthony Wallis. Thank you very much for being here, my brother. Thank you for giving us your time on your morning. I know you're a busy guy. You've got so many interviews and such going on, and especially with the book launch happening yesterday and today around the world. So congratulations on that. And #1 on Amazon again and again and again. You got like a familiar spot there, Paul.
It's great. We are on a roll with the Eden series. It's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see there is such an appetite out there for the kind of information I probe, from ancestral narratives, from the Bible, looking at who we are, our origin story, getting that straight, and getting straight who we think we are in the present. What's our potential? What kind of lives can we lead? What kind of human experience can we have? Clearly, billions of people are asking these questions all around the planet and are open to thinking new thoughts. So it's an exciting time to be in the field.
It absolutely is, Paul. And you've put together in this just amazing series of books that have taken the world by grip. Everyone's talking about it. You got so many just wonderful reviews, and every video that I watch with you in it, it's got like tens and thousands of views on it, and comments are just insane. And this conversation that you've started, is epic. This is you're doing the same thing what Erich von Däniken did back in the 60s, and have just reawakened this entire conversation so that people from all walks of life can pick up the book and begin reading and begin questioning. And you call your books like the gateway books, right? So that people can just slowly get in there. So you know what, Paul, I'll give you the screen. Give us a download, brother. And as questions come in, I'll hit you up with them. And guys, as usual, put your questions in cap locks, please, so they're easier to stand out. Then I'll ask Paul. And otherwise, Paul, I'm waiting for my 4th book. It's in the mail. I can't wait.
Wonderful.
So here you go, brother.
So Omar, before I get rolling, just tell me, what time do you want to jump in with some questions? Because I
okay, so we are at 4:51. So let me say, how about quarter after? I'll jump in. That's about 15,
all right.
20, 25 minutes from now. I'll jump in with questions. And then we'll do like 10, 15 minutes of that, because I know you're busy. You got a lot of things going on, so I don't want to keep you for longer than I have to. So, we'll do that around 10 after, quarter after. I'll jump in.
All right, then. So I know how to pace myself. Thanks so much, Omar. I love being part of events like the ones that you pull together, because you draw together such an interesting group of people who are motivated by the questions we were just talking about. It's a great day to be gathered together, Earth Day, and I just want to share some reflections from my own research on what that means for us. Why is Earth Day important? Why would we need a day to sort of reacquaint ourselves with the planet and our place on it, and reflect on whether or not we're in balance with it? It actually goes right to the issue that pulled me into the questions of paleo contact all the way back when I was 11 years old. Because when I discovered Erich von Däniken, author of Chariots of the Gods, the thing that I felt he had put his finger on for me was our inability to explain ourselves as a presence on planet Earth. Somehow Homo sapiens seemed to be an ill fit. We didn't have a story that explained how we became the alpha species on the planet, because really, if you look around the room you're in, we're somewhat ill-adapted to surviving on this planet. We're brought up to believe in survival of the fittest, but if you or I were left in the wilderness alone after 3 days, 3 nights, we'd probably be either ill or deceased if we'd not been rescued. The only way we could survive is if we could build a shelter, light a fire, have a weapon. In other words, the things that make us the alpha species and enable us to survive, let alone thrive, has to do with our higher intelligence, our higher level of consciousness. And when I was at school as a young boy, I was offered sort of two counterpart explanations for our being on the planet. And one was that we are God's special creation. That's why we're the alpha species. That's why we have different intelligence, different consciousness. But that seemed to be a lazy explanation. And it didn't account for the fact that we are so clearly earthlings. We are so clearly animals. We are mammals. We are primates. We're a type of animal. So if we were God's special creation, wouldn't we be even more different rather than the tweaking of what was here before? And then the scientific answer, well, it just restated the question, really. It explained that our survival advantage was our intelligence, higher intelligence, higher consciousness, but then couldn't explain how we got it. And when I read Erich von Däniken, that was the gap in our story that he'd put his finger on. And he said, wouldn't our development as a species make better sense if we allowed for the possibility that there were external interventions to nudge us along? Well, as I've probed the Bible through 33 years in church ministry, working as a church doctor, an archdeacon in the Anglican Church, and a theological educator, training pastors in hermeneutics, I was required by that work to drill down into the Bible. What are its narratives? What are its explanations? And as I drilled down into the root meanings of key words, I realized a few years ago that there is another less familiar story, almost, one could say it's hidden in plain sight in the Bible, just a translation away from being blindingly obvious. And when we go to the root meanings of these key words, and this is really the thing that grounds all my books, root meanings, key words, the story that emerges is indeed of external interventions in the story of humanity. The story that emerges in the Bible is that powerful beings, Elohim, to use the Hebrew word, came and occupied our planet in the deep past and genetically modified our ancestors to be a useful working class. Now, this is a restatement of the story to be found in the source narratives from out of ancient Sumeria, Babylonia, Arcadia, Assyria. Same story, Anunnaki, those who came to the earth from the heavens, came and modified the life that was here to create a suitable working class. And this story repeats all around the world. And it amounts to a fine-tuning of our DNA to get us clever enough that we are a useful working class for the ET overlords, but not so clever that we become too difficult to manage. And it talks about a development in stages. And whether you're reading those accounts or the accounts in the Popol Vuh, which is the Mayan explanation of origins, what we have is a tweaking of the life that was here, so earth-based life, and we get a certain way, but not quite far enough. And the final step includes a fusing of ET DNA with terrestrial DNA. And so in the Bible, you've got the breath of the powerful one put into the clay and into the being that's produced from the clay of the earth. Very similar motif in the Sumerian story, where a clay is produced from the raw materials on planet Earth, and then the DNA of the Anunnaki, specifically of a being called Kingu, is infused with that to create human beings. Now, we have to realize we're using the metaphor of people from thousands of years ago to describe something for which we would have more technical language. We would talk about splicing DNA. But whichever language you use, the punchline is the same, that we are a fusion of earthling plus something else. So aspects of us are very well adjusted to planet Earth, and other aspects not so well adjusted. And it goes some way to explaining the sense of anxiety and disorientation that really seems to be endemic to the human condition. Where did we come from? What are we doing here? Why do we feel slightly uncomfortable in our bodies? Why are we uncomfortable with nakedness when all the other animals on planet Earth don't think twice about it? Where does that ill-at-easeness come from? And these ancient stories give an explanation. So we've got interventions in our deep past to produce Homo sapiens sapiens. And then other interventions are mentioned that upgrade us to the point where instead of living in animal subsistence on the planet's surface, we learn how to farm, and we learn about medication and sanitation and city building. And you can find this in the Sumerian story of Enkidu being tutored by Shamhat, who introduces him to more sophisticated foods, the primitive man, and then to city living. It's there in the Greek Babylonian story told by the priest Berossus of Oannes and the Apkallu, who arrive and they teach not just agronomy, but writing and reading and civics, legal systems, money systems, banking systems, all the rudiments of city building and becoming a civilization. This is an intervention that I believe probably takes us back to about 10,000 years before present. That's the great leap forward that has long fascinated archaeologists and anthropologists. But it's not the only intervention of a tutoring kind that our ancestors spoke about. If you listen to the story of Aboriginal Australians or Native Americans, you will hear stories that suggest an intervention at least 60,000 years ago that was another tutoring in agronomy, but on a slightly different model. When we listen to these indigenous stories, we hear of a teaching that helps us to live in balance with the planet, to learn which plants are good to eat, which are good to avoid, which are good for medicines, which are good for altered states of consciousness. And I believe that these two interventions that had to do with agronomy and pushing us forward as a species on planet Earth came from different parts of the cosmos. And I argue for this in The Scars of Eden and in my new book, The Eden Conspiracy. I believe the earlier intervention that taught us to live in balance with the planet came from visitors from the Pleiades. And in The Eden Conspiracy, I talk about the Hebrew version of that story. It's the story of Asherah. And when we read of Asherah in the Bible, and when we go to archaeological sites in the Levant, I believe we can identify where she came from. She represents an incursion from the Pleiades, who sat with our ancestors and helped us live in balance with the planet. Back to that other intervention, the one that the Babylonians talked about, and I think that's an intervention 10,000 years ago, which combines farming with all those other things: money systems, legal systems, civics. There's a scale on which that intervention happens that I think really leads to the modern industrial scale farming that we're more and more familiar with on planet Earth. We have those two models still in place. There's the traditional, rotational, combination, organic farming that human beings have used for thousands of years, seeding next year's crop with this year's harvest, combination farming to deal with pests, all that sort of thing. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we've got the industrial scale petrochemical-based farming, which is all about obliterating what's there naturally and replacing it with what you want. And these two models are clashing on planet Earth. And there are corporations in existence, I won't name them, but that are trying to obliterate the earlier layer of tutelage with this industrial scale petrochemical model, which is so much more easily monetized and centralized in terms of power and wealth. So we have these interventions, and I think we're at a place where we need to think very carefully as countries, as societies, as individuals. I think as countries, we need to think very carefully before we sign up to agreements that allow corporations to sue governments. This is something that is a live issue in Australia. And of course, when you sign up to agreements like that, it advantages the industrial scale, petrochemical, so on and so forth. But if we're looking at what makes us sustainable, what empowers ordinary human beings around the world, it is the other model, which is why the corporations in some countries, mentioning the USA in particular, are trying to illegalize the old Pleiadian model of farming. But you and I individually can get into this discussion and make decisions for ourselves. How much of our own food do we grow? My parents, my grandparents grew a heap of food. My grandparents, it was very significant to them getting through the Depression that they produced so much of their own food and didn't need money to produce natural, organic, healthy food. And I'll come back to why that might be important in a moment. The story of humanity, according to many ancestral narratives, is one of a gradual and staged upgrade, and then the final step of the story is a downgrade. Now, this is an odd story, not the kind of story that our ancestors would invent to aggrandize the human race or aggrandize their royal families. What's this downgrade about? Well, if we go to the epic story from Nigeria, we hear of a Bassi and a Tai, and they were powerful beings who lived on an island in the sky. I'll leave that to your imagination, what that might have been, who helped to nurture Homo sapiens, get us going as a species. And once they had, they took a break. And then when they came back, they were horrified to discover they had lost control of their project. Humanity had become too capable. The whole civilization was here. And Abassi and Atai say, this is too much. This isn't what we wanted. We really just wanted a working class on this planet here to do our bidding. How can we downgrade them a bit? And the epic story says that their emergency measure was to release devices into the environment that would make us anxious, mentally ill, and physically ill. That way we could be managed. And something like that occurs in stories all around the world. There is a neurological interference in Genesis 11 that knocks us down from being a technological, spacefaring civilization to being pre-speech, pre-Stone Age. We hear that echoed in the story of Zeus and Prometheus. Zeus, the senior powerful being, is horrified to discover that Prometheus has given the human beings too much tech. And so he knocks them down with a cosmic event so that they have to re-evolve. In the Popol Vuh, the chief genetic engineer, Quetzalcoatl, aka Cucumatz, aka Kukulkan, develops a vapor which, when sprayed over human populations, brain damages us and diminishes our capabilities. And not to spend too much time on this, but I'll go to the punchline. What that meant was getting rid of higher faculties like remote viewing, higher faculties like future viewing, telepathic connection, X-ray vision, things that really would enhance our life on Earth. So all these stories say our ancestors were more advanced, had more skills, had a better human experience, and then we were downgraded. And these same cultures that have curated these stories have also curated shamanic protocols seeking to switch them back on. And so in Mesoamerican South America, there are tea ceremonies that are intended to do all those things, to give us not only future viewing, remote viewing, better self-healing, but an ability to connect telepathically with other kinds of being. And people who've done those tea ceremonies will describe that to you as an experience they have had. It's very, very similar to what the Greeks developed and which Plato and Socrates sampled, the Eleusinian mysteries, the Kukion ceremony, another tea ceremony designed to do all those things. Omar asked me, what can we do to deprogram ourselves from the programming that would have us in place as a working class of drones and nothing else? And I think that what we hear from Plato is very interesting with regard to that altered state of consciousness. Now, he used tea for it, but there are other kinds of protocols who achieved altered states. I am a great fan of controlled conscious breathing. I am a fan of really seeking to create as clean an environment for yourself as possible. Clean energetically, clean in terms of toxins. All around the world, there are shamanic protocols for heightening our consciousness. And I would encourage you to look into those that belong to your own ancestry, because every lineage on the planet has this story embedded in its mythology and has protocols aimed at making us as healthy and as conscious as possible. And to go back to the ethics story, remember, it wasn't just about toxins in the environment, it was about making us anxious. And I think many of us have realized that anxiety is a button that the powers that be can press at a whim when they want to control populations. George Orwell wrote all about it, and now we've been through a bit of that. We haven't had a world war, but we've had fear as a tool for management on a scale that many of us have not seen before. And one of the reasons I love forums like this is because we actually need to encourage one another and to inform one another and give one another a different perspective on life on Earth than we get from the mass media. We need to find our courage again if we're not to be manipulated and pushed and pulled. How was all this knowledge lost? Well, in my book, Echoes of Eden, I focus on that. This sustained effort by every imperial power through history to disempower the population, to control the narrative, and to make us feel that our role on planet Earth is simply to work hard and do as we're told. In the Eden Conspiracy, I show how this shift was made in the story of the Bible, how in the beginning, the Bible was a record of paleo contact that included colonization by beings who want to do exactly as I just said, to manipulate, manage, control, exploit. But then at the other end of the spectrum were beings like Asherah, who sat with our ancestors, tutored us, and enabled us to make our great leaps forward and thrive on planet Earth. When the Bible was redacted in the 6th century BCE, and that happened through the work of Kings Hezekiah, King Josiah, and the generations that followed them, we lost Asherah. We lost the stories of cosmic help and simply kept the figure that colonized and exploited us. And so we come away from that redacted version of the Bible thinking our role is to live in fear of the powerful one and love and obey him. And we've lost that whole other side of the story that says we are very valuable and that we have cosmic help and that we can do more than live in balance on the planet. We can thrive on planet Earth. And so I think it's very important to recover that spectrum, because that spectrum represents who we are. We live in an interesting environment full of opportunity and full of threat. How do we navigate that? We need the spectrum of stories to equip us for those decisions. And if we lose Asherah, and if we lose those stories of tutelage, then we forget that we have a cosmos of company. If you go to indigenous elders for healing, they will tell you their role is to get you back in balance with yourself and with your environment. So there's a great theme for Earth Day. And they will do it using contact modalities. So as well as things like altering your diet, as well as things like controlled conscious breathing, they are actually seeking to tune into the conversation of other kinds of being who exist to support humanity and who exist to support your individual journey through life. Now, once we lost Asherah and the full array of help when the Bible was edited, all those of us whose cultures have been shaped by the biblical story, through Judaism, through Christianity, we forget that we live in this cosmos full of helpers, full of resources there to equip us for our journey. And so when Jesus came along and said that the whole realm of the cosmos is available to us to support us, we didn't know what he meant. We didn't know that he meant not only powers and principles, but beings who surround us, intending to support us on our journey through space. So it's not just about coming back in balance with Earth for Earth Day, it's finding our feet again as a species in our cosmic family. And I'll pause there and we can go to our Q&A.
Right on, Paul. You are reading my mind. I unmuted myself. I went ding, and then
I heard that.
I think that was your cue. Ding. Wow, Paul, thank you very much. And wow, there's a lot to unpack there. I've got a few questions for you, and maybe we can dig some awareness out of that. Now, you know, in the way that you're speaking about the Pleiadians, and for us to get direction on how to eat and what to eat and kind of what have you, it almost sounds like the human is an extraterrestrial to this world because it doesn't know what to eat, and now it's being given direction saying that you can eat this vegetation, you can drink this, you can eat this type of meat, but don't eat this type of meat. It's not good for you. And my mind tells me in that if you're native to the planet and you've been here for an indefinite period of time, you would have that sense within you. You would know within you to not eat that mushroom because that's a poisonous mushroom, but the one next to it is okay and we can eat that. Even if we went through a bottleneck type of event and that almost collapsed humanity, but that information would still reside within to know what we can and cannot eat. And then and that really takes me onto the road of what if we're extraterrestrials here, and what if we are from the Pleiades, and our ancestors, the Pleiadians, are giving us a download on what we can and can't eat on this planet that's safe for us. That's kind of where I get lost. And, what's your thought on humans being extraterrestrials? And then all this Anunnaki, genetic manipulation and all this happened, could it be that they were trying to, make us in sync with this planet rather than our home planet?
Yes, I think there are a couple of reasons why we may have had some external tutelage on what to eat and drink. And the first, I think, does have to do with our genetic alteration. So the stories say that our ancient visitors wanted to tweak us to be more intelligent. Mm-hmm. So how do you get a primate, let's say, to be more intelligent? Well, that might involve activating our imagination in a way we haven't experienced before. And there are serious anthropologists around the world who say that mushrooms have played a very important role in our evolution as a species. That once the primate had had a few psychedelic experiences, it suddenly can conceive of things being different to what's in the immediate environment. If you want to upgrade a primate to be more intelligent, then some scientists would suggest you need to make it a meat eater rather than something that just eats nuts and fruits. So they may have manipulated our diet for that reason as well. If you come out with a new model of hominid, then you might have to say, okay, you're a little bit different to your parents and grandparents, and we're going to need to feed you differently than how you ate before. Now, that's the story of Shamhat and Enkidu in the world's oldest story in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Changing Enkidu's diet was part of how to make Enkidu more sophisticated. So you've got that kind of story going on, but then you've also got the possibility of our diet having to change because of changes in the physical environment. So, for instance, if you look for the Bible for the point where the powerful ones say, okay, we want you eating meat now, it is after a cataclysm. There's been a massive change in environment. And if you listen to the Mohawk story of origins, they speak of a time when for some reason they were in unfamiliar country and they simply didn't know the flora and fauna of that higher country that they were living in. And so helpers appeared to help them readapt and to readjust. In the Eden Conspiracy, I tell an amazing story from Australia's Northern Territory, from the Yolngu people. Now, their story of origins potentially goes back at least 60,000 years, because that's how long the cultural presence of Aboriginal Australians goes back as far as we've traced it thus far. The Yolngu people, however, have this story in which their ancestors are there in the Northern Territory, like the Mohawk, not knowing what to hunt here, or what to fish here, or what plants are good here. And these other beings, the Mimi, come to their aid. And it's a story beautifully told. The Mimi danced with our ancestors, say the Yolngu people. And in their dance, they taught us how to hunt and how to fish and what to eat and what to avoid. I really find that fascinating. I mean, if there was a language gap, dance makes sense, but it might just be a metaphor for something else, because that dance could imply something far more intimate. But there are two reasons that we might need help with our diet, because the environment's changed, there's been a cataclysm, we're the survivors. What do we survive on now? And helpers come and tell us. And then there's the story of adaptation, of saying, we've adapted you, don't eat what your mum and dad did, you need to eat this. And then, of course, there are the alterations to environment that have been maliciously intended. So the story of Abasi and Atai releasing things into the environment, we now need to know how to avoid those. And that might mean changing our diet as well. So even though I talked with enthusiasm about meat eating earlier, if you're living in the States, you might want to take a look at that. And where does your meat come from, and how clean is that? And should you be eating more fish, more vegetables? It's all down to the environment you are in. And I believe that we have the same kind of help available now that our ancestors did in the past. And it's why I celebrate Indigenous wisdom, because it's often there at the folkloric layer that we find information about how to live clean and healthy in the current environment as it is today.
So, Paul, how do we, it just gets more confusing by the day. I tell you, brother, it just, it makes me want to pull my hair. That's why I'm going white. How do we bridge the idea, of this Anunnaki interference within our, genome 10,000 years ago? And then we look at the Aborigines in Australia that have been there for 60,000 years. So if the Aborigines have been there for 60,000 years and the Anunnaki came only 10,000 years ago, is it a certain branch of human that they genetically tinkered with? Because it would appear that the Aborigines have stayed, the way they have been for 60,000 years. But then we have the story over here, Babylonians that are telling us that the Anunnaki did this to us. So I'm wondering, is it only a select group of humans? Like maybe, I don't know, like, why do it to this group of humans and then leave the other one intact? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Or are they intact, the Aborigines, or did they come back like 60,000 years ago? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of where my confusion is.
Well, genetically, we are incredibly similar all around the planet. But the way we run our societies differs. Our appearance certainly differs, and it's very, very intriguing. And I often get questions from people saying, is there DNA data explaining why we look so different from one part of the planet to the other? And there isn't really. But in terms of how we live on the planet, I think different interventions are reflected. So if you look at the lifestyle of Indigenous Australians, Native Americans, First Nation Canadians, you can see some things in common there. that have a lot of wisdom to do with living in balance with the planet. And if you look at the intervention that happened 10,000 years ago, I believe, in Karakadag in southeast Turkey, that's the one I think Barossus is talking about when he talks about Oannes and the Apkallu. You've got two different cultural interventions. The first from the Pleiadians, the second, I believe, from Sirius. And the Sirius one is the one that leads to city building and civilization on that kind of grand
That's
scale.
the Orion group, right?
So it's, yes, possibly Orion, possibly Sirius. And so I think that that's a difference, because when you come to Australia, there hasn't been city building in the same way that there has been in India, parts of Africa, Europe. We would say, well, there does seem to be a cultural difference. Why weren't major cities constructed here? And it's not that there was no built heritage at all, because that's a myth. And it's a myth that's been very deliberately perpetrated. And indeed, the built heritage of parts of Africa has been distorted by history as well. There were far more developed cities in Africa before the Europeans decided they'd start carving that up. So it's not a night and day difference, but there is a difference in terms of, for instance, at the beginning of the 20th century, British Australia could have sat down with Aboriginal elders and asked them the questions, which grasses can we use here to turn into bread? But instead they wanted to import their own model of industrial scale farming, and so had to reinvent wheat so that it would grow in Australia. And that's why I say we have decisions to make. Who do we listen to? What model do we follow? The industrial is trying to obliterate the other, and it does reflect different interventions. But I don't think it has to do with our upgrade as human beings. I think we all have the same DNA, and in fact, higher cognitive powers, I would suggest, have been more faithfully curated by Aboriginal Australian culture, Native American culture, than perhaps when you get into Europe, and we've been all messed up by other kinds of education. And that's not to rubbish science or technology. It's just saying we've been distracted from this other interesting layer that has to do with enabling you and me to use our brains.
You know, along this, when you were speaking, I had this interesting idea running through my head, because you mentioned Sirius, and then when you mentioned Sirius, I automatically began thinking of the Dogon and the Hogon, and how they're speaking about Sirius C. And up until 1982, we had no idea that there was Sirius C. So, you know, the thought that was running through my head is that if we look at the Pleiadians, and we look at the Aboriginal cultures here on Earth, like here in North America and in Australia particularly, could it be that the Aboriginals that we interact with are from the Pleiades, and then maybe some African tribes or bloodlines could be from Sirius, and that's why there's such a huge difference, I guess, in appearance, culture, lifestyle, and such?
I don't think there's any real solid evidence to say that's the cause of our difference in appearance. Australian story does often point to the Pleiades, but then there are Pleiadian stories elsewhere in the world too, in Europe. And what does a Pleiadian look like? Does a Pleiadian look like a Nordic? Or does a Pleiadian look like someone from the Northern Territory? Or someone like yourself, Omar? When we say Pleiadian, we have to remember that's an entire cluster of stars.
Yeah, huge space there, right?
So we haven't necessarily narrowed it down to a single race or species or appearance. There could be a whole batch of looks and types of being that have come to us from there. And maybe that diversity is reflected in our diversity. When the powerful ones, the Elohim, engineer human beings in the Bible, it talks about making them look like us. It's not somebody saying look like me, where there's now only one face type you're ever going to see. It's look like us. You're going to see a plurality from the get-go. And it's worth pointing out that the genetic code for conscious biological life landing on planet Earth, that includes the code of every type of animal and plant and algae and reptiles, mammals, human beings. It's all there in that genetic coding. So the spectrum landed here and produced a spectrum. And I would suggest that there's a spectrum in other places too. But pinning down particular connections, saying that's a Sirius blood type or an Orion blood type or a Pleiadian blood type, I haven't yet got to any hard data that would really allow us to map that out very clearly at all.
Yeah, and how would we figure that out, right? Like, it's not like we have Pleiadian DNA sample just sitting around, or Syrian genome just sitting there that we can reference to, right? So that's probably a difficult one to probably track down. But what about influence, Paul? Like influence from a particular star people on a particular group. Like on the Pleiadian side, it would be the Aborigines, and on the Dogon side, it would be the Syrians, and for South Americans, it would be something else, and so on and so on. And perhaps that's how cultures and such are built. And and also when we look in Africa, we don't see well, right now anyways, we don't see a lot of city building, right? When we go to where is that, Mali, right? Although it's developed, right, it's not Toronto, right, or it's not Sydney. And maybe that's where that city building type of inner information, that inner understanding of it, and it's possibly not even valued, right, to where you want to live off the land and be part of the land, like the architecture that we speak of, like in India and such, where the architecture is part of the land. You know what I'm saying? It's
it's not I agree with what you're saying, but it isn't a night and day difference. Because as I said before, there has been a loss of built culture in places where empires have gone in and taken over. So South America was full of cities. Amazonia was full of cities,
millions.
And then that really disappeared into the jungles and got replaced with other cities through colonization from Spain. And similar story in Africa, where there were really significant cities that were then obliterated when the Europeans turned up. And yet, as you say, there is a different value placed on construction among some of our indigenous cultures. And unfortunately, I think it's a little bit like the industrial scale of farming threatens to obliterate the natural organic rotational farming. I think those with the more powerful technology have obliterated the technology of other cultures. And so that's meant often the people with the steel buildings have obliterated the people with the stone buildings. And so that's part of that experience. But to bring it back to basics, if you know how to live in balance with the planet, you don't have the same need for buildings. I need a building. I need a building to survive and thrive in Australia, but there are people in Australia who don't. And I think it's easy to accept the story that you were taught in school about one model being sophisticated and one model being primitive. It takes a lot of sophistication, excuse me, to live in balance with the planet when all you've got is the resources the environment is offering you in your bare hands.
It's so true. It really is. It's sophisticated primitive, right? Is what that is. In fact, I don't even think it's primitive, but we're doing is primitive, like living in these steel buildings and apartment buildings and such. I would consider that to be more primitive because, you're creating an artificial cave that, that first of all, doesn't look good and causes, a lot of heartache and a lot of stress.
It does. I mean, let's be fair, it takes phenomenal skill to build something like the Burj Khalifa and to live in that. But I still need to know how to be healthy, and I still need to be earthing and sunning and deep breathing and eating and drinking right if I'm going to live a long and healthy life, even if I live in the Burj Khalifa.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, we need all our skills. And I think that growing up in the West, as I have done, I have spent a lot of time learning one set of skills and neglecting the other. And it's the other that we need to recover on a day like Earth Day, because the other is important to our physical health, our emotional health, but also in becoming as human as we possibly can be. And if human involves better telepathic and empathic connection with each other, then let's have it. If human involves better future viewing so we can make better decisions, then let's have it. So I really want everything that we've learned as a species, rather than just one syllabus and then we forget the other contribution.
Yeah, that's so true, Paul, and I agree 100%. We got so many questions coming in. It's sick. One of the reasons why I was asking is some of the questions that came in here were talking about contact with ET, of having like 23 different blood types, I guess it would be. Like Selena says, isn't that why they did 23andMe to find the people with the genetic mutations and our blood type records and database at birth? It's more based on that. Here's Ronnie. She says, I have 22 different types of alien DNA within us, and that's been going around a lot as well. And that's kind of what my basis for the question was, as to whether we are perhaps extraterrestrials here to Earth, maybe not even from that far away, maybe from Mars, and we just kind of landed here, and this planet belonged to people with the elongated skull, and they just simply disappeared, and here we are, and we need to be taught what to eat, because obviously Mars and Earth is completely different planet, right? So the food would be different.
I need to look up the name of the scientist who said this, but there was an eminent DNA scientist who crystallized what is forming as a view in that scientific community, and that is that our DNA as human beings isn't 90% junk DNA, that what we've called junk DNA is actually the codes and instructions for other forms of life that we're not familiar with. And so we carry the genetic story of our cosmic family within ourselves. We have a certain amount that is activated that produces us as we are, but there's other stuff in there that represents cousins, neighbors, older civilizations, and maybe newer civilizations as well. So we are cosmic beings in a very physical sense. And that's why I talked about finding our feet as part of a cosmic family.
That's so true. Let me hit you with this final question, Paul, and then I'll let you go. I'm going to keep you forever, forever, but I know I can't. So I'll hit you with one more question, and this one's coming from a Gray Noise, and let me bring it up here. There's actually kind of two of them that go side by side with one another. The one is from Selena and Gray Noise. So this one is, Paul, your thoughts on Edward Meyer view that there are no 3D beings existing in the Pleiades system, since the largest stars are too hot to sustain the life there. Most mistake them for Plagiarians? I don't know.
Well, I haven't looked into the work of Edward Mayer, but I would say again, the Pleiades is a star system, and there's the potential there for a great array of beings, some of whom may be 3D physical, and certainly our ancestors experienced them that way. Although that's not to say that's the whole story of who or what they are. But it's possible that there are other kinds of being associated with that region of space as well. So transdimensional beings, non-physical beings. And I talked about contact modalities and indigenous healing. You can find that in the Bible as well. That is a little bit agnostic as to the nature of the beings we're in communication with. They could be physical, who communicate telepathically. They could be energy-based beings. They could be transdimensional. When Plato had his contact experience, he appeared to be thinking transdimensional. And I think all those kinds of beings might occupy that region of space. I am still of the belief that many of our ancestral stories are talking about beings very similar to ourselves, but who had more advanced technology. And you look at how they behaved and what they wanted us to supply them with, it'd be very difficult to say they weren't physical beings. If you're having to supply your powerful ones with beef, lamb, gold, and virgin girls, I think it's a stretch to say that that is a transdimensional, non-physical being. Those were the beings in the Bible at the colonization end of the spectrum. But when we come back to the tutoring, yes, I do think there is a greater spectrum there of physical and transdimensional as well. As to the size of the stars and planets, I'm a little bit outside of my area of expertise there, so I'll have to come back to that in a few months' time.
I would think that, the star size really wouldn't matter. The radiation level of it wouldn't matter. I don't think any of that would matter because life finds a way to exist in some of the most profound environments that we can even think of. So we don't know. There could be, some being that's living around a white dwarf star, or, who knows, right? But life is, very versatile. So it can come in many different forms and shapes. So, that's really is a shot in the dark, right? Could be really anything. So, Paul, thank you very much, my brother. And, I want to keep you forever. That's why I'm going to hit you with the final question. And that is on the theme of Earth Day of 2023. The idea behind this is that, the Earth is doing just fine. It's been around 4.5 billion years. It's going to be around for another 5, 6, 7 billion years. And it's faced, far worse than, the hoping human, right? And it's probably going to face far worse in the future, too. The thing that we need to, keep ourselves grounded to is ourselves, because we're not going to be around in 5 billion years. And we need to find a way to live in harmony with the Earth. And it is us that is in trouble, the human, especially when we are in a period of time where we're discussing on what a woman is, right? And if we can't define what a woman is, then we know that we're living in some perilous times and some very dangerous times as well, because that could really be the beginning of the fall of civilization. Now we know that our ancestors, they lived in harmony with the land and with the earth and one another, but now we're faced with all of this technology that we're confronted with on a daily basis, like smartphones and such. So much so that we can't even remember our own telephone number anymore, when just 5 or 10 years ago we did. So how do we incorporate the both? How do we live in unity and with humbleness, and incorporating the ways and the lifestyle of our ancestors and our lifestyles of today?
With love and respect. I think it is that simple. We are here to learn how to live in harmony with one another. And it's certainly what we need to do if we're going to thrive. I think there have always been all kinds of people, all kinds of ways of living, and we need to respect different kinds of living and the all kinds of people. In other cultures and in other times, we had different labels that we gave to different kinds of people, and they weren't all smearing the other. It was about trying to get our heads around the spectrum that is humanity. I think we need to do that. It's very sad, I think, looking at the politicization of identity that is happening in America in particular. And the levels of hysteria around questions of identity is absolutely baffling, if I can speak for the rest of the world. But looking in on that, there's no need for us to demonize the other or be frightened of the other. Algorithms certainly push us in that direction where we all find and choose our particular outrage and then shout from our corner. Whereas in fact, we could metaphorically all gather in a room and look at each other and listen to each other and learn from each other's experiences. I'm with Plato that we are here to learn how to do love, consciousness, intelligence, wisdom as a diversity of beings exercising free choice. And we need to learn how to do that, learn how to say yes to one another, accept one another, and then support one another. And I think if we can find that kind of energy, it absolutely dethrones and disempowers all the algorithms of fear and hate and conflict with which we are being bombarded, in some places more than others. Do you know, it wouldn't surprise me decades into the future to discover that some agency was broadcasting vibrations across the USA to make people more hostile and more paranoid. And I'm not saying that in any way to put down my American brothers and sisters, but rather to say, let's be alert. Choose your state of mind. Choose your energy. Choose whether you're going to live in love, harmony, paranoia. We have similar things here in Australia, so I'm not wishing to single my American friends out. But to think, what's in the environment? What is the behavior that's being generated by the powers that be? And to say, this is how we want to be. This is how we want to live with one another. It's actually deeply interesting to live on a planet with all kinds of people and all kinds of cultures. And if we can learn to do that and find the joy in one another, then I think we can find a way forward where we'll be freer of manipulation and better able to thrive.
Amen, amen, brother. And I think another bonus thing of living on this beautiful marble is the food that all the cultures have to offer. You sit down together around a plate of food that that you share. One plate for everybody. And you sit there and you dig into that same plate and you're eating, and that brings people together, and that creates love and unity because you're sharing a meal. And there's nothing more sacred than to share a meal with your fellow human, fellow man, fellow animal. And yes. I think that's when dialogue can begin, is over a good plate of food. I'll come to your house for dinner, we'll talk, then you come to mine, and blah blah blah. And then that's how I think we can create this community to where we can create this new human, because we don't need a new earth. We need the new human. And so that's it, Paul. Thank you, my brother.
Thanks, Omar. It's been a pleasure to be with you again. Thanks so much for having me on.
I so appreciate you, buddy, and good luck with the Eden Conspiracy. And I'll be posting a selfie as soon as mine shows up, and hopefully that's just very shortly, because my collection is feeling a little empty right now.
It'll be with you soon. I've got my author's copy here, so I need to order the real ones.
Right on. Guys, thank you very much, and thank you, Paul. And go and visit paulanthonywallis.com, guys, to place your order for the Eden Conspiracy. You can go there, or you can go to Amazon. You can go to Chapters. You can go to Goodreads. I would suggest to go to your local bookkeeper and order the book through the small ma and pa bookshop, because that's where it's really at. And that's what I've done. Is I've got a bookstore up the hill, and I went there yesterday and told them what I wanted, and they said they'll put the order in, and I don't care if they get it from Amazon, because I'm getting it from them, and that's all that
Yes.
matters, because we need to support the local, and it's the local way is what's going to really get us out of trouble on this mass consumerism that we're involved in. Go to a market to buy your vegetables, go to a farmer to buy your meats and your chickens and such. Don't go to Walmart's, don't go to Home Depots and things like that, because that's just causing us to just become more dependent on the system, and we're not really going back to our roots. And we need to go back to our roots. That's what it's really all about. So guys, the book was released yesterday, and I guess 2 days ago from Australia perspective, and it is available in Kindle as well as paperback. And Paul's books are also available in audio format as well. I think there's only one book that's available in audio format for the time being, but I'm sure the rest will be coming up. That's a lot of work, and I saw Paul's journey go through that. Man, that is a lot of work. So help an author out, guys, and go to Amazon. Leave a review, leave a 5-star rating, because that really, really, really helps, because then Amazon's algorithm sees it and they see, oh, look, 50 people have given 5 stars, so this must be good. And then they just push it out. And that's what we need. And that's how, the other books became, a success. And we need to just continue to roll off of that. And, spread the word, download an image from Google and post it on your Facebook, post it on your Twitter, post it on your IG, and, wherever you can, and, send out an email to your friends and say, hey, look, the new Eden book is out, and, let's build some hype around it, because that's the way it's done. Word of mouth, my friends, word of mouth, because that's how our ancestors did it, and that's how we're going to do it, and that's how we're going to continue to do it. So thank you, Paul. I love you very much, my friend, and I appreciate you, and just a lot of respect and kudos for you.
Likewise. Thanks, Omar.
Thank you, brother. And guys, that is it. Not for the conference. That is it for Paul. He's got other things to do. So we will send him packing and say, see you later, Paul. And we'll check you next time. And we got our sister Stone Hobbit coming up next for a quick download. And then after that, we got Stephen and Evan Strong. And then we will close it out. And before we do that, let's play this video really quick. And, if you say it enough times, they will believe it. All right, guys, that is the Eden series, and check it out. It's my favorite series. I love it. I've read them all. In fact, I read the new one too now, and that was I really enjoyed it. I really liked the last chapter, and that was wonderful. So thank you to our brother Paul Wallis, and now we got our star sister Stone Hobbit from stonehobbit.com, and she's going to give us a quick download until we get Stephen and Evan Strong in our studio. And as well, got a little surprise for you guys happening here. Our star sister is putting out a book, which is going to be out here really quick. So Stone, maybe you want to give us a quick download on that first, and then move into whatever you're going to move into, sister.
Well, this is just a collective of experiences that I have had, and the little gifts that I've gained along the way by having them, the little knowledge that they've given me, downloads that I've managed to unwrap, if you want to. And the thing is, every time I get a certain amount of downloads and stuff, and I think I'm at a certain point, I can leave it for a little bit of time, and I'll come back, and then I'll find something new that's come out of it. But it's been tweaked by something else that's happened around me. So that all the information that we keep getting in from these experiences, they are forever evolving. They are always growing. So this is what this book is. There's I've got pretty much, this is one of about 3. There's 150 different chapters. That's experiences per chapter. So it's going to be a hoot. And what I've done is I've categorized them in such a way so that all the experiences I've had with the Greys and what their abilities have been and how we interacted, and then moving on to other experiences, how the Greys use the light frequency for both travel, density, and for up in their ships. Also, how the light has been used by other entities that have also come in and had influence on me. So there's a collective of different experiences in that book. So I'm looking forward to reading it myself too. So there you go.
Guys, maybe drop me a link in the private chat so we can toss it out so people can go and order the book. And I want to order it too. When's it coming out?
It won't be out until September.
Okay,
I haven't got a
September.
due date just yet. I've put everything in and I'm just waiting for the next message.
Cool. And
But
you know
yes.
how I like to order my books, Stone? I like to get them directly from the author. I'll PayPal you so you can drop a little message for me on the back, because that's the best way to do it, sis. So you guys can do the same thing.
Yeah, no, I will do. I've got a couple more that are coming out as well. There's no covers and I haven't loaded it just yet onto Amazon, but there's a few others coming out. So anyway, the main thing is Earth Day and why we're here, and what I teach, and I don't give advice, I give suggestions. That way we can grow together, 50-50 energy. I believe that we are connected to the planet. We are frequency with harmony with this planet. The planet will direct us to the medicines and the foods that we need, but we just got to remember how to listen to that information when it comes in. When I have encounters, it's now down to me being able to hear who's coming in, which area they're coming in from. It's like when I'm standing outside and I'm communicating with them, I can tell which area of sky they're going to show up because of the stargates that are up there and how they communicate with each other. And it's about getting in touch with our inner self, trusting your ability, acknowledging the journey that you've done so far, giving yourself appreciation, appreciating the environment around you. Once you can clean your house, which I'm talking about the vessel, when you can communicate with all your harmonics, your organs, and you're communicating with your blood cells, because each one has a rhythm, has a heartbeat of its own, has an auric field around it. You know, they work together in communities when they get older. It's absolutely amazing. When you have an opportunity to go within yourself and see how your vessel works, and then you see how you work and you communicate and you see that you're living in a symbiotic relationship with the vessel, you start taking care of the vessel because you're starting to communicate with it. You know what area needs what, so that you can work at your best level. So it's absolutely phenomenal. With all the foods and stuff that we're talking about, yes, we're totally aware of all the manipulations that are going on, as above, so below. And at the same time, we already have the knowledges within ourselves how to combat that, how to change it, how to reverse engineer. You know, we've done this for however long we've done it. Walk around with your feet in the soil. You might get this and that now and then, but it comes down to your perception, your mindset. If you are aware of something, then you can change the elements of it. We have that much ability. We are infinite. There is actually no words that I can describe our capabilities, what we can achieve and what we can do. Break all the programming and stuff that's out there. I mean, once we start saying, okay, look, I've had enough. I've had enough of being treated like this. I don't need to be treated like this. You question everything. We question. And then we go, okay, well, I'm going to start doing this for myself. I'm going to start doing that for my environment. I need to sleep better, so I might have to change my room around. I might have to change my space. I might have to put a plant here or there that actually gives me oxygen, because I might need a little bit extra oxygen when I'm sleeping. Because we don't just because we close our eyes, doesn't, for me, I'm not resting. I don't rest. I'm working all throughout the day, dimensionally. We all are. Anything that I can do, that I experience, good, bad, ugly, whatever, I am aware that it is just a splinter of what everybody else is experiencing. So when we come together with our experiences, good and bad, we can take the best of all the situations that we have been presented. Like our environment, as much as it's being manipulated, we can change that back with positive affirmation. If you think about Dr. Emoto and what he found with the testing of the water memory, that holds on to a memory. I've worked with the water. I've remineralized the water, right down to making colloid silver. I make fermented foods, sauerkraut, fermented beetroot juice. I mean, you can't get any more earthly than fermented beetroot juice, geez. And it's feeding all the organs in us. The knowledge is there, but you have to listen to it. And then you've got to get up off your butt and you've got to go and investigate these feeling states and stuff. Of course, always keep yourself protected. Always do your research. If you're not sure about something, you make sure you have a companion with you so you can share the load. So you can say, well, if you go and do something and you get into danger somewhere, I can get you help. We listen to each other. We work together. At the moment, I'm working on old man's beard. All right. Lichens grows off a tree. It's pain relief. You drink a little bit, you seep it like a tea and you sip at it. Wait for it to cool down, and you get the medicines that are in that plant that are offering. This can be found all around the world. This is a pain relief. This works like penicillin. I mean, this is a magic plant and nobody's using it. So there's so many different little telltale bits that we need to get back into doing and practicing. The land will offer you the medicines that you need. Your frequencies that you put out there allow the environment to compute what is needed by you. And all of a sudden, it'll pop up. Explain to me how something that has no way of being in that location will suddenly grow there for you when you are in need of it. But until we can go back within ourselves and say, yes, I do actually need that, I agree with that, and we won't be able to see it. You can't change what you're not aware of. But as soon as you do become aware of it, wow, everything opens up for you. You're able to do so much more. When it comes to programming, breaking deep rooted programming, it's not easy at first. Everything is victim. And then suddenly that's gone. You're no longer a victim. A lot of people talk about forgiveness. What is forgiveness? And I'm going to throw karma in there as well. This is just my take on it. We all have separate journeys. There's many paths to the same point. So forgiveness for me was, how could I forgive what I had been taught was wrong? I was taught that this is the way that it's meant to be, but it wasn't the way that it was for me. And every direction that I went for help didn't turn out to be helpful for me, but for somebody else. So in this aspect, it was, I've got so much there, so many different beings that have done so many different crimes and actions against me. How am I, one person, going to forgive all of this? I needed somebody to come out and show me what forgiveness was, but there wasn't anybody there that could give me that information. So I had to go in deeper and deeper and deeper. And then one day I realized I had nothing to forgive. I haven't done anything wrong. It wasn't my baggage. You cannot blame yourself for a lot of the baggage that was put on us. These are programmings that were put onto our parents and our grandparents and so on. Coming into the karma aspect, I can carry ancestral karma for the rest of the family for so on, or I can say, no, it's not valid because I'm not fully aware of it. So that contract doesn't work with me. My karma comes into place when I'm aware of my actions. I know what I did was wrong, or I know what I did was good. This is where I am introducing myself to karma. I don't need to bring any karma. I don't need to carry any baggage. So I say no thank you to that deal, and I move on. I do the best that I can possibly do while I am here in this vessel now. I communicate with all my environment. I communicate and listen to the birds as they talk to me, because there is so much more going on to just chirp, chirp, chirp. They are communicating with what they're seeing from their point of view in the environment. They're talking about the weather patterns and the flows and the currents and the foods and what they are seeing. So if we listen a little bit, we can see the weather as it comes in, what the birds and animals do around us, how they behave, how they will turn their bodies opposite a rain when the rain comes in. They communicate, they have compassion. You know, when you look at what they're doing with the farmings and so forth, and telling, you know, I haven't eaten red meats for a long, long time because I can't even stand the smell of it. And it's something that's built up over time. I used to go out there and hunt animals, skin them, and, you know, tan a hide with the animal's brain. I did all of that. And what did it do for me? It just gave me information that if I had to do it to survive in the wild, I could. But in knowing that I don't need to, because I can go and forage plants, I can go and weave plants into fabric to keep me warm. I know how to build a little hut if I needed to. And these are things that I can do for myself. These are things that you can do for yourself. You know, you've got to give yourself appreciation, thanks, confidence. You can do this. You can do anything that you want to set your mind to. It's mind over matter. We are frequency beings. We can change the water in that cup. Remember, in the Bible, it said, I look at the Bible as a blueprint. There's some good information in there. This is somebody else's journey that they're sharing with us. Some of it will resonate. It didn't resonate with me for a long time because it was attached to some of the darker side of my lifetime. But once I got past that, because I was forced into going through it at the same time, and eventually taking a break, and now I can sit down and go, well, know thyself. Treat yourself as you wish others to be treated. Treat others as you wish to be treated. You know, and there's all these little tidbits within the Bible that teaches us, shows us. It's not big things. These are little things that we can manage every single day. Give thanks. What are you giving thanks for? I'm giving thanks because I am here. I'm enjoying what I can see now. Yeah, they threw all of that stuff at me to keep me in the programs, to keep me in the stuck states, to keep me in a position where they could keep harvesting the energy from me. I must produce a heck of a lot of energy if that's what they wanted. But as soon as I discovered the power of saying no, the power of being able to see these entities, these parasitical feeders coming in, I was able to identify them and say, I see you, and I'm not having this anymore. You can leave now. When they can see you and you can see them, it turned into truth. I am a witness. I am a witness to all that was done against me, all that was done against others. I don't need to forgive anybody. I don't need to forgive myself. They will be carrying the knowing that somebody else out there knows their truth. They're only going to damage themselves by continually lying to themselves and everybody around them. They're not going to be able to get out of that frequency. So it's like, I do my best not to criticize or critique others' information. I still do it now and then. It's human nature, you know, but we do it for the best reasons. We do it because if I get a little bit annoyed with somebody else out there, it's because maybe I'm seeing something in myself that's being triggered. So when I can identify that I'm being triggered in this particular subject, I'm going to catch myself. I'm going to slow that trigger down. I'm going to see what that trigger is doing. Where's it coming from? Why is it coming in my direction? Am I meant to be listening to the person that's using that trigger? Because there's something else going on with them that I might be able to sway a little bit for them to be able to see a bit clearer. You know, we need not concern ourselves. I forgot how it goes. What is it? You need not complain about what you do not need to concern yourself with. So what you take on, what you experience, how deep into communication are you going to go with another being? I like to make sure it's 50-50 energy. We share the information. You know, we're always going to make mistakes. And in making these mistakes, it just is room for us to learn and grow and enjoy the adventure even more in doing so. So I'm probably way off track now, but I'm all about giving self-appreciation, self-acknowledgement, real eyes, learning the programs and deprogramming from any state, any label that they put on us. Yeah, I have like half a dozen plus different labels that the government has given me, my mental state, because of what I'd gone through. But at the end of the day, these are superpowers. I survived it. I'm here. I'm better for it. Oh, it's not a nice thing to say, I'm better for it, but I have taken away positive information from these negative experiences. That I cannot see an experience I cannot transmute into a positive energy, an energy that now becomes ours, now becomes we use it for the betterment of ourselves, our environment, and those around us, so that healing can happen en masse. Which one of the 100th monkey do you choose to be? I'm no longer at the end. At the end of 100 is a 0. I don't need to be down there. So I choose to make sure I lead by example. I practice what I preach. I go out there and I eat the weeds. You know, I'm always trying to find a way to grow plants. Every time we get to a certain point, they knock us out. They knock us out. They knock us back down because of the bloodlines, the purity, the information that we carry. Everything that they do to us while we're here right now, you know what's going on around you right now. And like a tree, you're going to have an imprint of that in your DNA. All right. And it goes deeper and deeper because we're multidimensional. This information is also shared within our dimensions. It's also shared from those hijacking us to get into those dimensions. I've seen it. I've been party to it. I've felt parasitical entities create frequencies so that I would be directed into specific dimensions where then they would harvest the energy and they would also communicate and then get out of there again. You know, there's so many levels to who we are, what we're experiencing here. If we stay calm within ourselves, we get to see things a little bit clearer. We're not always going to get it right every single time, and we're not always going to be able to push back those triggers. But if you can stay within I class the highest frequency that I can be in at this moment, that is my full, authentic truth. If I have that, then nobody else out there can touch me with anything. Wherever I go, I stay within that frequency. Nobody can touch me. All right. So do yourself a favor. Give yourself that thanks, that appreciation. Look at the journey you've come through. You might not think that you have experienced anything or seen any beings or this, that, and the other thing, but I can guarantee you All right. If you just sit down and think about it, when you start seeing the adventure that you've gone on, it is amazing. There's a thing that I've labeled transferable skills. When you go and write a resume or a CV, whatever you call them, for a job interview, you're going to put down the skills that are going to relate to that specific job description. You're not going to put down, oh, well, I'm also a parent, and in that job, in those jobs, I've got to be a nurse, an accountant, a chef. I've got to be an alchemist. I've got to make sure I feed my family the right ingredients because I don't want them getting sick. How do you know that information? You know, there is information that we're taught. There's information that we already have, which is, I call it innate knowing. We have these knowings, these knowledges that we've brought with us through all our incarnations. And how far back does it go? We had to start somewhere. And this is where we're at now. And I say we have some fantastic information that tells me we've been around a lot longer than we've been led to believe. So in saying that and knowing that, communicate with yourself. Communicate with your inner self. Allow yourself to have these communications and be right and wrong and have these internal arguments, because this is you finding your way that you communicate with yourself. And once you're comfortable with that, you'll start realizing you're having conversations with your higher self, your higher version of self. And getting to know your higher version of self, you'll see that they're having conversations with their higher dimensional selves. And it carries on going. So it is endless. It's absolutely fantastic. You can heal yourself with your frequency. I say we don't need to sing all the time. We can hum. And at the beginning, we hummed. We hum. And when we hum, we create a frequency. It's a calming frequency. It's a healing frequency. When we get into healings, go into fasting. If you're really sick, research fasting. Don't force yourself to do a massive prolonged fast straight off. Do your research. Go a couple of hours. Go a day. In 3 days, you have replenished your stem cells. They're out there. They're doing the job. They're cleaning up the rubbish in your body. They're healing the areas that have been wounded and repairing it. Then you are revitalized, right? You can produce your own stem cells. They are magic. And if you repeat this pattern every 30 to every 60 days, you're going to live longer. Your skin's going to clear up. The body's memory stamp, 21 days to 30 days. You can break a habit in 3. If you reprogram your brain and you tell yourself you've been doing it for X amount of time and trick your mind, this is how I get onto my prolonged fast now. Because I fasted for 52 days, I learned about myself. I learned about self-discipline. I learned about my environment because I was hearing it clearer. I was seeing it clearer. My senses just went almost zapped me with my own lightning. I couldn't shake anybody's hands because I was getting kinetic electricity zaps. You could hear it. Couldn't touch tins or even the trolley at the supermarket. And anyway, there is so much to our abilities once we start giving ourselves the confidence, the appreciation, the acknowledgement, the gratitude for sharing the journey with this vessel, with this inner self-knowing. And I appreciate every single one of you frequency signatures for coming along and doing this journey. For a long time, I thought I was alone. I went through the abandonment issues. I can sit back now and laugh at all of it because I can see it for what it truly was. Just a program to keep us in a stuck, lower down state. We must be something absolutely phenomenal if they've gone to so many levels to keep us stuck down. So in saying that, my thing for the earth is we are part of the earth. We are part of this planet. This planet is a living organism. We are communicating with everything around us all the time. When I look out there and I see a rainbow, the rainbow to me is just a reflection and a confirmation that I'm living in a multi-dimensional reality. And they are the dimensions that I'm working in all the time. Each color is a frequency representation, which is also a representation of density. All of this information, we can mimic, and this is what them out there know. They know how to use alchemy. They know how to use the frequency. They created spell casting. They changed the sigils that we used to use for energy. So I'm not sure how much longer we've got.
We're treading on minutes here, love. Let's take this question from Selena. Stephen and Evan, they had their power drop out, so that's why they're a little bit late, but they got all their stuff organized. So Evan's grabbing Steve, and they should be coming into the studio here in just a few minutes. But let's hit this question from Selena. It says, I have read or heard we each have our own frequency sound. How would we find that out? Through meditation or something else?
Okay, the easiest test of all is to go and get a bowl of water, stick it in the sun, see if you can see the reflection of the water in the bowl. Put your finger on the side of the bowl and watch the ripples form in the water. You will then see that is your frequency. Test it. Take your finger off, watch it settle down. Put your finger on, watch it pick up. That will show you that you have a frequency. Then go to the next step. How's that?
That's a good one. I guess this one kind of falls in the same line. It's from Selena. Actually, maybe she asked the question twice. It says, does our soul have its own combined sound frequency? Yeah, I guess you just covered that.
Well,
so I guess
I would say ourself, what I call ourself, our self-identity, our conscious awareness. What I've seen of it, I saw it flow out of me with other people. I was doing Fulong Duffer, and our combined energy came into the middle, and it joined, and it became one mass, and it was undulating, and it was wow. It was a wow moment for me. And I got to see that individually, in my energy had a frequency of its own. And then when it came into mass, there was this one mass frequency. And when I saw that, it was like, wow, if we are creating that much energy and nobody can see it, somebody has to know about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing these rituals and these dances and you know, all of it. And so I got to say, yes, our individual selves, our vessel has its own frequencies. Every organ has its frequency. Our blood has as the generator, the circulation, the generator. Each of our chakras has its own mechanisms because they're dimensional cockpits as far as I'm concerned. Each one is connected to the work that we do in the different dimensions, and we bring it into ourselves here. And then we go into the exterior. Yes, we pick up frequencies, we receive it, we have to analyze each of the information from the downloads. That's all in frequency. That goes inside us. That changes our frequency. Every little bit of information that we gather is going to change our frequency. The exterior changes the frequency for our interior. The interior changes the frequency for our chakras and our self-conscious awareness, self-soul, whatever you choose to call it. So on both of those, we have two separate individual frequencies. But you can harmonize both of those frequencies together once you know how. Once you know that you have these two frequencies and you can pull them into alignment, imagine your abilities that you're going to have, because you've got them. We just need to tune ourselves in. I mean, we heal ourselves with frequency. We know they've got frequency warfare out there. Silent, they can do all sorts with frequency. So when you know, okay, if you get the ringing, the tunes, I get frequency pitch hits. It'll come in one side at really sharp, and it'll come out different on the other side. I know that because somewhere in between, frequency has changed from there to there. I mean, how does a frequency go through one ear and out the other? When you break all of the sciences down and you hear it change, you know that you've just received a download. You might not know what the information is right away, but over time, your frequencies are going to show themselves. The information will show itself to you. There's other stuff that you're doing that you're not even aware that you're doing. So give yourself that gratitude and that appreciation, because you're working all the time.
Okay, give yourself gratitude, give yourself love, because it's a law of attraction, man. If you don't give yourself love, if you don't give yourself gratitude and appreciation, then no one else will. You know, treat yourself like, you know, you would treat others, and treat others like you want to be treated. You know, and love and gratitude is all part of that. Lots of great questions coming in, but we are running out of time.
Okay.
Thank you, Stone Hobbit. I always appreciate you, my star sister, and it's always nice having, you know, listening to your wisdom and your knowledge, and the way you deliver it is so down to earth and so well rooted that it's you know, it's easy to, you know, take in. Right? It's not complicated. You're not talking, you know, some crazy engineer gibberish that's getting everybody lost. You know, it's, you know, human to human, you know, the communication is down to earth. And I really, really, really appreciate that.
Just before I run off, I do Zoom rooms each week. I do one Zoom room a week. It's called Half Fire Hangout. I did send a link, but we'll put it up later on. So
yeah, cool.
Look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, once you get back into the studio, toss that link in, and I'm sure you'll get a full house, because everybody loves you. Everybody. And guys, remember, books coming out in September, so don't forget. We'll be posting updates and such anyways, leading into September, to remind everyone that another new book is coming out to ingest and take in all that knowledge. And don't forget to also visit Stone's website at stonehobbit.com. Where is it? Right there. Thank you to Ronnie for posting that. And as well, Ronnie says, you know, Stone has amazing book art on her site as well. So check that out. And, you know, lots of great goodies on Stone's website. So thank you, my star sister. I appreciate it. And, you know, a lot of love and respect for you. And it's always nice to get together and play.
Yep. Enjoy the adventure. Enjoy the adventure. It is what you make it.
It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. And if you make it into a pile of shit, then that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a pile of shit. But, you know, if you make it into, you know, pile of, like, you know, delicious edibles, then that's what it will be, a delicious edible. Eat up life, my loves. Eat up life. And remember, Dr. Emoto, just as Stone just referenced, you know, that's the greatest single thing that we could have probably learned in our lifetime, that we can program water with intention. So keep that in mind. So let's bring our brothers, Stephen and Evan Strong, on from down under. Oh, I got Evan in a panic. He's running. He's like, Dad, he's calling you. You got to put that 420 on hold. So let's bring them on, and thank you, Stone. I'll boot you off the screen now, and maybe you want to toss the link, the Zoom room link, into the chat room so that everybody can grab that. And guys, copy and paste that into whatever it is that you paste it into, and we'll get together with Stone. So here we go. Our brothers, Stephen and Evan Strong, our alien ancestry, forgotten origin. And man, forgotten origin really rings in with the Earth Day today, because our focus is not the Earth. Our focus is humanity that is living on Earth. And forgotten origin is a very appropriate, you know, term, label, statement, I guess, because we really have forgotten our origins. And that's why we are, steadily digging into the past and finding out how our ancestors lived and how they lived with harmony with themselves and with the animals of the world and with spirit and in the dream world, and and how we can incorporate that with technology and television and smartphones and fax machines and CDs, and how do we incorporate that into our modern life along with the ancestral way of life. And so that's kind of the tale I'm going to leave for Stephen and Evan, and I'm sure they will tell us. So guys, I'll give you a half hour, and then I'll jump in and we'll do a 10-15 minute Q&A, and then we will call it a day. And thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Seems like we were just talking yesterday. Hey, wait a minute. We do talk every day. So
we did talk about yesterday.
Yeah.
Wasn't that long ago.
No, that's okay.
We talk every day. Every day there's messages going between Evan and I. Yeah, pretty much. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, yeah. So how do you mix all this together, right? That's the trick.
Mm.
Well, it's a difficult mix at the moment because there's every day our technological people invent something new, something that we definitely need. And then they spend millions of dollars trying to advertise this new thing they've found so that they convince us that we need it. But the whole point is, I think what's got lost here is we don't need most of these things. I mean, let's be honest about this. We know there's a change that's going to take place. We're fully aware of that, and we're not going to go down that path. And if people can look up on our website, and we've got all the proof to prove that the change that the Indigenous people were talking about did take place, and we're in that process now. So the trick is,
I mean, some of the technology was able to capture that. So
yeah,
it's the
that's
intent behind
point.
how you use the technology as well.
Yeah, we got all this proof, and it came from technology that was then shared through the internet, which is another form of technology. Well, to an extent, it's been taken off most places, but that's a different part of the same problem. But the important part of this story, and actually I was talking about, I've got some elders outside at the moment. I'm going to sort of pop in a bit as we go, because I've got them there at the moment. We're talking exactly about this. The important part of this story is that if you want to be part of the change, then you have to let go of quite a bit of what they've built over the years. It's a bit like this. If you want to get involved in the injustices and fighting against them, and let's not talk about things you put in your arms and whether that's right or wrong, but it could be anything on this planet. It could be anything. It could be the fact that there's a group of people that some people refer to as the cabal, and there's probably something in that. I don't know for sure. None of us really do. We hear this stuff all the time, and it's really hard to work out what the truth is. But there is one truth in this, and it's basically that if you want to become part of the future, you can't leave yourself wallowing in and fighting against the things that you can't defeat. And what I'm concerned about right now is that people we know of who are committed towards the change are also committed towards worrying about sending out emails to other people about things that are going on that we can't change. And I think that's one of the things that people have got to learn, that you have to pick your fights. And there's no way I can convince Bill Gates to change, George Soros to change, and there's no way I can convince the world leaders to actually change what they're going to do, because they're actually only part of a system that's run by people further down the line. And there's nothing you can do about it. So the first thing I'm going to recommend is that take your head out of the fights that you can't win and try and focus on the positives. I mean, some people now are so concerned about whether we're going to have a war with Russia, with China, whether there's going to be terrorists knocking on the back door. Oh, there's a new one, Evan. It's called cyber terrorism.
Oh, yeah, that one.
There's an ad on TV at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, where there's this car that's driving, and there's a mum and a dad and a little girl in the back, and she's playing with a computer. And as she turns it on, about 15 black helicopters fly above the car. I don't know if you've seen it.
I haven't seen that one.
No, and behind it, there are 7 black cars and 4 bikes ridden with people with black leathers.
Wow.
And what it's got is Telstra, right?
Yeah.
And what it's saying is there can never be too much security, because every day millions of people are trying to get into your computer, right? And you can never have too much security. And when the girl puts down the actual computer, they all disappear, because they only watch you while the computer is on.
Right.
But that's not true. We know that they continue listening and watching you when the computer is off, but they didn't put that part in.
No.
Bit of poetic license here. The
Yeah.
truth is that you can't turn the bloody thing on. It tracks you all the time. What I'm getting at is that we've now created a society where everyone's trying to get us. And we're in a constant state of computer fear, of will I have a job fear? Can I pay the increasing rates for the mortgage I've got? And if I'm young, what are my chances of actually ever owning a house in Australia? And the answer is bugger all or none. All those things become part of your daily bread. And that's what this is all about. So, ladies and gentlemen, the change that's coming is not a change where we all go back to Indigenous ways and we live in wigwams and lean-tos and then we wander around the countryside and find food. Nobody wants that. I don't want it. I want to be able to listen to music, and I need a computer for that, don't I now?
You do.
I do need those things. But what we've got to start realizing is that if you start investing in the fights that can't be won, and investing in politicians or leaders to lead you to the promised land, I can tell you one thing: you're not going to stay. The important part of this story is that each person has to make their own decisions. They don't follow anyone. I really sort of get sick of people telling me about a politician, any one of them. I know there's one in particular they tell me about. He's not part of the cabal, therefore let's follow him. I'm thinking, so this person has 42 other major faults of character, but one positive thing. Wow. It's probable that one person is not part of the cabal, but somehow that makes them a god.
So what I'm hearing here is the key is discernment. So discernment with what information, because we've got information everywhere, right? So
and you've got to get the information. You've got to know about it.
You've got to know what's going on.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's discernment and not letting it overrun you as well. And then I guess when it comes to technology, it's also discernment. It's how it's used, what the intent behind it is.
And here's the trick with this. If you start getting involved in the fact that there are chemtrails up there, and I see them all the time, and all this stuff, and you start sending off stuff to other people, and you start fighting against it. I know one person has spent 10 years fighting against balloons and finally won to an extent. If you spend all that time in that negativity, you haven't progressed. You're actually in the gutter. Now, when two people are in the gutter fighting and yelling at each other, I don't know who started and who finished it. It just looks bad. What you've got to do is you've got to pick up a belief in whatever, which means when something happens you don't think is fair, you just say whatever. Don't do much about it. If I can do something about it, fine. Right?
That's different.
Now, if I could go and see Bill Gates and say, look, why don't you tell everyone what really happened? Well, I'd try. But you know what? It's not going to happen.
No, you don't have that.
I don't have that ability. So why do it? So my point is, there is a change that's coming. Believe in that change. And you know what you should do? Here's the point. How do you prepare for the change that's coming ahead? You engage with other people who are getting caught up with this, and you try and convince them that there is something that's going to take place. There is a change that's going to be facilitated by you and others, and that you have to walk away from all the drama and chaos that they are creating. Now, I can tell you, we've been told by many people, and we do know this change is taking place. So do they. So do the people who've been manipulating and doing this for ever so long. They are fully aware of the fact that change is taking place, and they also know what can they do about the change, Evan? Nothing.
It's just going to happen.
Yeah. But do you know what they are going to do? They're going to continue doing what they've always done, and they're going to do what Hitler did when he knew he was going to lose the war. When he left the country, he decimated it. He destroyed it. He blew it up. But they're not going to blow up the buildings. They're going to blow up your headspace. They're going to blow up your integrity. They're going to make you so fearful and so concerned about what's going to happen next that you won't be part of the change because you can't get your head out of the mire that they've created. Now, we do know, and Evan knows this is true too. We were told about this prophecy close to 10 years ago, and we've told people there'd be pandemics, there'd be threat of war, there'd be terrorism, people would be fearful of losing their jobs, the whole world would be suspicious, everything would be created. And it seems as one thing after another. I mean, quite recently, we had the alien invasion, Evan?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Came out of nowhere. We were just walking around the street, and then one day, all of a sudden, someone said, Biden said, my God, we have a Chinese weather balloon above us. Let's wait until it goes across the whole of America. And when it gets the other side down, let's shoot it down.
Yes.
And then straight after that, we'll pick it up, even though it fell in the middle of the ocean. You wouldn't know where to find it, would you? No. But they did, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
But then what happened next was, and they said we didn't want to shoot it down while it was over the land because someone might get hurt. Remember that?
Oh, because what, a balloon?
Yeah. But then what happened was 3 more coming the next week.
Yeah.
And they shot them down while they're up above the land.
But then I didn't think they could find something.
No, they can't find them.
So they can find them in the sea, but they can't find them.
No, that's too hard because, see, when they shot them down, they have coordinates to say when the missile's released and when it has an impact on their machinery, they know exactly where the impact was. So it'd be too hard to work out. It would have fallen straight down vertically to the ground to find. Now, those 3 objects which they can't find, they've now declared are not Chinese.
Oh, yeah, they're a bunch of business in it.
Now, well, what they've said is they could be a businessman that launched it all. It must have been Elon Musk on a bad day when they had some quiet business going on, rather than the big one that blew up. And they all said, that's a success. I thought, that's the first time in my life I've seen a rocket blow up, and they all said, that's a success. We did well. What I'm getting at, ladies and gentlemen, is they're all playing games at the moment. They're fear games. This is how you prepare for this future is the first step. The most important step is not to put aside food and provisions and all those sorts of things and turn yourself into a full-time prepper. The most important thing is not to get involved in all the smokescreen and all the negativity they're putting up on a daily basis. It will not finish. It will continue until the final minutes. That is what they're programmed to do. It's all they know what to do. And it has worked for so damn long. It's not funny. Even though they know it won't continue. You've got to remember these people know a lot more about a lot of other things than we do. And you might think, oh, well, if they know they're going to lose, why don't they join the good side? Why don't they do that? I mean, if they know it's not going to work.
And I do think some of them already
Some of
have.
them are. Some have. Let's make that clear. Don't be confused and think that everyone that's a reptilian, everyone that's a draconian is evil and all Homo sapiens are good. Don't think like that because that's not belonging to this planet. What you can think like is right now that people are changing. I want to close with this, that I hear on a daily basis people say they sense there's a change coming. Most of these people know nothing about the change 3 years ago with the magic box at LaRue. They just sense it. People are talking about it like it's something I'm feeling. The whole world is falling apart, which it is. This is part of the deal. So basically, yeah, they sense it, but they can't put a face to it. Well, do you know what? Everyone listening, you can. And what's your job in this is, and this is the job of every human on this planet, is to remember quite a few people who are not going to stay here are not bad people. They're just unaware people. And they've never had a real chance to stop and think and analyze what's taking place. Or maybe it's the responsibility of the people that are listening right now to go out over the time that's left and Look, we're in contact with both spirits and aliens and quite a few other things that are in contact. And we've also got quite a few objects that have turned up recently too. And they're all telling me that this change is coming, and it's not in decades. It's in months and maybe a couple of years, but it is not in decades. The time is really running out. And what you guys can do is very simply, you go and talk about this to people. And yeah, sure, a lot of people are going to think you're an absolute idiot. And you know what, you think about that, you think, fine, that's your decision. That's your judgment. Your job is, there's a beautiful piece in the Gnostic scriptures about Jesus would go out with mustard seeds and just throw them everywhere, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Some landed on concrete. They didn't germinate. Some landed in the soil and didn't germinate, and some did after a while. You throw the seeds out.
Some landed in the cracks.
Yeah, and came up through the cracks, and they started to push the concrete away. That's what this is all about. It's called seed dreaming. And yeah, there is a change that's taking place. And how do you mix technology into it? That's very simple. It's very simple. When you have this new world order, and it's not the one they're thinking about, you make sure that everything that happens, and there are countries on this world, on this planet right now, that have something called El Pachamama, where every decision must respect and be approved by the environment first. Well, you change that slightly, because the Hopi told us there's two things in this, the environment and the old teachings, didn't we?
Yeah.
The Hopi said the change is coming. The old teachings will prevail. Well, then you have two things you put as the major doctrine for change. Number one, it must honor the environment. Number two, it must honor indigenous old ways. Now, the old ways don't tell you you've got to hunt with a bow and an arrow. That's not what they tell you. The old ways tell you about how to do ceremony.
Yeah, and if you are going to hunt, you respect the animal you're
Right,
hunting, you give it reverence.
and you do ceremony before you do that, if you are going to hunt, and how you respect other people and the way you deal with other people. That's all part of the old way. We have a new way now where primarily it's all about me and what I can get, and bugger off the rest of you. I don't care anymore. And it's not working. There are old ways of doing things that have to be done, but you can live in a house with electricity as long as the electricity is gained properly, where it doesn't make smoke, which means we get rid of all those ways of doing things. But the point being,
I'm
we
pretty
can
sure
do
Tesla had some plans of making free electricity.
I'm sure that some people still have Tesla's plans. Don't worry, they won't all burn. The problem is the people who have his plans aren't good people, but that's going to change too. All those things will be resolved, because don't worry, the aliens know how to do this too, and they'll show us. And they're waiting for the change, because when it is, they're going to come down too and help us and guide us, but they will not come. And I think I want to close with this. There's a reason why they won't come. And I did ask Mesrith once, why don't you come and help? Because we're in a mess. He said, we can't right now. He said it would be like breaking into a child's bedroom when he's holding a gun.
Yeah, I mean, Arthur C. Clarke wrote a book called Childhood's End, and the aliens came down and took over and said, look, you know, this is how you have to live. And a group of humans rebelled against them, going, no, we want the choice to destroy the world if we want to destroy the world. So we still have the choice, but let's try not to destroy the world.
Well, they don't have the choice now, because that was done 3 years ago. But what I am going to say is, ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, in the little time that's left, if you want to create a new world, it begins within. You've got to learn that it's got to start within, and then it goes without. And at the moment, don't look for a leader. And I'm going to tell you now, if you're saying I'm following whoever that leader is, and they're going to lead me to that land, they won't. You've got to do it yourself. And the Hopi said this too, didn't they?
They did. They were quite adamant.
Yeah, they were adamant that you go to the fast-flowing stream.
And they talked about the time for the lone wolf.
The time of the lone wolf, where they just prey on others, is gone. You go to the stream. Some will be hanging onto the banks, and they won't let go. Don't worry about it. You jump in there and you rejoice with those who are there. You didn't follow them, but you rejoice with the ones who are there. So that's what this change is about, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's a good way to finish this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I don't know how long we've gone, but that works out pretty well. So change from within, and the rest is easy. Works out like that.
Beautiful, guys. It does work out like that, and change begins with the self, and once the self begins to change, then that has the ripple effect, and that's how it's going to be. No one can lead you to the land of milk and honey. Only you can do that. You don't need gurus. You don't need life coaches. You don't need masters. You don't need any of that. All you need is, watchers talk and a little bit of self-awareness.
Oh my God.
With all jokes aside, self-awareness is where it begins. And as I've been saying, the earth is what it is. It's been here for eons now, and it's going to be here for eons. But we're not going to be here for eons, and we need to change ourselves, and we need to realize the error of our ways and correct that, and say no more. I refuse to live like this, and that's it. And make a commitment. Like for instance, myself. I say, I'm not going to buy anything that is made in China. And now when I go out shopping, I'm looking at all the brands and where it's made. And if it's made in China, I won't buy it, because that's the lifestyle change that I've decided to make for myself, because I would rather have manufacturing jobs here in my own country in Canada, so the Canadians have a job, rather than somebody else somewhere else making billions off of us. So that's just a small example of taking your stand and making your stand, and that's the only way that we're going to usher in a new human, a new earth, a new way of living, and the new way of compassion and empathy, because all of that is currently missing. It's gone AWOL, and because it's AWOL, we have raised an army, and the likes of which the world has never seen before, and work together in an effort to retrieve that human soul that seems to be just getting further and further and further away from us. And we need to interchange ourselves. So with that being said, my beautiful friends, I appreciate you guys, and always a wonderful message coming from you guys. And speaking of our alien ancestry, on April the 30th, you guys have chapter 28 going on your guys' YouTube channel. So maybe a quick download on that, Evan, and then we'll call it a night.
Yeah, so that's coming up for you guys over and gals over in North America. That'll be on a Saturday. Down here in the land down under, that's our Sunday. And we've got a full cast. We're going to do kind of single sessions for each speaker, and then we'll all get together towards the end and do a round table. And we actually came up with some great themes and points at our last little thing. What was that, 2 days ago? We're going to incorporate some of what we were talking about there into it as well. So always evolving, but we are going to focus on what the role of the Yowies, the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot might be in our future, and how they can help us. So we're going to talk a lot about that. And I think it's going to be a good one. So I'll try to squeeze in one last field trip, but I've got a little bit to talk about the last one I did with my friends. So try to paint a good picture of what it's like being out in the forest and what it feels like and what's going on there. So it's going to be a good day. And come on the day, because it's free to watch live on the day.
Yep, completely.
Cool. And here's a quick update, Evan, since the last time that we spoke the other day. What was that? 2 days ago, I was driving to work, and there's this guy that came on the radio, and he lives about an hour and a half from me in Merritt, and he's holding an all-day Sasquatch Bigfoot conference where he has like all of these different speakers coming in on May the 13th. So I bought my ticket. So I'm going to go May the 13th, and it's happening for 10 hours. And so while I'm there, I'll be shooting some videos and taking some pics, and I'll send those to you so that it can give you a perspective from this side. On how
yeah, it'd be good to have that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So because I know you guys are like right into that, so when I go, I'll shoot you guys some info so that you can we can work together, man. Work together, not against each other.
All right.
Love you guys. Thank you very much. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon, happy day, and be safe, be in love, and we'll see you soon. I'll talk to you soon, anyways, Evan.
Definitely. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Let's bring on our team: Stone Hobbit, Liane Curtis, Auric Vibe, Rob Yox, wherever Rob Yox is. Robbie, can you come out and play, Rob? He's probably got me muted. Well, ladies, it was a wonderful day. It was beautiful sharing. Created a nice sharing spot on Watchers Talk with all of you beautiful frequency signatures. I really like that, the old frequency signatures, and just beautiful downloads all day long. So let's just quickly bring that on, give homage and gratitude to all of our speakers. We started off with Kiara Windrider this morning, followed through with David Maria, and then Patricia Grabow, and then Aage LaRue, Suzanna Kennedy, and unfortunately Eleanor couldn't make it, but I'm planning a date with Eleanor in the next couple of days, and we're going to do a one-on-one, guys, so keep an eye out for that as soon as my detention is lifted. And then we had the great Michael Feeley, the legend Aage Nost, and Jon Ramer was replaced by Omar Pa, and then we had John Shaughnessy, and then the epic Paul Wallis, and the lovely shaman Stone Hobbit, and then our brothers Stephen and Evan Strong. Gratitude to every single person on the list, and gratitude, many thanks, and love to Kathy Mason for helping me organize and put this together, and bringing in some speakers, and helping host this morning, and being a co-host and interviewing me. I just love Kathy. We work together very, very, very well. All of us do here on the screen. We're a Watchers Talk team, and I just love doing these conferences with you guys. I remember before I used to do these conferences, and the audience and the crowd was a little different, but over the years, slowly built up just a beautiful team to work with, because we really complement one another, and there's no ego, there's no stepping on toes. It's just supporting one another, loving one another, respecting one another. So just want to say that to you guys, that I love you guys very much. I respect you guys very much. You guys are my friends, my family, and I appreciate you, all of you.
There he is.
Oh, Robbie, he came out to play.
Hi, guys. Yeah, sorry, I had to eat dinner really quick. I got home late, crazy work schedule, What's up, everybody?
Yeah, we know how it is. I kind of knew this was going to happen, because I knew you were, you're working on the weekends, and, and I kind of knew that you'd come in towards the end of the day, and, but you're still part of the team, and we do this together in the name of the team, and, thanks for coming by, brother. Appreciate it. Wouldn't be the same without you, even if it's for 5 minutes.
Damn straight. And I love all of you here too. And I've been listening on and off when I could, even in the last few hours of work where we're not supposed to have headphones in. I was in there listening I had it ran up my shirt and around the back of my ear. I looked like, top security listening. I was like, oh, all right, let's get it. No managers around? Cool. Let's get it. Time to do this.
It's time to party. The boss ain't around. Right on. Auric, Stone, Liane, Rob, any final words? We'll just go around the room. We'll go with Stone, Auric, Liane, and then we'll close up with Rob. Give Rob a few minutes since he hasn't been here all day.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who comes along and is doing this journey. Be nice to yourself. That's all I can say. Be nice to yourself.
Beautiful. Thank
Okay.
you, my sister. Auric Vibe 1111. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to Auric's YouTube channel and check out the pyramids and stuff that she creates. In fact, got my order in and going to be getting some beautiful pyramids for my tables. So check that out. And Auric, go ahead, please. I just can't seem to shut the fuck up. So just go.
No, I really appreciate you letting me be part of this, Omar. That's really the biggest part for me. And it is a whole thing about self-care is so huge. Turning off the tube, getting your hands in the dirt. So important, really super important. Really appreciate Rob too. Buddy, I still owe you a mirror. You got to give me that email address, so I would be sending that because I just did, this was kind of fun. Dehive your mind. Give up that hive mind, yeah? So then you can become the vibe, right? So break away from the masses and do your own thing and figure out who you are, yeah?
Yes. Don't be a magnet. Don't be a magnet. Don't let shit stick to you. Just let it slide off of you. It's not the end of the world. And, yeah. Liane.
Hi. How you doing? Wow. Yet
What's
another completed conference. Like, these things just are always so off the hook. I love it. I love it. The vibe is very, very good. And, everybody out there, thank you so much for choosing to spend your linear time with us. If you made the whole day part of your Earth Day, then kudos to you for lasting. You guys have stamina. I'll be watching it again because as much as I listen to every word, I kind of want to listen to it again. It was such a good vibe here today. It always is, but I think each conference has its own frequency signature. Exactly. So there you have it. I'm very happy to be part of these things. I always have lots of fun. So yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, love. It wouldn't be the same without you. And we didn't get to do any stretches today, but we will get that in there because we got a lot more in the works, and we'll continue to put together some more fun events for everyone to enjoy and to learn from. So let's get a download from Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe.
Hello, my brothers and sisters.
Before I let Rob do that,
Go ahead.
guys, I posted the link in the comments. It should be up there. And this is the weekly Zoom meeting with Stone Hobbit. And there is the Zoom link. And you guys can copy and paste the meeting ID and passcode. And we'll see you guys in with Stone Hobbit. So, Rob Yox, go ahead, my brother.
All right, my brothers and sisters, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to this amazing event. Again, if you're just tuning in, and we're at the very end of it, but I'm just happy to be a part of it. I love the team, and I love all of you. And today is a day of great reverence for the mother, right? The great mother that we know that provides us with nourishment, shelter, and energetic sustenance. And this is what we do to pay homage to the mother. And we provide events like this, and Omar and Kathy put on an amazing event for that sustenance, the energetic sustenance that we need to survive, to as a collective, to ascend in the sense of awakening and bring ourselves to the precipice of who we are and the potential that we all carry within us. It's super important to sit back in these days and absorb. And one of the things that Liane hit on a little really quickly is she wants to go back and watch it again because she wasn't able to absorb it fully. while taking part in it. And it happens when you're a host and you're doing these, to go back and reevaluate some of the things that sparked your interest and kind of go over it again and again. This is why we put this to video format. While we have 1 foot in the matrix, we also have 3 feet out, right? And what that means is we have these mediums so that we can bear witness to what we're doing, but also to specific information that we give out to everybody so freely, so that you can come back again and again and again and again until it actually becomes something that you can utilize. And it's a vitalization every time you utilize something that you hear somewhere else or something fits in, right? And this is why this family is important, because we are the structures from the Great Mother. We provide the structure which builds this tower into eternity, right? Into the multi-dimensional universe. And from that multi-dimensional universe, we connect with every fractal of ourselves across the spectrum. And this is why it's important, because the mother is the grounding factor. That ground is what keeps you here in the physical, but also lets you reside in the etherical. And that etherical is something that we all touch on frequently, especially when we close our eyes, and we're reaching for the stars and we're trying to find the Akashic record and the astral plane and remote viewing and all of the great techniques and traits that we all have inherent to us. And that all comes from the mother. We're like the phoenixes, we rise from the ashes, from dusk till dawn, and all these proverbial sayings I could say over and over, but it all has to do with going back to source, and source comes from the mother as well. And we get it from the universe, but also mother. And that's pretty much what I'm in reverence today. And I have eternal gratitude to everybody here just for giving me a chance to say something. And just to be a part of the team is what I'm eternally grateful for. And this blessed mother lets me walk on her all day, every day, for the remainder of my small existence in this specific reality. But my multidimensional existence will last forever. So
beautiful, beautiful, brother. It wouldn't be the same without you. And I just kept it going for as long as I could until you got in here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Because that's how we rock and roll. And it's not the same. When you have a team built, and when one member of the team is missing, it seems like a piece of you is missing. So I'm really glad that you were able to make it in, even if it's for just a few minutes, to drop your message. And I appreciate that. Thank you, brother.
I love you guys, and thank you for letting me be here. And I wouldn't disappoint without coming in with the big cup, right? I wouldn't disappoint. It's not the same without the big cup, right? The big cup of coffee.
And my mini jar.
That's it. Listen, I had to check all the boxes on that last 5 minutes, so I checked them all.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. And Selena said, what day of the week are your meetings, Stone? Is that on Thursdays? Right here.
It depends where you are.
Your Wednesdays. Most of the world Wednesdays. My time Thursdays. But all the timestamps are put in there.
Okay, beautiful. All right, guys, that is it. And remember, this was brought to you guys, sponsored by Paul Anthony Wallis for his new Eden series that was just launched 2 days ago. So the Eden Conspiracy, part of the Eden series, The Scars of Eden, Echoes of Eden, Escaping from Eden, and now the Eden Conspiracy. You guys can order that off of paulanthonywallis.com, or you can head on over to Amazon or to your local bookstore and place an order through there. And just a wonderful day, and great big thank you. Worked hard, tirelessly in the chat room, putting up links, and got lucky there was no porn posters. Maybe we got rid of them. Finally, we blocked them all.
I think we beat them.
And, but anyways, great big thank you. I think we beat them. Yes, all of us beat them together. Because remember before, they would just come in by the droves, and then we're just blocking them and kicking their ass right out of there. So thank you. Thank you to
Many
all of
people with
the
friendship on
moderators, the
Facebook.
new moderators of the channel. Yeah, welcome new moderators, and it's wonderful to have you guys. And thank you for spending your day, your Earth Day, here with us, and listening to some amazing speakers help raise awareness and lift. So with that being said, my name is Omar, coming at you guys from the west coast of Turtle Island, designated British Columbia, under the elite doctrine of discovery, streaming from the ancestral homeland of the Shuswap people. Watchers Talk is out. Be happy. Love with yourselves. Love you. Love is the only vibration. Everything else is just an illusion. Love yourself. Give yourself gratitude and give yourself love. Lots and lots of love, because if you don't, then nobody else will. It's the law of attraction. Remember, you're 70% water. The earth is 70% water. The air that we breathe is water. And we know that we can program water. And when we can program water, then that begins to heal our body avatar spiritually, physically, and then that gives us longevity, a long, happy, healthy life. So remember to say I love you to yourself when you see yourself in the mirror. And when you go to the grocery store, there's just so much, bad food that's there. Like Stone put up something, or was it something with the E? The E is eugenics. There's capital letters on cereal boxes of like FBE, CTX, and all this crazy shit that is simply not good for you. But the way we can reduce that harm is that when you're walking around in the grocery store, just continue to whisper to yourself, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And eventually you'll begin to change the vibration and the frequency of food in that grocery store. Maybe get everyone to say the same thing as they're walking down the aisle. Say it together, I love you. Like Rico man.
I love
I
this
love
commercial.
you. Do that. And maybe even yeah. So my beauties, thank you very much, and be happy, and we will close this. And until next, we will see you soon. Don't forget to subscribe to Kathy Mason's YouTube channel, Stone Hobbit's channel, Liane Curtis's channel, Eric Vibes channel, Watchers Talk. If you guys are watching on Watchers Talk Network, drop me a like and a subscribe there also, because that's my backup channel that I'm trying to build. And the bigger it gets, the better it is for everyone. So good night.